Me apañé lo del Zoom, que me estaba dando problemas y estoy ahí.
Todo esto lo voy a dejar por aquí, ¿sabes? No
Mm.
voy a hacer mucho. Y por esto la mierda esta. Y tengo cables, tengo cosas de la...
Me apañé lo del Zoom, que me estaba dando problemas y
¿Qué?
estoy ahí.
Todo esto lo voy a dejar por aquí. Dime, ¿me puedes los detalles del Zoom me los mandaste? Y tengo cables, tengo cosas de la...
Me apañé lo del Zoom, que me estaba...
Pues ella tendrá el micro, ¿no?
Sí,
Ah,
yo estoy terminando
Vale, vale, déjeme.
los
Yo
tal que
llevo una hora intentando
enseñar.
ir al baño. Esto era para poner por el
Yo me
camino,
tengo que,
¿verdad?
me tengo
creo
que...
que sí.
Está guapísimo. Esto era para poner por el
O sea,
museo.
el live, el YouTube ya lo tengo preparado.
Vale, pues
Hola,
yo me tengo que...
Teresa. Oye,
Pues cuidado,
espérate.
no te mates por ahí.
Hola, María.
Juan Carlos, ¿cómo estás?
Ahí necesitamos... Paula, tú puedes entrar entonces, pones tu ordenador como...
Sí,
Puede entrar en Zoom.
Lo único que sí.
Pasa que ahora por Play y no sé por esto. Dame, dame coafi.
Sí. ¿Y cómo?
Vale, ahora.
Venga.
No estoy.
Estás cojos.
Hello. Very nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Gracias por
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Really fun day.
Let me finish this because we have a little technical problem, but very nice. Thank you. I will talk to you in...
Ah, mira, te puse en mute para que no estuviera ahí.
¿Qué tengo que hacer? Es arriba.
Ahí. Te puse a hacer.
Porque lo que quiero es que funcione en la pantalla
Mm.
como algo así.
No lo tienes compartido hoy.
La tengo compartida, la tengo enchufada.
Pero has puesto la pantalla para compartir.
Sí, se salía. Sí, estaba saliendo. En un momento estaba saliendo.
Está todo bien. Intenta enchufar otra vez.
Sí, no tocaba. Yo no toco, no he cambiado.
Ahora,
La he visto, vamos, cuando me he tirado la he visto que estaba. No me jodas. Espera.
Ah, ahí va. Ya está. Sí, era mover un poco el cursor. ¿Perdón?
El enlace.
Sí, sí. Lo mandé anoche. No, sí, ¿os llegó a todo el mundo?
No worries. No worries.
Voy a poner en mute a mí también, para no...
Quiero comprobar que cuando yo
Siempre es una invitación.
A ver, sí.
Something in your laptop.
You
maybe,
guys
so
might
you-
slice it, see what.
Yeah. That's what I was too.
Right, that has six independent springs.
Yes.
Tenemos mucho tiempo para trabajar esas canciones. Entonces sí podemos hacer lo que tenemos que poner a la persona que está grabando ahí, que comparte su pantalla para que se vea el speaker y hacemos la presentación. Sí.
No hay vida.
No, bueno,
Ya
está
estamos
puesta.
conectados.
Yo te he puesto.
Pero ¿queréis que ponga la cámara allí para
Sí,
que se vea
sí,
todo
sí,
el
sí.
mundo?
Y lo que tienes que hacer cuando pongas la cámara, tienes que compartir tu cacharro.
Hazlo ya o es después de la cámara.
Sí, puedes ponlo compartir ya. Y-
Claro, lo que hay que ver primero, poner, sí, tienes razón, primero se comparte. Se nos verán, pero bueno.
left, then the lower ground, that's where the toilets are. Please, no food or drinks inside here in the theater. And as you probably know, it's gonna be a quite dynamic event, so feel free
I don't know
to
why.
ask your questions.
Well,
Right.
probably. No, it is black. It is in. I don't know.
Yeah, hi everyone, Brian Bridge, Leroy Man from Northwest New South Wales. I'm here.
Es que he puesto el vídeo de pero no, porque lo que sea no funciona el dicho por el testeo.
Australia's main reason for
El mío. Este es el mío. Este es el mío. Este es el mío. Lo he probado antes y funcionaba. Ahora no funciona. No lo sé.
So knowledge of the country is, I suppose, has been evolving over a number of years here in Australia, and it's about an ancient process. Like a welcome to country is the ideal way to go, and you'll have someone from the lands that you're speaking on or speaking to will give a welcome to country, and they'll talk about their own aspects and some of their rules, some of their code of conduct, let's say, and they'll give you permission to do your footprint and obviously engage in their country and call their spirits to look after us while we're here. And that tradition would have been as a neighbouring tribe. You have a tribe coming to your land, and you have the warriors meet, and then they get a welcome to the country. So an acknowledgement of the country is sort of, I can't do a welcome because it's not my traditional lands. But I suppose it's an acknowledgement is your next best bet, and it's fantastic that I've been given the honour to do acknowledgements at this significant forum. I want to acknowledge also the important people in the room, and thanks for coming, and all the dignitaries. And I live in Canberra on Ngunnawal country. I grew up out western Sydney, at Tingabi, so it's not too far, the land of the Toongabbie. And we're here on Gadigal country, and so a little tip as well for Gadigal. Gadi is the clan of the nation, and Gal is the people. So if you say Gadigal people, you're saying Gadigal people. The best way to do it is Gadigal country. So I acknowledge them, their elders, and thank them for allowing me to be here, and obviously us to have a fantastic forum. And I hope it's going to be a full of energy today and an action-packed agenda, and no doubt we're going to have some fun as well. So thanks everyone, and enjoy the day.
So now we're going to have Professor Christopher Hellman.
Y no funciona. No funciona. No pasa, funciona.
And the director of the Research Institute here at Australia.
Y no sé por qué.
Thank you, Professor Bogart. Thank you so much for the acknowledgement. I will say Yama also, but I will also say hola and say buenos dias and so welcome today to the Australian Museum. My name is Chris Hellman. I am the Chief Scientist and Museum and Director of the Australian Museum Research Institute, where you're visiting today. And I acknowledge too, of course, that we meet on Gadigal land, Gadigal country, and pay my respects to ancestors and elders, and also acknowledge and pay respects to the many staff that we have here at the museum with First Nations background. It's something that is core to the museum. I welcome all of you from across Australia and elsewhere. I also acknowledge the main folks that we have here that have come from Canberra, like Brad Mongridge. We have representative who we'll hear from shortly from the Embassy of Spain, Montserrat Oman, who's come from Canberra. And I also noticed that we have Dr. Andy Foley, the Chief Scientist of Australia. And also thank you to the President and Co-Chair, organizers, everyone from Spanish Researchers in Australia Pacific Association, including Co-Chair Sofia Sander, who is a good friend of mine, and I work with as a scientist. The Australian Museum, a few words. We are about, well, soon in 2027, going to celebrate our 200th birthday.
200th anniversary. And so we are the first museum that was founded here in Australia. We are older than universities. So we are a really important long-standing presence in the natural sciences and cultural heritage here in Australia. We invite you in the moments that you can across this busy day to go and explore some of the museum. There's much to see from aspects of paleontology and dinosaurs, Australia's natural history, our First Nations galleries, and more. Given that the theme today is arts and people and science at the forum, in particular, I encourage you to check out the temporary exhibition we have just around the corner through the big Hinsey Hall. It's called Fantastical Sharks and Rays, and it marries art and science together. It has well-known Australian artists who have illustrated endangered and other really important sharks and rays, important fishes from Australian waters. And alongside that, we have a similar artwork, another artwork from a school child who's also illustrated the same thing, and they've sort of worked together. So it's a scientific exhibition that showcases conservation of marine environments here, but it is a beautiful artistic display as well. So the last thing I'll say is the research institute that I direct is the science, natural science that happens behind the scenes here at the museum. When we think of coming to an institution like this one, our mind's eye goes immediately to galleries and the front of house spaces, the exhibitions. But for its 200 years, this museum has been the most important sort of repository for collections that have come from expeditions and research projects from Australia and throughout the Pacific for decades and centuries. And that material is used here and it's available to all researchers who might need to use it for a whole variety of purposes behind the scenes. And it constitutes 22 million objects and specimens. Extraordinary amount of material to curate. It is by far the largest museum collection of any kind in the Southern Hemisphere. And the 18th largest in the world. So we are, always keen to explain that that is an incredible resource to science. Some of the things we use that to is the most important collection for documenting Australian biodiversity, at least in the animal world. So we have experts, professor level experts with laboratories and teams behind the scenes that are also helping with exhibitions, but they are leading research projects in their groups that are their specialty, whether it's fishes or beetles. I'm a mammalogist myself. I study wild mammals around the world. So that's the kind of work that's happening. Also, our increasing focus is on engaging through science and many other types of initiatives, First Nations communities, and working together to work through much of the history that we have here. 200 years of very, very complicated history, and part of that interaction needs to be science and co-design projects on country. We also are very focused on changing environments. The world is changing very fast. That includes a changing climate, changing land uses, changing marine environments and habitats. And this 200 years extended by the fossil record that we curate here gives us that deep and modern perspective for how those changes are happening. So we can consult those specimens, reconstruct the world as it was 100 years ago, 200 years ago, and much further back. And that's a unique resource available in other types of institutions. So that is the role we play in science, culture, and it is an absolute pleasure to help, as we often do, convene a group like this one that draws together eminent researchers and esteemed colleagues to come and join us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, please. And after the wonderful welcome to the museum, and I really appreciate that you said my favorite word. That is now it's my pleasure to introduce Montserrat on video. Who is she is the deputy commission of the Spanish Embassy in Australia. Thank you.
Morning. Dr. Ángel López Sánchez, President of the Spanish Research Association in Australia Pacific, SRAP. Dr. Cathy Foley, Australia Chief Scientist. Professor Christopher Helgen, Director of the Australian Museum Research Institute. Distinguished members of the community of researchers in Sydney and all over Australia. Dear friends, those of you here in person and all of you joining us online. It's a pleasure and a privilege to participate in the opening of the 10th Australia-Spain Research Forum, Art and People and Science. I would like to especially thank SRAP members Inés Benavente, Sofía Samper, and Paula Jun for their excellent work in organizing the program of this year's edition. Thank you. Allow me, first of all, to express my congratulations for having reached the 10th anniversary. 10 years of fostering collaboration and culture through research and dialogue among disciplines. I would also like to pay tribute to Professor Ángel López Sánchez, our dear president, and the former president of our Professor Luis Salvador Carrilla, Sergio León Sabal, and Dr. Joaquín Valderrama. I extend my gratitude to the board members of the association for your inexhaustible labor in the organization of science diplomacy activities that, without a doubt, contribute significantly to the development of bilateral relations between Spain and Australia. Lastly, I must acknowledge and thank the official sponsor of this forum, the Spain-Australia Council Foundation, the Ramón Areces Foundation, the Cervantes Institute, and the Spanish company Intra Australia. As you all know, SWAP started its operation in 2014 and was established officially in April 2015 with the assistance and support of the Embassy of Spain, the Cervantes Institute in Australia, and the Spanish and the Spain-Australia Council Foundation. Since its creation, SWAP has promoted networking and collaboration between Australian research institutions and their Spanish counterparts. Furthermore, SWAP has played an essential role in the coordination, feasibility, and dissemination of scientific research, as well as promoting cultural exchange. These achievements have, without a doubt, made SWAP into a benchmark in the diaspora of scientific and research associations and culminates in the research forum that I inaugurate today, named Art and People and Science. I think the topic could not be more appropriate for this year's venue. The iconic Australian Museum, the oldest public museum in Australia, which is leader in scientific research and education. I consider it's important to emphasize the word researchers, as a word encompasses a great deal of disciplines, from natural science to humanities, from social science to architecture. And it's not possible to focus just in few academic disciplines. Multidisciplinarity is an essential characteristic of the Spanish Research Association in the Australia Pacific, and today's event aims at representing most of them. Dear guests and members of the scientific, artistic, and cultural communities, I am sure that you are looking forward to start this 10th SWAP Forum, which has an innovative approach in regards to previous years. Today, we will listen to conversations rather than individual presentations, and you, the people, are invited to be an active part of these discussions on art and science, as well as on architecture, urban design, transport, infrastructure, indigenous environmental management, anthropology, philosophy, archaeology, literature, and diplomacy. I am certain that at the end of the day, we will come back home with many new ideas to reflect on, and a wider understanding of how important it is to collaborate and exchange experiences among disciplines. Art, humanities, and science are not isolated entities. Nowadays, and increasingly, collaboration and knowledge sharing are essential to achieve a society with better tools to face economic and social and environmental changes in this rapid and very hyper-connected world. Finally, I'd like to tell you that, as you all know, the RAP has the full support of the Embassy of Spain, which in these 10 years has become a traveling companion of the RAP, and I am sure will continue to walk by your side for the next 10 years. Thank you, and have a very fruitful day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rada. And now it's my pleasure. Yes, sir. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Kathy Foley, Australia's chief scientist. So please, thanks.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be here today. It's the last, I guess, 10 weeks of my term as being Australia's chief scientist. So I begin also by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land we have today as well. I'll talk a little bit more about that later because I just want to go through about 3 different things today. First one is just some explaining what I've learned in terms of what my role is and why we have an Australian chief scientist. But also I want to talk then about from that how science and art is really important in the way we actually deliver information and the way we are able to progress as a society. And then I just want to finish off talking about how this all comes together with our ambition in the latest release of the science and research projects that came out a little while ago. So I've been in the role for nearly 4 years, and I'm still pinching myself every day that I was appointed to it by previous government and then reappointed by the current government. So my boss is the Prime Minister of the day, and my line manager is the Minister for Science. I'm an independent role, and I have 3 things. The first one is to provide independent advice to government. And the way this operates is that I don't have opinions, I don't advocate. I actually just use the evidence that's there, gather it by the extraordinary researchers across Australia and internationally who have been unbelievably helpful in dropping everything to support me when a question comes up. And I can never be wrong because the evidence exists, it doesn't exist, there's a gap or it's contested. And so in that way, it's been really easy in some ways to be able to pull things together and make sure that the government, whenever they've asked for advice on something, knows that it's not my opinion and I'm not advocating for something. It's up to them, they're our elected officials, to actually decide how best to use whatever information I give, but they've got that information to operate with. And that's been really quite an eye-opener because one of the things I've learned along the way is that researchers often pull together amazing pieces of research and then they put a whole lot of recommendations at the end. And they wonder why nobody listens. And I hate to break it to you, but governments hate being told what to do. And as a consequence, what I've found works better is you give them the evidence and the information, and they're often so used to being told what to do, even though they don't want to be told. When they don't get told, they say, where is it? What's going to happen? And so then they come knocking on your door, asking for your opinion. So you only have an opinion when you ask for it. And by doing that, it's been extraordinary, the power of our evidence I've gathered and information, how much it's translated into many of the things that the government's been, successive governments have been doing. That's the first thing, providing evidence-based advice to government. The second thing is to champion Australian science and research, not advocate, but champion, saying we do great stuff here, and it's in deep collaboration globally. We are a big landmass, the size of mainland USA. We have the population of Shanghai, scattered around the country, and so 0.3% of the world's population, but we do about 4% of the world's research. Dropped a little bit because countries like China have been growing their research while ours has been sort of staying the same. And with that, we do amazing outcomes, but we do that because we are great collaborators. And I think this is an example of the sorts of things that collaboration can do, bringing in relationships with different countries, recognizing that Australia is made up of researchers from all around the world, and having that diversity and cultural perspective is so important in coming up with new and fresh thinking. So it's really easy to champion Australian science here and overseas, science and research here and overseas. The third one is actually to look at the research sector and say, how can we make it as efficient, effective, and impactful as possible? And there's been lots of bits and pieces that I've been working on, which I'm slowly, hopefully by the year, what 10 weeks to do is bring it all together, so that we're looking at improved methods for accessing research literature, metrics, diversity and inclusion. There's the examination of the science research sector, which I am not actually going to be following on with. That's actually, I think it's today they're announcing the panel and the terms of reference and so on. There's been many things we've been working on trying to say, how can we make our research sector having that impact, but also supporting researchers as well. Probably one of the things which I didn't succeed in is trying to link PhD scholarships, but it's still plugging away at that. Never say never. So that's my role. And the thing that's been really interesting is pointing out the importance that science, as a scientist, I'm a physicist, I work in superconducting electronics, so it's in that sort of quantum physicist. And one of the things which I've been able to get across is that science on its own actually gives us new knowledge. Art on its own gives us an appreciation of beauty, of thinking, of really deeply looking at how we express ourselves. But when we bring it together, that's when we get the magic happening. And if you look at any impacts as a consequence of any discovery from research and science, what you see is that it's only when it starts being woven in with things such as the engineering to turning it into something, so that it's a tangible outcome, that it's working with policymakers, so it turns into something that is able to be a policy that changes the way the society operates. Or where we've got a business model to be able to make sure it's sustainable. If you think about the new technologies that have impacted us so much, most of them actually came along with a whole new business model. Think of Amazon Books. They don't actually make money by selling your book. They make money by actually getting you to pay on Monday and they pay their bills on Friday, and they invest their money in between, and that's where they make their money. That's why they sell their books cheaper. And not to mention how we buy music. We used to go to the record store and thumb through, go and buy the CDs and then compact discs. I mean, started with vinyl, compact discs. I think we're going back to vinyl again. But now you download it on Spotify or something like that. So these things as technologies develop, as science develops, as art develops, we actually engage with them, and that business model is equally important. And the other one is the design. And this is something which I think is really connecting science and research to art. I don't know how many of you might have seen the app or the art or the technology or the something you wanted to use and you don't actually use it. It might be fantastic, but boy, is it hard to use, or it's not just something that engages you in a certain way. And that's because as humans, we actually like to engage in things that actually make us feel good, that sort of resonates with us. And as a consequence of that, the idea that science is everything, or research is everything, is something I've been pushing hard against, saying it's actually that whole system that we have to bring together. So that's why I was really delighted to see what your topic is today. Probably one of the biggest things I did when I was, I've been in the role of chief scientist, was undertake a national conversation on behalf of the government where the question was, the government wanted me to ask was, what science and research is needed for Australia to be the country we want it to be? So I actually started off with my Joe Scout group, actually, and got them to draw diagrams about, say, what would you like, what's the most important thing in Australia? It's amazing how they had pictures of power lines saying they're worried about energy. This is 5, 6 and 7-year-olds. They had pictures of the ocean, worrying about the animals in the ocean. They were worrying about food and also just having a good time as well. So the conversation, I talked to about 1,000 people from all around Australia, from heads of industry to moms and dads in the street, rural, remote, all states and territories, as well as the city-based, and then got a range of viewpoints. When I started this, everyone was saying, you're going to get so much information, it's going to be impossible to get some priorities out of that for what science research we need to do. But the thing that was amazing was that it actually popped out. It was very easy. And I'll just go through them. The first one, actually the number one priority thing that everyone mentioned was the importance of Australia being a liberal democracy and maintaining our values, which I thought was quite extraordinary. And just by the way, school kids also said, and we want to learn for learning's sake, not for assessment. Can you fix that? I'm afraid I haven't done that. But anyway, just that's my advice. And some of you are teaching students want to learn to be taught to learn, not taught for assessment. But also what I heard was that we want to have a systems approach to all our problems. Instead of just having one solution here that then has an unintended consequence over here, we need to be able to see how all these different levers, when we pull them, actually work together and influence each other. And so the priorities actually all sort of overlap. But I'm just going to go through them in order for a reason. The first one is that you cannot do anything unless you have a strong economy. But we have to have a strong economy based on zero emissions. And we also have to recognise circular economy and sustainability and also the opportunities that new technologies will have, because we cannot rely on minerals and mineral processing in agriculture forever, which is a main part of our economy. So how can we transition so that we are low emissions and circular, and we're making the most of the great talent we have and the information we derive from our research sector and turn that into prosperity as a nation? The second one is about people. People are our greatest resource, but we need them to be healthy. And quite often the health is determined by get sick and fix it. So can we turn it around and say, how can we be as healthy as possible, looking at well-being and prevention as the pathway? So how do you deal with aging, mental health, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health as well, because that's got a huge gap there. And how can we make sure that we're doing the things which we can do for ourselves by nudging us to not eat very too much, and not to, and to do that exercise and to live in a healthy way. And there's all these things coming in across us which actually are part of having a thriving economy that actually pushes us to do things which probably isn't best for ourselves. In the centre is the one which I thought was really exciting from my perspective. And that was the need for us to elevate and recognise and work with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders to elevate their knowledge and knowledge system. 65,000 years of culture and knowledge is there, which has been largely ignored for the last 200 years. And yet it's something which no other place on the planet has that longevity of information and that true knowledge deeply into what we need to know in order to have the sustainability, the way to engage, and to the way to actually know ourselves so that we can progress as a human society that is caring and delivering on the sorts of things which, particularly the values that are held deep, even though we don't necessarily always demonstrate them. The fourth priority is about how can we do all this when our wealth and our sustainability actually comes from the land. So mining, we need the materials. We need to have huge quantities of materials to do the energy transition. So that comes out of the land. how we grow things, our food comes from the land as well, and then also our energy transition will be taking on lots of real estate as well, in order to have solar panels and wind farms. So how do we do that while maintaining our pristine environment? How can we stop extinctions? How can we have biodiversity? How can we actually go about looking at protecting our environment and making sure that we do things in a way which is making it so that we can do all the other things that are necessary, being healthy and also prosperous. And then the fifth priority is actually dealing with a secure country. Not in the sense of secure in terms of guns and defence. There's a defence research strategy about that, which was just released a couple of weeks ago by the Department of Science and Technology, Defence Science and Technology. What this is all about is the other aspects of it. How can we have biosecurity? How can we have healthy water? How can we have secure food? How can we make sure that as new technologies come across, that we have the ability to have our liberal democracy when we've got mis and disinformation coming in, and we're going to make sure that people know how to manage all the stuff and the tsunami of information that comes through, what they can trust and what they need to just let go of. So these are some of the things really critical for us to maintain ourselves of being the country we want to be. So it's pretty exciting that this was, I guess, released in September in National Science Week. No, that was in August. In August, National Science Week. And we're in the process now of trying to work out how we can do this and deliver on them, because these are Australia's priorities. These are what we need to do. They're not the everything, they're the things we want to deliver on. And what I found to be extraordinarily exciting is the willingness of groups to just come together and self-initiate. So in Adelaide this week, there was a group a multidisciplinary group looking at the fifth priority and looking at biosecurity and misinformation and things like that, to say, how can we get multidisciplinary groups to come together and under each of the priorities, there are critical research areas. There's 37 of them spread across the priorities. And so looking at those research areas, which are very high level, but saying, how can we actually have a pathway to deliver a solution for that? And to do that, it will require us to collaborate. But we need to have a systems approach. And one of the things I learned from having many roundtables with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders across the country, which was for me an extraordinary privilege, and one which I think was my life-changing experience in this role. And that was the Indigenous way of doing things, where you first of all start with building a relationship and trust before you do the doing. Now, I don't know as much about the Spanish culture, but the one I grew up with, I've lived in Sydney pretty much all my life. And I come from across all kinds of things. You've got to get in there and do it, and you sort of think about things later. One of the things I've learned in this process is that let's take a breath and go through and do the planning and the thinking first, bringing the people together, build those relationships, work out what we're going to do before we do the doing. And that's something which I hope that we will embrace. There is a science statement that goes with the priorities, and that also includes some of that thinking. But we need to have the teams which are the right teams, that are multidisciplinary, that are inclusive, and that make sure that we use the full human potential, not just here but internationally. We can't do it all on ourselves, so that we can deliver the country we want Australia to be, knowing that we're just a very small part of a whole planet. So good luck today. I'm really interested to hear what comes out of this. I am also able to be here until morning tea time, and unfortunately I've got so many things I've got to deliver before we get here. I can't spend the whole day here. So I'll hear from Marion, who I enjoy Scouts with every week, and I'll be hearing all the details afterwards. But thank you again for the invitation, and I hope that gives you an idea of how sorts of things you're doing today is absolutely aligned with the thinking that's going on across the country about how we want research to operate. So thanks very much.
Now it's my pleasure to introduce Maculana Villa, General Director of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. Maybe not. Maybe yes.
Le doy a este. A ese no.
¿Cuál botón?
No. ¿A qué botón? Es que se ha quedado pillado otra vez.
Querida embajadora, autoridades, queridos amigos, una vez más, es un honor. Dear Ambassador, authorities, dear friends, once again, it is an honor for the Spanish Chamber of Commerce to be with all of you. Although we regret not being physically present at the celebration of the 10th anniversary, we send you our warmest regards. On behalf of the President of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce and the entire management team, our most sincere congratulations to the association, to its president, dear Angel, and to those of you who have made this successful journey and the achievements of the past 10 years possible. I want to take this opportunity to make a special mention of thanks to Luis Salvador, the driving force behind the association. Thank you, Luis, for your vision, commitment, and for establishing the association 10 years ago. Luis has always been a strong believer in the value that this project could bring to our bilateral relations. And above all, in its value as an instrument of scientific diplomacy and transfer, serving our talent, our businesses, and our country. And that is exactly what has been achieved. Thank you, Luis, for your tenacity, for pursuing dreams and making them a reality. And thank you to the President for your involvement and deep commitment to Spain, to knowledge, and to science. Thank you to all the members of the association because your work has allowed us to make progress in promoting scientific diplomacy, in promoting the talents of our researchers, and in advancing scientific and technological transfer through close collaboration between universities and businesses. At the same time, you have also been promoters and founders of RunDex, the network of Spanish researchers and scientists abroad, which is an example of excellence and value for the Spain brand in our country. The association is a model of public-private collaboration, working alongside our institutions, serving our companies, their growth and competitiveness, and serving knowledge. You have created a virtuous circle of excellence. What you represent today has also been possible thanks to the support and involvement of Spanish institutions, the Embassy, the Commercial Office, the Cervantes Institute, the St. Spain Australia Council Foundation, and of course, the companies. A sincere thanks to them and to the research centers that have believed in and participated in the projects promoted by the association, projects that showcase the talent and knowledge we have, and the significant return from close collaboration between universities and businesses for the sake of growth and competitiveness. We cannot be with you physically today, and we regret this very much. But you know that you have all our support, the support of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce in Australia, and the support of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce in general. We share your objectives without a doubt, and we unquestionably support your association. We sincerely thank you for your deep commitment to our country and to what it represents. Thank you very much for all of this. Thank you very much for these 10 years. And we send you a lot of energy for the next 10 years, during which we will continue to build together for the good of our country. Thank you very much.
Now, last but not least, we have Professor Angel Lopez Sanchez, that is the president of SRAC. So he's gonna give us the normal opening very briefly.
Yes, hello. Okay. Thank you very much. Apologies for all the technical problems here and there. I'm going to try to speak here closer to this laptop because it is the one that is broadcasting with Zoom. And also we are a bit late already. So I will try also to be brief. Very brief. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I would like to provide a quick overview of the Association of the Spanish Researchers of Australia Pacific, which is an independent and not-for-profit community association of volunteers in Australia, New Zealand, and Pacific. I always like to emphasize that SRAP was founded by Spanish researchers of all branches of science, culture, and art. We are around 300 researchers in all these different places. Many disciplines, more than 30, perhaps, including chemistry, biology, physics, astronomy, architecture, history. I would like always to emphasize that it's not only the technical kind of pure scientific research. We also have plenty of researchers with us in arts, engineering, anthropology, architecture. So it's human sciences. So it is a very diverse community with a very nice gender balance, around 50-50 females and male. We have 8 delegations, 6 in Australia, New South Wales, ACT, Victoria, Queensland, Western Australia, and South Australia, 1 in New Zealand, and another in the South Pacific Islands. And SRAP is a very proud founder member of RAISEX, that I will tell you a little bit in a moment. And our mission is fostering collaboration and culture through research and development. That was what we reconstructed as association last year, building 4 main objectives: promoting and mentoring our researchers, scientific and cultural dissemination, connecting academy with industry and society, and promoting international relationships and science diplomacy. All of these we are doing them today here. But let me give you just quickly, how much? 2 minutes? Okay. Some hints of what we have been doing through the last few years, particularly through scientific and cultural dissemination. We have plenty of activities, for example, our research bites. We have conducted several this year, and this one in Melbourne was particularly important. Online seminars, scientific walks with a very variety of kind of events, scientific discussions, visit to research facilities, for example, to Siding Spring Observatory or the NASA Deep Space Tracking Station. During the National Science Week, we have been always very active, organizing different kind of events, some of them in collaboration with the Instituto Cervantes Sydney, with hybrid conferences, and sometimes also some stargazing events and so on. Although this year, I would like to emphasize the successful Science at the Heart in Davao that was organized by our Vice President, Mariam Vidal Fernandez, at the Western Plains Cultural Centers in Davao. And it was supported by a national grant and the University of Sydney. And as I said, it was very successful. We have even paintings from kids, a contest that we organized, and so on. We also try to do our best promoting and mentoring our researchers. Just quick snapshot from our blog, just broadcasting all of that, different people. And one of the main things that we are doing in that front, it is the SRAP Fundación Ramón Areces Early Career Research Award. We are giving the 3rd prize this year. The winner will be announced later today at 4:15. And we have been also working during the last few years, particularly trying to strengthen, to get a better connection between Australia Pacific and Spain. Particularly, we have a huge success on the conferences building bridges between Spanish and Australian universities, an initiative between Instituto Cervantes Sydney and SRAP, with collaboration with many different universities, not only here in Australia, but also in Spain, remarking particularly the CRUE, the Conference of Rectors of the Spanish Universities, but also we have had in person people from the University of Loyola in Spain, the University Autónoma of Barcelona, and the University of Valencia that have been extremely successful. That is also connected with the science diplomacy, and perhaps the most significant act or the most significant thing that we organize regarding the science diplomacy are the Malespina Awards. This is an honor bestowed by both the Spanish Embassy in Australia and the SRAP, and it is awarded to individuals or institutions who have made an important contribution to the advancement of the scientific and or cultural relationship between Australia and Spain. And of the winners have been announced here right now. It is actually a pleasure. It is great to have you here. And during the last couple of years, we have been celebrating this in a very successful science diplomacy event at the Australian Academy of Science. And we will do this again this year on the 15th of November, the Friday 15th of November. So just put it in your calendars. We also are part of RAICES. RAICES, it is the network of 22 associations of similar association of Spanish researchers working abroad or in all the world. More than 5,000 originally from Spain researchers working in different countries and doing a lot of science diplomacy. Our former president, honorary president, Sergio, was actually participating in a private audience with His Majesty Felipe VI, the King of Spain, some few years ago. And we also connect a lot with the academy, with industry, and we try to do that as much as possible. And we are increasing all those collaborations. That is why you, for example, have seen the message from the General Director of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce, and we have also the representative of the Australian Spain Chamber of Commerce here. You, Rod, for coming. And some industries are very much involved in SRAP and are actually sponsoring in some way and participating very actively. And some of you are here. Indra Australia sponsors our research forums. The Navanti Australia sponsors Malespina Award. We also have very strong support from TIPSA and Consistex. For example, that invited us to participate in the Gala Dinner that organizes the Chamber of Commerce, and with Ferrovial too. So it is, as I want to emphasize, and that is basically my finishing with this, a very rich ecosystem connecting research, governmental institutions and industry here in Australia, but also with Spain and Europe. Sometimes I don't want to forget that Spain is also part of the European Union, and we also have plenty of conversation in that we have, and in a very rich landscape. Let me just finish also saying that is the great opportunity of having this kind of forums that we are going to celebrate, and we are celebrating opening today the 10th of the forum. I want to congratulate all members of the SRAP, and particularly all those who have been sharing and participating very actively during the last 10 years in all these forums. But particularly for this year, I want to emphasize and remark and thanks Sophia here, Paula there, and Ines here for organizing this event that I hope everyone is going to enjoy. So I think I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Angel, for being very brief. That was great. Thank you all the speakers of this formal opening, and now we welcome you all to join us for morning tea, just in the same place where we have the coffee and tea, so just here at the Hicks Hall. Thank you very much. We will be back at 10:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Enhorabuena. Muchas gracias por la invitación. Estoy impresionado por la pregunta de este año. Bastante que tiene más precedente que tiene.
Te lo agradezco mucho. Estoy a un par de...
Venga.
Podemos la.
A ver si lo podemos mover. Traigo, no te preocupes.
Eso te iba a decir.
Ponlo si quieres aquí.
Tenemos 2 mesas, entonces si quieres usa una para, ¿no?
Sí, puedes poner eso y darme que me dé.
Liquid cooling para el ordenador.
Hay un trapo ahí, pero no sé quién es, a lo mejor no lo tomo.
¿Cuál trapo?
Eso que hay ahí,
Ah, no, eso igual está.
igual es sartén, claro, igual estoy liando aquí una pieza de hace 250 años y lo tengo para limpiar, ¿sabes? Sí, vale, sí, yo también tengo un video.
Saca el cable por el.
Ahora yo voy a poner otro cable, otra regadera para que pueda poner esta.
Espera, que tengo 3 ahí.
Vale.
Así sí.
Sí, desde ahí se escucha mejor. Y lo otro que no sé qué le pasa es al dichoso.
Y ya está. Lo ponemos, claro, porque ellos van a estar hablando aquí, va a ser un poco raro no tenerlo. Entonces, tal vez lo podemos poner ahí. Yo lo pondría un poco para el lado para que no esté delante suyo, porque parece que están hablando al ordenador. Y poner el agua delante. Tal vez ponerlo ya simplemente ahí, claro, ahí. ¿Sí? Perfecto.
Absolutely wonderful. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much for this last one. Great opportunity. As at the end we were just running late, I wanted to thank everybody and
Exactly. I think around, so very nice to see you. Yes, yes. And very
Have
good.
a lot of things to talk about. Science. No soon standing of the man. Good luck.
Thank you.
See ya.
Para hacer un poquito de.
Fue muy bien.
Ella francesa, pero. Yeah, well, but I don't think you can help us with this because just as we're having the Zoom broadcast, the people said that we were using the microphones from the laptop.
Right.
So I don't know if there's any way to connect the.
No, not easily. It's
I
a
don't-
whole,
yeah,
yeah, it's got to rewire.
Yeah, that
After
I was,
thinking, even then it doesn't always
that
work.
was my thinking. Yeah, it'll be too.
Yeah, they just have to talk unless someone's got a microphone that can plug in a bigger one.
Yeah.
But yeah, they might just have to make sure they talk close to.
Yeah, that's what we are trying to move it up closer. But just in case, I know it'll be very complicated, but just wanted to check it.
So what I've done in the past when I'm usually doing that is they're talking to the lectern.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
like
if
to
you
put the
can
laptop like
talk
this, so it's
right.
to the laptop because for the.
So I can put it all.
That's what I'd usually do. I'd usually just put it on the lectern.
Yeah,
That way it's
Not what I can do is putting the laptop there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I normally do. So it's right in front of their, that way it's right in front of their face.
Yeah.
I'd put it on, I'd put it on lectern, that way it's right in front of their face, and that way they'll be able to be heard.
Yeah, I
Um,
prefer that.
You want me to move it? We'll see if we can stretch it. If we can't, I can move this
Well,
cable across.
the cable,
There's power down in the floor here as well.
That would be that.
So we'll make it all.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna stay there. for the rest
That
of
would
the
be,
day.
yeah.
So what I can do is I can put that in.
It's here.
Yeah, that way now it's gonna stretch. Yeah.
You just come down.
No,
One second.
that's right.
That's all right. No, we're gonna swap it all, make it all work for you.
Ahí lo hemos perdido otra vez. amigo.
No, porque estás conectado, claro.
No, yo no me he desconectado.
No.
El HDMI lo habéis desconectado. Vale.
That's power. That's connection. That's there. Give me a second to swap all this across, make sure everything's doing exactly.
El power, sí. Ese es mío, este cable es mío. Y necesito otro cable para ponerle la batería al portátil de Paula. Claro, cuando lo moviste era porque no estaba. El problema,
Sí,
claro, que
sí,
lo que
porque
se
estaba
siente,
viendo-
se siente ahí, si está aquí en medio, yo creo que es mejor. Pero mira, yo creo que es mejor si están sentados, va a ser mejor. Si alguien viene aquí a hablar, es mejor aquí.
I just need to get to know how it's, I need to control the laptop myself.
Yeah, yeah, I think that they're still trying to figure it out, the basic
Yeah, and I,
stuff, and then we can let you know probably in the next. Break, or I'll go and look for you in the cafe.
Because no, she's talking now. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm going to explain you in a sec. Let me try to fix it. Let me try to fix it.
how the business
Tendrían que mover, ¿no?
That's all.
¿Ves? Le da para acá. Y esa es la siguiente.
Vale, se me oye, sí. Hello, thank you for being so punctual back in the. So thank you very much. We are starting the first session of the three. I have to say I'm very excited to be here today with all the speakers, and I was looking forward to the day. Well, the first couple that we have a conversation, this session is about research, art, and ecology. It's a very broad title. The first conversation has the title Biodiversity and Taxonomy, and I would like to add also museums. And the guests are Dr. Anthony Gill. He's a curator of National History at the Macleay Collection at the Chau Chak Wing Museum, University of Sydney. And also Dr. Marcos Roca-Cusax. He's an entomologist. Last year, he was awarded with the Early Career Researcher Award. He researched at the Research Centre School of Biological, Earth and Environmental Sciences at the University of New South Wales. Both of them share a very similar academic background, but they work in a slightly different environments. So I would like to invite them and start the conversation. They will talk about 20 minutes, and then we have 10 minutes for you to ask questions and participate in the conversation. Thank you. No cambia.
No, cuanto que se toque a la derecha de aquí, da la lata. ¿Digo? Sí.
Okay, thanks. Sorry for technical issues. I am Marcos. You might know me from last year, and as Paula mentioned before, both Anthony and I share very similar background. We are both taxonomists. He's an ichthyologist. For the ones who don't know, that means he works with fish. I'm an entomologist. I work with insects, specialized in stink bugs. So everybody hates them because they make it really bad. Why we are sitting together, both of us, when we do exactly the same is basically because Anthony has more of this. Well, you can explain yourself better than I can.
I'm basically a museum person that somehow found himself in a university. I did my PhD here at the Australian Museum. I worked in the Smithsonian, the American Museum of Natural History, the Natural History Museum in London, and then eventually went to a university setting at Arizona State University where I looked after the zoological collections there. My current position is at Chau Chak Wing Museum, which formerly was 3 different museums, the Art Gallery, the Nicholson Museum of Antiquities, and the Clay Museum. And in the middle of COVID in 2020, we opened as the Chau Chak Wing Museum in a nice new building. My job is mostly about looking after the collection, researching the collections, and then presenting it to the public in the form of exhibitions. I do my research essentially on the side. So my fish research is almost entirely done using annual leave. But that puts me in a position where I have to talk about why we have the collections. And that's the main thing I use my exhibition space for. So that's kind of the difference, I think, in that Marcus is still primarily engaged in the research side of things.
Yeah, like most engaged on the other part, which would be a lot of sample collection, going to the field, examining all these fresh material, and then actually being a user of all these natural history collections and dealing with not what we see out here in the corridors, but as was mentioned before, like going to all the back places, starting opening doors, boxes, and finding all these amazing things that have never been seen by anyone in the past 200, 300 years.
So the collections I work on are essentially from just a few decades in the 19th century, between about 1870 through to the end of 1880. We also have collections that were put together by the founder of our McClay collections, Alexander McClay. He was an insect collector based in London, and kind of went broke buying insects.
Don't we all, yeah.
So basically, he pulled together collections of insects from all sorts of other collectors. And that's at the time he moved to Australia, he went broke, had to come out of retirement to move to Australia in 1826 and become the Colonial Secretary of New South Wales, bringing with him that collection. That collection was our foundation collection. So it has material going back well into the 18th century. So it's one of the old, well, no doubt the oldest collection in Australia. So it's very much a historical collection. But Chris talked a bit about the importance of the Australian Museum collection. And one thing Marcus and I are well aware of is the Australian Museum collection is very important, but it's part of a global collection. All of these collections around the world participate in our understanding biodiversity.
Yeah, we had previous conversation just now in the coffee break is all these natural history collections are part of our world inheritance. I was mentioning before, Tony, like I got asked this question by some of my flatmates when they saw some pictures of some really old specimens. They like this guy over here. They asked me, like, how much is that worth? It's like, can somebody buy that? To be honest now, it's like, is the Mona Lisa available to buy, or La Sagrada Familia, can you buy it? Officially, no, that's belongs to all of us. And an important part of that is we as natural history people, or like museums of natural history, we don't get as much funding usually to keep all these collections safe. It's safe, I mean, in terms of humidity, pest controls. This is like actually one of the dog is like 300-year-old fish stuck in a cardboard. And we still need this specimen to know what this species is, because if this name or this specimen gets lost, we lose the track of the name. And then if something similar but slightly different comes across, we cannot make a decision as taxonomists because we need that. And like, I put some examples here. See, like this fish, which was described by Linnaeus, which is the father of taxonomy or father of nomenclature, which is like that old. But also an example of the bugs I work with, which is this not Linnaeus, Fabricius, one of his students, about more or less the same age. But like I've been able to handle this specimen in the British Museum with my own hands, and the fact that it's still there, it brings like much more value to all these natural history collections.
So one thing we kind of skipped over is what we actually do when we say we do taxonomy. That's about understanding the species and how they're classified and the names that go with them. And one of the underpinning kind of rules that we try to follow is that if a species is named multiple times, it's the oldest name that we actually apply to that species. And these species names enable us globally to understand biodiversity. We speak the same language. When we say it's species X or Y, it's the same name used throughout the world. Common names don't work. I often get in, I often participate in social media fish identification sites, and you get into arguments about, oh, of course you can eat toadfish. No, your toadfish isn't our toadfish. Ours is poisonous. So the scientific names actually mean quite a lot, and they also participate in legislature, such as how things can be marketed, by security, all sorts of things to do with ecosystem management and resource management.
Yeah, also like big concern in conservation issues. It's like if a species does not have its proper name, or we don't know how many species are there under that name, there is no sense in translocating species, trying to conserve something that we really do not know what it is, because it does not have a name, or the name has been assigned incorrectly. And then it's where we have all these problems where species that were thought to be something that are used in agriculture and can actually help us a lot are confused. Some other species is brought, and we have a Cato problem again. So it's important to know what is what, and there's this reason behind, and like having these reference collections to be able to check always, it is important. I mean, the accession of these sites.
One of the things about the collections, though, is they're not necessarily accessible to everyone. It takes a lot of years of study to be able to make sense of the actual specimens. I work on very brightly coloured coral reef fishes. People say, oh, you're so lucky you work on brightly coloured coral reef fishes. No, I work on brown fishes in jars. They've got no colour left. But I have to make that connection. I have to make that connection so it allows other people to make the most of us in the museums, to be able to make sense of past information, of distribution information, for instance, climate change, whatever information is actually hiding in those collections. And it's not always biological information as well. It could be, it could speak to social history as well. Who collected the specimens? What were the movements? What were the networks of exchange or economy that went with the specimens? So there's a whole range of things that can only be accessed if you can connect the specimens back to the natural world.
Yeah, and also like as which came up with the conversation with Paula while organizing this, is that we have to act many times as historians and go back, like you see here, these articles are in Latin, 300 years old. And in most of the cases, like now with the internet it's easy, but imagine 30 years ago without the internet, like all the movement of original manuscripts that were traveling around the world, people actually be able to know what's going on. And like the lack of this information is what in some cases has resulted in a species having multiple names, because the species has been described multiple times in very different places, in very different languages, and probably in some cases all the same year. So that complicates things in a much more way. We still have a code which we have to follow, and it's pretty strict, but it like allows us like to trace all these things back and make the decisions as experts, because it's like we're saying also, like we kind of have an opinion, but it's fact-based, which sounds a bit weird coming from science, because our opinion actually matters and we are asked to give our opinion.
And one other thing is we're kind of cheap scientists. I have a microscope with a drawing tube attached so I can do illustrations. I have a camera, a computer, I have specimens. That's all. That's
a lot of bibliography.
Yeah. And it's a lot of looking at things and trying to make sense of, like, specimens I thought were the same species at one stage. When I accessed more information, I decided actually that it's two different species, and that impacts on how the species are managed in the natural world.
Thank you very much. Maybe you have more things to say, but I know that some of us, we already have a lot of questions about what you said. So if there is anyone who wants to ask a question, just raise, and Ines, Sophia and I will bring you one. Okay, no, we have one.
I'm sure many of us have the same question of mine. I'm thinking about last year's forum. How does AI has changed or impact your field for good, for bad, and how?
Well, it depends on which field. I'm a little concerned in terms of my exhibition work that AI is going to take over the roles of curators. And I've seen text generated by AI, exhibition text, and it's often a little off or a lot off. I'm not sure how it's going to participate in our actual taxonomy. Image recognition software, I can imagine playing a role, but
there's been attempts for speech identifications using AI. And obviously, you can write a description using AI, giving it software parameters. That's in the end, that's and just the need. But in terms of speech identification, the thing is probably you still need a technician to prepare the. We check, like, for example, in my box, I don't know with this, but we have to dissect and we have to check the internal genital organs. If you don't have someone that knows how to do that, it doesn't matter what an AI tells you, because some species can only be differentiated by the internal genital organs, which good luck with that.
Hello, I'm Luis Salvador Carulla from the University of Canberra, and I am a taxonomist of healthcare systems. And so the thing of taxonomy is that it has gone beyond the field of biology, and it's a critical tool for understanding complexity in topics. We work on a model developed in IT that is called ontoterminology to understand the taxonomies and the terminologies related, for instance, to the classification of health services. A problem we have in health research is that when we mention names and taxonomy, everyone goes out from the room. They think this is a very boring thing, that they don't want to be involved in developing these things. And I would like to get your feedback of how we can improve the visibility and understanding of the importance of what we are doing from in other areas like health.
Well, from a biological perspective, one thing I've been doing for a number of years is engaging with school groups, getting kids involved. So my research usually generates the number of new species each year. So I get the kids to actually help name the new species. They vote on which name, they suggest names. Seems around year 10, 11, you get obnoxious names, but the young ones do okay. And then I actually publish the species with that name, with the winning name, and report the winner in our magazine. So I think there are creative ways of engaging younger people, and they're the ones that are our future. You engage them in what you actually are trying to do. I think it makes the future road a little smoother.
Also, I think that it's easy for us grown-ups to understand that if things are organized in its place and where they should be, then it's always easy to track them down.
Hello, Anthony, I'd love to ask you a question. The McLean Museum was always a long-time favourite of mine, and I've borrowed specimens from it for many exhibitions. And I'm just wondering now,
in the chart track, we juxtaposed with, you know, so much art, so much stories, so much other things. Have you, I mean, are you able, do you think, to keep it purely as a kind of natural history museum, or do you feel that you have a pressure to make exhibitions that are much more, if I say artistic or whatever, they're open to other ways of looking at it?
I don't see I have pressure to do it, but it's something I try to do anyway. There's always ways you can engage with, say, the antiquities collections or scientific instruments or whatever. For instance, we have an exhibition which looks at how species were named using heroes and villains from Greek mythology. And actually, those actually relate to classifications. So the Trojans, the Trojan War, you have the Greeks and the Trojans. They're actually the names were applied using by Linnaeus actually to butterflies. They're either Greeks or Trojans that actually represented classification. So as a way of people remembering the names when he proposed it, because most of his audience were trained in classic. One of my recent exhibitions shows how taxonomy is used, or how the collections are used to understand classification and species diversity. And because the Conservatorium of Music is now part of Sydney Uni, one of the things I found when I was researching pigeons and doves is how many have gone extinct. The dodo is the classic example. Another classic example is the passenger pigeon. So what I found was some musical annotation from that a researcher made around the turn of the century from one of the last surviving passenger pigeons. And so I put that up display to try and engage the music people with it. Maybe there's a composition that could be based on that annotation.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Opinion.
Now, I think it's Sergio and Nigel, and then Josephine. Please, if you don't mind introducing yourself so we get to know each other. So for the rest of it.
I have a question concerning anatomy and the use of either photography or hand-drawn images or analysis of structures. Is still a place for the latter?
I gave a talk several years ago at the Macleay on drawing to see better. And I spend a lot of my time actually doing illustrations. I illustrate things because it forces me to look hard. And I see things that I wouldn't have seen if I just took a photograph. It was part of my training in zoology. It's not necessarily part of training anymore, but you expected to produce illustrations of all your biological specimens.
I must add that it's sometimes a photograph is great, shows you the colors, structures, but there's too much interference. So when you actually have an illustrator precisely showing the character you want to show, because it's an interpretative view, you might not have exactly the photograph of the specimen, but you're pushing out that character that it's actually diagnostic for the anatomy, or like you kind of layer it out like in a Photoshop kind of thing, but using your hands. Which I think it's still useful, and we still use it in our labs. We have an illustrator working with us.
So one of the things I often say about taxonomy is it's an unusual biological science in that you're expected to be a historian, an artist, a whole bunch of things that go beyond just working with animals.
A linguist.
Yeah, like a linguist as well.
All the languages.
Yeah.
I think. Josephine.
Yeah, hi. This is for both of you. I just wanted to know if you could use your work and collections to better understand the changes in biodiversity and if that can inform us in any way about the extinction crisis in the species.
I mean, definitely. We currently can know, thanks to the old natural history collections or the historic ones, the records that were in a specific area. And actually, I kind of prepared a slide for that, which is this guy over here. You can read the label. It was collected in 1896 in Mindanao, Philippines, in the northern part of Mindanao. This specimen belongs to when the Philippines was still Spanish colony, and it was housed at the Spanish Museum of Natural History. Only 2 specimens now. I went there to that same locality, and there's nothing left. It's all coconut plantations, and this species definitely does not live in coconuts. It lives in some kind of oak trees. Because we know there's all the rest of the species related to that. So we assume that. So the probability that this species is extinct is very high. But then the fact that I could, because I described the species on 2021, but based on these 2 specimens from 1896. So we can know, and obviously we still need to do a lot of effort in keep collecting, despite nowadays it's getting much more complicated with Nagoya protocols, with local legislations that actually do not allow us to collect samples. And that is something we are constantly fighting, because we need to collect, we need to kill all these whatever to actually have a record in 200, 300 years, because a photograph is not going to be enough.
I've also encouraged people, fellow biologists, to put voucher specimens in collections. What if the name of your species you devoted 10 years of your research on changes in the future? Without a specimen for a taxonomist to look at, you put a deadline on your and finished off your publication. It's worthless if you can't actually associate it in the future with an actual species. But a lot of our collections, particularly the older collections, actually speak to habitat loss, environmental change. A lot of the Macleay collections, for instance, were collected Elizabeth Bay, where the Macleays lived. Those things don't live there anymore. But it gives insight into what used to live there, what Sydney used to look like.
I think we have one last question.
Yes. Hello. My name is Javier Alvarez-Mon, and I'm an archaeologist, and I'm working in the Middle East, studying the civilizations of the Sumerians. And you all know the Sumerians invented writing, and they were the first taxonomists when they started to structure the world and to create these categories of trees or birds. So we have a cuneiform tablets with these classifications. So my question to you is more about the advantages and the inconveniences of classification on taxonomies, because many of the things they did when they classified their world was to actually, the way they saw and understood the world, therefore they created these classifications that we will not use today. So for me, the question is whether there is actual animals or fish or that you study that actually you hesitate to put in a specific category, and you may create different categories, or you see that maybe the classifications or the structures you are using, they are not appropriate. So I'm more interested in that, the taxonomy, the notion of taxonomy, how that helps or not. Thank you.
I'll take that. So I besides doing full-on taxonomy, I also do molecular phylogenies, which every time new molecular phylogeny comes out, we see that the current classification is a mess. I did not present anything like that. You saw it last year, so like some bunch of trees, keeps changing. And our work is basically accept those changes and reclassify everything based on the set rules we have on our zoological book. But then there is cases where you find something that is unclassifiable and you just create a new genus or create a new family because it shares no characters with any other thing we know. So you just think as naming species or the erection of species as hypotheses that we are just proposing, and they're always up for debate. But then, like, we are both zoologists, but then the plants have a different book with different rules, completely different, that I do not understand because they're too complex. And the bacteria have another one. So each one of us has our own set of rules that are more or less similar because they're kind of all based on Linnaeus, but it's each one of them, it's a mess.
The very, very last one. So, and then, yes, we start with the next session.
Thank you both. This is a question about different forms of taxonomy. And I'm just wondering, to what degree are we in a position to engage with, say, Indigenous taxonomy? And I think this is possibly a question that's hard to answer, but just by way of illustration, my colleague Fiona Walsh works with Mardud and other Central Desert people with flying termites. And in the taxonomy, in the naming, they are part of the family of sugar, like honey, like other saps that are sweet. And of course, it's a completely different taxonomy and it comes through the languages. But there are insights that are possibly far deeper that we haven't even started to understand.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of explaining. There isn't a one-to-one relationship between what we call species and various indigenous cultures call species or give names. There's also additional complexities within the social systems within each community. One of the things we try to do at the Chao Chak Wing Museum is to actually engage with local community. So when we display a specimen from a given area, we actually give the local name as well, the appropriate local name. So part of my work at the moment is going back through early colonial literature and trying to find usage of Indigenous names. I had a great find at the last year, actually, an old copy of Ramsay's birds that were known at the time. Ramsay was a curator here in the late 19th, late 19th, early 20th century. A piece of paper fell out that had a list of birds and 4 different regions with Aboriginal names for those regions. I'm pretty sure none of those words exist anymore. So we're rediscovering Indigenous names as part of that work. And that allows us to re-engage with the community saying, here's what we found. Does this mesh with anything you've got? Is it all new to you now? So yeah, it's part of or certainly part of my work is trying to make that engagement.
Well, thank you very much, Tony and Marcos. Well, and now next conversation. I invite to come to Janet Lawrence. She's an artist from Sydney, and she's also an adjunct professor at the School of Art and Design at the University of New South Wales. And also Dr. Ro McFarlane. She is a researcher at the Healthy Environments and Life Global Research Centre at the University of Canberra. Please. First of all, I wanted to say the title of when I met the speakers in my session, I always told them that they can change the title if they want to. They kept the title, but so I'm going to add, please. So, well, the title of their conversation is ecosystems, but it is also very much about health and environments and how can art and science collaborate.
We don't know what, this is our first
This is the
conversation.
question. So you want in a
we need this in front of us.
Yes.
Can we stand here?
Yes, you can stand. Well, if you want to stay standing, that's fine. Yes.
I was just going to walk down and just get organised.
Yeah, you wanted to look at the slides too.
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry, we're just meeting.
No, we've had a conversation, and what's really quite interesting is that Janet and I come together in quite a few thematical areas, but I started off as a young person going to university thinking, oh, do I want to follow my art interest or my science interest? And I've actually had a dabble in going to art school at one stage, and I even put myself through uni doing botanical illustrations down the road at the Botanic Gardens. But I chose science. And the science that I do is science of health and biodiversity, those interlinkages. And that's taken various trails, which we might come back to. But most recently, I'm working with the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform of Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services as a coordinating lead author, trying to get health, biodiversity, food, water, climate into our policy in a way that is mutually win-wins, and to do that so it works for all people internationally and First Nations and mainstream communities. Now that's complex. Ecosystems are complex, but the interesting thing is that the longer I've worked in this area, the more I'm interested in how you actually communicate, how you bring people on board. And increasingly, I'm actually thinking that the art was possibly the more powerful of the routes taken. So I'm going to hand to Janet, because Janet actually came into her career from a fascinatingly mirrored experience.
Well, sort of the reverse mirror, that I was being forced to study medicine, but always I had a deep passion to study art. So I had to travel to Europe to study art. And I spent a long time in Europe. And I think living there actually informed me very much about my relationship to our land here. But I think in relation to what Rose is saying, I think that it is true that art does come from a space of desire. It comes from a more emotional space, and thus and hopefully it can communicate to emotions, and it's less rational, of course. And I think in these catastrophic times, art is really important, because we can't keep going along as usual. We really need to find new ways of living on this planet with, this huge climate change catastrophes and everything else going on. And I think art opens up the possibility, because it does come from a space of imagination, and it does open up the possibility of looking and of curiosity and wonder, and opening up possibilities of other ways of thinking. So I think that, but however, in working as an artist, I do base a lot of my work on scientific facts, in fact. And I do go out into destroyed forests, sort of researching or creating my own little research camps. And then that results in works, because what I really want to show is not only do I want to lament what we're losing, but I want to show the wonder and beauty of what we're losing. And I also want to move in very closely to our nature, as in that broad terms, to experience its fragility, to understand
and to try and express this in my work and bring people with me in trying to care about it. So using often a language of empathy. So it will allow people to know that we need to care on that very intimate level. Might happen in a museum, it's a case like this, but it actually can, I hope, bring people into the wider world of knowing how we need to care. So
if I just sort of jump in there, I think one of the real challenges in the work I do, and I also teach at the university, and I know that trying to communicate about what biodiversity is, what ecosystems are, why they matter, has one very fundamental stumbling block. And this is whether for students or even in a more intergovernmental space, talking with health, in that people don't necessarily see the complexity. I think we've lost a lot of the ability to see that. And I'm really interested in how you're helping us to see.
Well, I think the thing about art, it can actually create visibility on things that, you know, are invisible. And I also think artists are free to speak, that often scientists aren't. And I've found that to be an absolute fact. For example, even here, I borrowed these 600 birds many years ago from the Australian Museum, but I put them into an environment that was an old chapel for children at St. Margaret's Hospital in these circles that was kind of quite a moving sort of space to see all these birds. Sort of 75% of them are now extinct. And so it's kind of, you get this information with the artwork, it's in the public space, and you can move around and look at these objects, not behind glass or in vitrines, but as your little companions, because your nose is at their beak height. So, you know, so it's a very intimate experience in a very moving space. So it's all to do with trying to bring that communication. And another way of that communicating, this is a very jumbled group of slides. It's not, one doesn't follow the other, but this was at Homebush Bay when they were turning it into the Olympic site, and I had a toxic creek, which actually turned into now a very green living space through the artwork. In fact, I get them ringing up all the time saying there's too many trees, there's too many water hens, what are we going to do about it? Because it's an artwork, they can't change it, they can't destroy it. And the interesting thing is, when I first did this piece, it was to show the toxins in the water, because Sydney was going through a cryptosporidium scare, as you may remember, and all the waters were being tested in a lab nearby, which I went into and did a lot of research. And the EPA said to me, you can't reveal those numbers. And I said, but it's only an artwork. And they went, oh, that's okay then. So it's a really interesting thing as an artist that you have the freedom to speak, unless you're being sort of sponsored by Santos, of course. But anyway, so, and that particular work led to a water bar, which actually had all these waters from all these different a whole range of aquifers down the east coast. All of them are named, and the minerals in the water are labelled, and there's water bearers walking around giving people test tube tastes of the water to explain that the water changes its nature according to the journey it's taken, and to try and understand this whole interconnection of everything, you know. And people had never really even thought about, you know, that their taste of water was brought about by the environments that travel through and the geology. So
I'm going to pick up on something that you said just before, Janet.
Yeah.
And these are such sort of powerful health images. So it seems like a good point to say. That idea of my work has to be very evidence-based. I have to be very careful that it's defendable. And yet sometimes there's things we want to say that we don't have the evidence to say. And I think this is something that I'm really grateful here for, the sort of work and the visibility, even the hypothesis raising. And I said before, you know, I'm starting to think art's much more important. certainly the creative processes, because I have to think all the time. And I often do drawings or sketches to try and visualize what it is that I'm trying to then communicate in science. This, of course, is doing this so strongly. The other point I want to make is that, and I actually brought just show and tell because I thought, you know, what's the juxtaposition against these beautiful images? I'm a writer, aren't I? I write scientific articles, I write books. They look a bit like bricks. And, you know, I thought maybe that was a good juxtaposition. So I just take out something. It's too hard to do one hand, but, you know, you take out one brick and you wonder how much do people take from this? And, you know, all right, Exhibit A, Sustainable Development Goals, their impact on forests and people for the International Union of Forest Research Organisations. Climate change and global health, just off the press for Caddy. Health of Antarctic wildlife, biosecurity, really, really important. Stopping, well, the movement of microbes is particularly potent at the moment as we look at highly pathogenic avian influenza that's been going around the globe, killing wild mammals and seabirds. It's going to arrive in Australia this spring. So it's terribly important, but we get information overload. We know that very little of what we write actually gets read. So translating and communicating science is an interest. And I think this is where, if I pass back to Janet, you know, she's really visualising a lot of these challenges with this spectacular artwork.
Yeah, well, just following on that and bringing people into caring and knowing and understanding. This was a hospital for plants, and it's just laid out like a real hospital with all the wards, you know, from like, you know, emergency right through to maternity, and there's even a morgue. But in fact, what's interesting is that the people looking after it absolutely loved looking after it. They loved caring for these little plants, and you know, in the ICU, they were giving them little test tubes of water and so on. And the thing I want to say is that this act of caring and generosity enables within us a sense of hope. I mean, it's like we're acting on something rather than just sitting back and looking at it and feeling, what can we do? And I find that that's a really important thing about having artworks that people are engaged in participating in. And these slides have got very enlarged somehow. Sorry, I don't know. So it's really, yeah, there we are. And so, and this work, this hospital for plants, everything that died became a museum exhibit, and it now lives in the Art Gallery of New South Wales when they bring it up. But in fact, it's installed as a vitrine of the memory of nature, with paintings hanging all around, which are the colonial paintings and the conquest of our land. And you see in there where they're beginning the ring barking, and there's a little owl that's looking out on his dead tree. And so it tells a story. And that's the other thing with art, is this ability to be able to tell the story. And I think that brings people along with it. And this work really does that in this space, in juxtaposition with the collection of paintings. It's really, it's great how it like really brings that in. These have gone huge. I don't know how to bring that down. Okay, so you can see a detail there. And there's another huge vitrine, which this is called Requiem, which is everything we've lost in our nature, which is a whole enormous collection of fragments of what's gone extinct, of all the writings, the naming of species. It's a very large collection in the National Gallery in Canberra. And you can see a detail of inside it like that. It's chaos, because it is chaos, really, what we've lost. It's just this enormous this destruction is enormous, and yet you try and put some order into it in these sort of into these artworks, because you're trying to draw people in to understand. And looking through transparent layers is one way of kind of showing that complexity and layering and ecological connection with things. I think it's
What I'd like to just say on that is that one of the big challenges, particularly in the health environment space, has been because biodiversity is multi-layer, where you can take the CBD definition of it, and it's everything from the diversity of systems, ecosystems, which is the topic of our talk, to species, all the way through to genetics. And when we start talking about health, biodiversity interactions or chains of causation, often the scales don't meet. And so it's very complex science. And when I said before, people are often unclear about what all that diversity is or what it means. What, from an ecological point of view, we understand is we've got built-in resilience because we have this diversity. Once we start chipping away, simplifying our biological diversity, we can arrive at tipping points in which we have very much more simple systems which do not provide the sorts of services or health support that we have. But again, communicating that the loss of one species, it doesn't seem a big thing to many people. And the importance of that in that chaos is something that you've been trying to visualise.
And yes, and following the bushfires, which was a time when most people came to a realisation of this horrendous loss, I put on a requiem in the Paddington Reservoir Gardens, and with a lot of different participants, including a whole children's field and the Red Rebels, who do these amazing extinction performances, with the Sydney Environment Institute doing talks. And Groundswell, you know, there were loads of people doing lots of amazing events and talks and artworks through it. And it was all about a lament for the loss of all those species in the bushfire. Because, as you remember, we'd never had the time for that grieving because COVID came along. So this really provided that space for it. And I think that communal caring and communal concern is really important, and it's the art that could bring that together in such you know, a way about let's look at ways of transforming that lament. Let's look at ways of how can we think, how can we move on. And I think again art's so alchemical that it allows that sort of way of thinking. And like, here's all the waters from the all the rivers of the bushfires, and you can see they're all toxic. And these girls explain the whole story about the waters, and people don't realise the extent of the damage, you know, something like that, and how it goes on. Oops.
I'll keep going. I think this is beautiful.
Well, I suppose I'm just moving. I don't know what slides are what. Oh, okay. Well, this was actually here in this museum, and it's a hospital for the Great Barrier Reef, which was originally for the Paris climate in Paris. I did a hospital in the beautiful Natural History Museum there. And then it came here because the Australian Museum actually took me on as a resident artist and sent me to Lizard Island, where I did work with all the scientists on the story of what was happening in the Barrier Reef. And this is a bit of an ongoing thing. In next year, I have a show in Berlin that's very much still about this. And anyway, again, this sort of big way of showing this mass of fragmented ecosystems of our marine world. And then I moved on suddenly to these, everywhere's needing this help and calling on art to try and find a way of expressing that and bringing people in. And this is in the MCA, a huge forest of hanging veils that are actually 100 trees from all around the world that one gets immersed into, and they have the films going through of fragments of species and all in negative because they're all so disturbed. And you know, it's kind of an amazing forest space to be in, but it's disturbed. Yeah.
Wow. Understanding that we need to open up to answer questions, I do have one question I want to throw to Janet, though, but I'm going to throw it to the rest of the audience. I work in public health. Now, public health doesn't see itself so much in hospitals. It sees itself absolutely at that preventative stage, getting involved in all aspects of what we call determinants of health right across society, right across the environment. You've taken that metaphor of the hospital, and yet really, as Kathy also said, that investment in prevention, that's where we need to be really exciting change.
Yeah. And one of the ways we know that we can feel better in ourselves is by recognizing our connection with nature and being within it. And we know it has amazing effects on mental health and our general well-being. And yeah, I think it's a really important area. And I've sort of done exhibitions like this that you're inside a whole forest, so to speak, in the gallery, or in this little space where you're learning about all the psychoactive plants and just studying them inside a little type of museum space. And look, and then this is where you taste you actually imbibe the elixirs of the plant, which is, I just say, so it's brewing them up in the way that they will allow the taste of them. But it's much more, it's not talking about a cultural thing so much as the biochemistry of the plants and why they taste the way they do, and it's bringing you into intimate connection with them. And I've just, we can, Time for sorry, I didn't have to. Is there any one question or you would like?
Thank you. This is a fascinating presentation, and I just want to, I'm curious to see if there is or if you see the connection between water health, the mental health as well in relationship to, for instance, there's this pseudoscientist, Japanese, called Masaru Emoto, with these incredible studies about the relationship between water and the molecules that are very differently and created these different crystalline structures as they froze the water. And they were incredibly different when water suffers disturbances, as opposed to when water is in a peaceful relationship, not only in the environment, and in the relationship of nature, but also in the relationship with humans.
Yeah.
How we are mentally related to that environment.
Yes, I have read the work. I mean, it's fascinating, and I definitely believe that we have effect on all things. We are affected by, and they are affected by us. I totally believe that. You know, when you walk at night and you're listening to the crickets and suddenly they stop because they're aware of you. And I know it sounds, but I just love that thing. And I think definitely that water and that crystallization, it's just, it's utterly fascinating. But, and with our health, of course, health of water, which Ro would be the expert on.
Well, I'm not an expert on water, but I'd just add that we've done a lot of work now on what we call microbiome. And whilst not exactly the same, just that idea that the sheer diversity of microbes, which can be bacteria, fungi, whatever, just as they interact with our skins or with our guts, have much more profound interaction or impact on us and our health. And for example, the skin microbiome now appears to be stimulating our immune system. As we simplify biodiversity, as we simplify the stimulation of our immune system, we're seeing a what might be called a pandemic of autoimmune diseases. So changing that, the gut-brain axis with microbiomes is now being examined in terms of mental health problems. And as I say, the water study that you're referring to, whilst I'm not particularly familiar, I think as we go deeper, as we look in more detail, as we open up our imagination and have slightly different hypotheses that we question and we test, we are finding out more of those interactions.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ron, Janet. We could go on and go on, but we will have time in the different breaks to catch up with things we couldn't ask or comment. And now this is the last conversation presentation of this session. I would like to introduce you to Professor Adriana Vergés. She's a marine scientist at the School of Biological, Earth and Environmental Sciences at the University of New South Wales, and to Jennifer Turpin, who is an artist, and both of them, they have participated in this forum, and also particularly Jennifer is one of our Malaspina Awards, the third one, and well, they are going to talk about a very particular project, Operation Crywit. This session will take 25 minutes, and it will be a presentation, because this is the result of many conversations they have already had in the last 10 years. So I just wanted to do my question first. It is, please tell me, how did you meet? Okay.
It's lovely to be here. I met Jenny at the first Strat meeting, and I'm going to be very honest. At the time, I was an early career researcher. I was writing my first Australian Research Council Discovery Grant, or maybe the second, and I was really stressed. And the deadline was approaching, and I got invited to this thing, and I was like, yes. So I sat at the back with the computer. Well, started, and I closed my computer and spent for the whole day. And I was particularly impressed by Jenny's presentation, which was, as you will hear, about her art and her collaborations with nature. That meeting came at a very kind of important point of my career, which I'll tell you in just 1 minute.
And it was vice versa, because when I heard Adriana and subsequently we decided to work together, the fact of meeting her at the first Strat conference really changed the trajectory of my work and the work I've done with another artist, Michaeli Crawford. So it's me now, isn't it? Well, we're going to just kind of backwards and forwards, and we've got a lot of information to impart, but it's the only way of explaining this project. Just to start with, the work that I've done as an artist, and frequently with another colleague artist, Michaeli, it's directly connected to nature's energies, and a lot of the works are actually moving in response to elemental energies like wind, tide, water, waves. And also, I've been involved in quite a lot of environmental restoration projects on multidisciplinary teams. And so that's why we like to call our work collaborations with nature rather than representations of. And I think that the thing that Adriana and I, it's really interesting to be following on from Janet and Rose's wonderful presentation, because I think the thing that has really drawn us together is the idea of from loss and lament to recovery and environmental recovery.
So over the years, a lot of my work has been about documenting that decline, documenting the loss of biodiversity, the loss of seaweed ecosystems, which is the thing that I'm mostly involved with. This is just a photograph of fish that we find in tropical temperate transition zones and that are becoming more and more abundant because of climate change. And what happens when they become super abundant is that they overgraze this. Idea of just documenting loss. So that's when I met Jenny. Yeah, there we go. When I met Jenny, I had just finished doing the science for a project that became Operation Prairie, which is all about these beautiful species that used to be everywhere in Sydney, but it disappeared in the 80s because of pollution. Myself, along with a group of colleagues, did the science to see whether we could restore it, to see whether we could bring it back. And when I met Jenny, we had just finished all those experiments. We knew that the water quality was good enough to survive, and we had developed the methods to stimulate reproduction and set up self-sustaining trading forests. So when we finished, and even while we were working on this project, we all of us thought, when we finish this, we're going to have a potentially good news environmental story on our hands. This could be a good news kind of project where we can not only do science, but we can actually be hands-on restoring, bringing the species back. And to do that, we need to tell people about it. We need to bring people along. We need to get kind of buy-in from local communities to support our work. And that's when we got started when we planned.
So the project, Operation Crayweed, and the sort of artwork that came involved with science. And I just want to add, I mean, Janet said some things about art having an emotional and less rational side. And perhaps I could just add that art can have a powerful role in positively transforming our relationship to the environment through the kind of intuitive language that she mentioned. And on this project, Operation Crayweed, it just takes a little bit of explaining because it's multi kind of layered. We decided to, as part of Sculpture by the Sea, we came up with this title, Operation Crayweed Art Worksite. Now, the idea here is that art, and I'll just go forward one. So Operation Crayweed, the art project connected with the science, was all about the idea that art can help mediate our lost relationships in the world of nature and recreate associations and relationships with plants and other species. And so this project was a kind of creative collaboration between art and science and the community, collaborating with Adriana and her team and the Sydney Institute of Marine Science. And it was multifaceted. It was performative, it was participatory, and it was trying to celebrate what Adriana just mentioned, which is this good news environmental story. So we took this kind of idea that the science is going on underwater and the art was on land, trying to make the invisible more visible to the community. And one major part of this project was, and the work that Adriana and her team were doing was out in this bay at Bondi. Below, you can see a buoy out there. The scientists are working underneath. And we kind of had this idea that through direct scientific learning and joyous creative engagement, that we brought people from the community on board to try and make stronger connection between humans and nature. And so with humans and plants and other marine animals, and to try and make this link between land and sea. It was really a kind of creative exploration of the concept of biodiversity. So there were a number of components that made up the project that you can see there. And as I said, it was kind of participatory. So we had this big yellow half-kilometre fence that snaked its way around the sinewy topography of the shoreline, and you can see it there. And we took this, the reason why we've called it a work site, was because we took the language of the work site and applied it to the scientists. Because after all, there's a lot of physical activity going on when scientists are working underwater. So this kind of notion of the work site, and we were kind of wrapping the bay, if you like, wrapping it in the materials, the generic materials that we recognise as land-based work site, like bunting and high-vis barrier fences, signs, tapes, traffic cones, etc. And then we combine that with the language of the marine safety, which would be things like crab floats and marker buoys and so on. And out in the bay, we did have a marker buoy. You can just see it in the picture there. And in fact, when you got out there, if you were a swimmer, you could read messages about biodiversity and about the restoration that was going on underneath. And you could also read about various creatures. And then on land, using that same language with the witches' hats and so on, we were giving the same kind of messages with these things that we called viewscopes, which were directed, telling you that scientists were out there at that spot, at the centre of the Coorals, working underwater, restoring this important seaweed. And you could learn about some of the species that would come back when the crayweed was re-established. And we had lots of different sort of signs, like what you can see there. Seaweeds are the biological engine of the Great Southern Reef, because this whole project is really about the Great Southern Reef, which is a rocky and seaweedy reef that wraps itself around the bottom of Australia and part of the eastern coast. So Adriana and her team ran workshops with children. We involved children from 5 different schools. So this is all about the reach and trying to bring people on board. And so they got to understand some of the science about the seaweed. And then at the same time, these same children had the opportunity to work with me and our team of artists to make, they were using the same materials that we were using in the fences. The children got to make marine creature costumes. And the idea here is that we wanted to encourage them to imagine being a marine creature that lives in crayweed, to think beyond the human frame and psyche, and hoping that when they wore their costumes, they would be transported to an underwater world, like this little boy in his crayfish outfit. So it was kind of this whole idea together. You have this kind of collection of costumes that in itself is talking to biodiversity. We then had a festival where everything was inaugurated and launched, and the children wearing their costumes, they composed a song which was performed, and everything culminated in a parade where the children walked along the fence with materials made of the same material as the fence, kind of enlivening the whole afternoon and to the enjoyment of passers-by. So here we have the sea urchins and octopus, blue-ringed octopus, except they're yellow. So importantly, this was sort of all about trying to remind us of humanity's role in protecting the marine environment, and through trying to foster an intuitively felt relationship between ourselves and other species. We know this relationship, this reassociation is really at the heart of what will help us heal some of the damage that we've wrought on nature, which is, so I think that here we go. we might come back to this because this is a very sweet film that kids made, but it's 4 minutes long. Maybe we'll play it at the end if we have time. Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, so as you, the picture of what Jenny does, right, when she gets engaged in something, from the beginning, every single meeting we had, she had 10 ideas for every one thing we could do. So we started joking about this idea of like, wait, what we need is a festival. We need a festival because there's just too many ideas. And then a funding opportunity came up to actually apply for hundreds of thousands of people. Because that's the thing about community engagement and science communication. You know, scientists were asked to do it, but often we're working with no budget, right? So like one of the first steps for me, the thing that I realized is like, you have to go out there and apply for grants to fund all this work. And that's going to be at the expense of the science. So something has to give. But if you genuinely believe that it's important, we need to kind of seek the money. So there was a grant from my community grants to South Wales. Every single little kind of LGA was invited to apply for projects. We put this one together and it got up and we created this Seaweed Forest Festival, which started supposedly as a one-day event and turned into a month-long festival.
That's what happens when you get okay, so there was the art component of the festival we called the Seaweed Arboretum, and as you all know, I'm sure, Arboretum is a botanical garden devoted to trees. The Seaweed Arboretum is a botanical art installation devoted to the seaweeds of the Great Southern Reef. And my colleague Macaulay and I worked over quite a long time, over a year, collecting and handling seaweeds, pressing them, drying them, sculpting them and shaping them into a range of artworks. And
just to step in for a second, so Australia has the highest biodiversity of seaweeds in the world. That's what brought me to Australia to begin with. But the other side, out of mind, most Australians know more about the Great Barrier Reef than they know about what's here, right here. So the idea of this festival and this celebration of the Great Southern Reef was to celebrate this biodiversity that so few people are aware of.
Exactly. So we tried to do that by collecting lots of different species. And the way that we displayed that, well, the Seaweed Arboretum was really a kind of dialogue between the seaweeds, their water memories and light. And we presented the seaweed more or less as they are, sort of just gently sculpting them into forms expressive of their inherent characteristics, exquisite structures and sort of surprising substance. And we had 3 rooms. I'll just talk about 2 of the rooms. The first one was called Forest, which was a canopy of 3 tons of bull kelp that had come from South Australia. And this became the canopy under which a whole lot of events happened, which Adriana will talk about in a minute. So the suite of artworks that we put together were, in a sense, trying to create a kind of liquid space, which is imagined. And here we did that by having some lights that slowly moved, creating shadows, moving shadows on the wall of this room. And it became a very active space. It looks sort of quiet in these images. The second room was called Flora, and it was a series of pressed seaweeds. And again, we were trying to create this liquid space, but here in a different way, but with the sort of delicate shadows of pressed seaweeds in their display cases, trying to help intensify this imagining of underwater. You can see the sort of shadows in this one. And some of these seaweeds were incredibly delicate and exquisite. So together, the various rooms that we created we're trying to provide a kind of poetic and experiential habitat for the 4 weeks of the festival, with its rich program of talks and events and performances, and combining. Well, there were all sorts of different events, and I'll just hand over to Adriana to go through them.
So under that beautiful kind of underwater forest, we have a whole lot of talks. They were all about seaweeds, but different aspects. So this one, for example, was about seaweeds in the context of climate change, how they can be a savior and a victim of the climate. So we had Professor Tim Flannery and Sam Elson. We had workshops with children where, again, they looked under the microscope to see all the microscopic little creatures that live in and amongst the seaweed. There was art workshops where the public were, asked to engage in a creative way. We did these cyanotypes, which was one of my favorites. And then we had a whole lot of sessions about food. So we could engage people with like their taste and their smell. So they learned to cook with seaweed. They tasted the seaweed. There was an actual original composition inspired by seaweed forest, which was incredible. And there was even a dance, a choreographed dance that was, again, specifically made for this event. These are some of our speakers, for example. We have Costa, we have Indigenous owners. This session was about the awe and wonder in our underwater forests, seaweed as food, the climate change session, and then innovative uses of seaweeds. As you probably know, seaweeds are now used as plastic replacements and in all sorts of very, very interesting ways. And then we had a session about restoration where we talked about Operation Greyweed and other projects that we're working on to restore our underwater habitats here in New South Wales. And then we had a session about, we had sessions about the Indigenous uses of seaweed and also about the Great Southern Reef and how to introduce that in the school curriculum. There's a foundation now called the Great Southern Reef Foundation, and we had one of the founders come in and do sessions with children to learn about why it is important. And then we actually went into the water and we planted crayweed as well. We did this with Costa, as you can see here, and that was a lot of fun. And I think, when people get involved in the actual planting and they touch the seaweed, they measure it, they come, they bring it, they plant it. For me, that's when you really see people start to care in a new kind of very powerful way. And just to finish up, I just wanted to very briefly mention some of the science that we're doing. So our most recent science is now about future-proofing our crayweed forests. We're collaborating with Taronga Zoo in developing cryopreservation protocols for crayweed. So it's kind of like IVF, but for seaweeds. So we're freezing sperm and eggs, and that allows us to preserve biodiversity and cross populations that are far away. And I guess, after we've been working together for 10 years, and I'm just really, really so pleased about the effects that we've had. So this is a list of all the sites where we have successfully restored crayweed. We have effectively reversed local extinction. This species was completely gone for more than 30 years. This species itself supports hundreds of organisms that only live in crayweed. So by bringing it back, it's not just one seaweed, we're bringing back an entire ecosystem. And we now have crayweed growing and expanding in 7 sites where it wasn't before we started working together. So I think with that, we'll end it. And
well, maybe if you're interested in seeing the little 4-minute video that is the voice of kids explaining about the crayweed, have we got time for that?
Say no.
Okay. How did you go back? We go back. This film is this animation with Balgala. It's totally self-explanatory, so I won't say anything other than the fact that the kids got to make a song. They wrote it themselves. They got to perform it with the help of a musician, and it was recorded, and they made up their own choreography, and they did drawings, and we kind of put it all together, and here it is. Except here we go. And how do we make it play?
Welcome to Operation Crane with Balgowan North Public School.
Is it too loud?
Operation Crane is a restoration project run by scientists in Sydney to bring crane back to Sydney's coastal waters.
It's just excerpts, by the way.
What seaweed that grows in underwater forests? It's a seaweed that has cranes. Crayweed. That's what the scientists call them. Yeah. Crayweed is home to so many animals, and the crayweed is kind of like a big maze for the fish, and it's also a very good home for the fish. It does the same work as trees, as in collecting carbon and releasing oxygen.
All of the crayweed disappeared around the 1970s or the early 1980s.
Scientists think crayweed disappeared because of pollution, like sewage going into the ocean.
All the sewage water just came into the ocean and killed all the crayweed.
And what it was like when there was no crayweed, it was just rock, literally all rock. There's nothing for fish to live on or eat, and it's very bad.
It's just like, say, cutting down a whole forest, but sewage instead of like with machines.
The scientists thought, hey, it would be cool if we could bring the crayweed back.
They got crayweed from other parts that crayweed is still growing from.
They cable tied the seaweed to the nets and drilled the nets to the rock, and
eventually they started growing and having babies. Crayweeds grew up and then they made crayweeds, and then they grew up and then they made crayweeds, and it just kept going. Small epifauna that lives in the crayweed can come back, and animals feed on crayweed.
For example, like sea slugs and crayfish and sea urchins, stingrays, and all those animals. Operation Crayweed is helping us rebuild our underwater forests
and bring more animals back to Sydney's coastal waters.
How are we having Operation Crayweed? Running that Operation Crayweed,
we went to Long Reef Beach,
and then we finally found scientists. We sat down, they told us about we're going to be exploring the rock platforms, and
we had this activity sheet, and we were trying to find as many animals from the sheet as we can, and we used the transect.
Yeah. So we found heaps of animals, octopuses, sea urchins, a lot of seaweed, and then we went to the lab.
So we put on some sides, the lab coats,
and scientists gave us a presentation about what the crayweed is and that it's being extinct in the Sydney coast.
And we looked under the microscope, so there were little creatures that live in the crayweed. Everything, yeah. We have to dip the crayweed into fresh water because the epifauna doesn't like it, and we just dump off.
Into a tub of water. And then you have to like get pieces, kind of people now put it under the microscope.
We found a sea urchin, a crab. We saw something that looked like a little ball of hair.
Heaps of legs on them, and they look like kind of like aliens, like you can see. And then the artist helped us make all the drawings for this film.
Yeah, we started off drawing crayfish and crayweed.
There were living octopus, there were seahorses, divers. Best part was going to the lab and looking at creatures from it, because you got to see stuff that you can't see with your own eyes, and
I was really happy that I now know what crayweed is and that I should help.
I don't have to stop it. Yes.
Well, thank you very much. I can think of a better example of collaboration between art and science. So now we have a 1 hour break for lunch. If you have questions for them, maybe at the lunchtime, and see you in 1 hour at 1 o'clock to continue with the second session. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Both of them has a really deep experience in the Metro of Sydney, but from different industries, from different sectors. We have with us, Katie Westlake, who it has been for the last 8 years the art program and the director of the art program for the Sydney Metro. And also Antonio Cañete, who is the managing director of Ferrovial, who is one of the construction companies that has won a few of the construction zones. Currently, they are working on the tunneling of the West Sydney Metro line. As another point here to bring into the room is like Katie and Antonio, as you can see, they have different backgrounds. Katie is more like Australian grounded, and Antonio also is Spanish by birth, I think, and living in Australia, which is beautiful to have this kind of bonding where Australians companies, Australians institutions, and Spanish company work together to create something amazing for all of us. And we are going to start probably, you can, I think it's time probably for you to take the lead. And Antonio, I think he's going to start presenting, like, it's like the journey where the metro comes to life, like from the, the construction site when everything is dry until the end, when we all can enjoy the infrastructure and also this place making and this new piece of us. And if you like, I can move to the slides, or if you like, I can, whatever you prefer. If you prefer me to scroll this
we
up.
can probably go through the different pictures. These are pictures from the construction activities that we're performing at the Central Tunnel Package, Sydney Metro West. We are still in construction, and we have 1 year still to keep going until we deliver the project. So you can maybe just go through some of those. This is performed by TPMs. There's 2 TPMs, and we actually did a breakthrough recently where the premier came. A very successful project. You can see the 2 TPMs there. There are several stations that we have. It goes from what we call the base to City Olympic Park. And so you can see there where we were preparing the TPM. So that's, we talked a little bit about how to do this conversation, and we thought it would be good to kind of start from the very beginning, right? The construction activities, and then I think it blends well with the art component that is taken into account more and more. So the next one, here you can see this was very impressive. This double breakthrough that we did at 5 Dock Station. That's when the 2 TPMs broke through at the same time. These have been done 24 hours continuously, and we, from a construction perspective, we're always looking at finishing as soon as possible, finishing our schedule, controlling costs, making sure that we perform those activities safely. So that was really a good accomplishment. There's more. I think more as well. Okay, that's another one. Aerial view for launching the TPM. So when you get to a station, you gotta set up again the TPMs and keep going and start again. So that was when the TPMs were set up just to start digging again underneath Sydney. Okay, so that's a nice one. And that puts a little bit more perspective, which is another picture of the station where you can see now better, like the layout. You can actually see a little bit of what's up there, and you can get a sense of the depth of those stations. For us, to us, this is like the framework. Dimensions of those stations are very well set up from the very beginning. Of course, the concept of access to the public, what's going to be the aesthetics at the end, it's all very well taken into account from the very beginning. Not sure if there's another one there. Okay.
I think the word infrastructure means the supporting structure. So it's the bits of the city that allow the rest of the city to be as it is. And it's quite interesting. Anthony was talking about the West Line. You're working on the West Line. And the West Line hasn't yet opened. It's still under construction. The bit that has just opened is the City Line. So in case you were sort of wondering why it was saying it was still being built. And it was also it's quite interesting that the metro, the West Line, the line that goes, it's all underground stations. It's the only metro line that does have all underground stations. And it's kind of, it really helps to facilitate the city because you can do all that building with very little disturbance above ground, which is why some people are so surprised when they travel on the city line and they sort of get that much connectivity. And I also noticed in some of your slides, they were interesting because they showed the different types of ways that we go about constructing the stations. Because some of them we cut as a cavern and yeah.
Yeah, it just depends on where the station is located. If it's really close to, it's very urban or not, that sets up what's going to be the dimensions of the actual station. Talking about how we tackle these projects from a construction perspective, we always take a look at building things as I said, efficiently, quickly, and we're very focused on the safety and the structural component of it. I've seen personally an evolution throughout the years, how the concept of metro has evolved. I remember like 25 years ago, metro was more about a concept of connectivity, but being practical. Building things, let's say, at the minimum cost possible, but that would guarantee connectivity in a city. Like if you go, I'm from Barcelona originally, so you go there, you'll notice that some of the metro stations are very basic in terms of concept. So you go there, you go one place to the other, it works very well, everybody uses it, but it lacks a little bit of the concept of art. So that has evolved from, a concept of let's resolve a problem in the city, especially in cities that are very dense. And this has evolved into more an experience for the customer, which I think is really nice. Like Sydney Metro that recently opened is an example. It's beautiful, and UK will give us more perspective on that. But to me, it's impressive because we build, but there's a thought behind the cities that foster that investment in metro on how the citizen will experience going in a metro line, and well, you can see it yourselves. You go to a metro station here in Sydney and you compare it with all metro lines in Barcelona or Madrid or other places in the world. It's quite amazing the differences, right? And Sydney right now, I'd say that they're very, very top when it comes to quality.
Oh, well, that's very nice to hear. I guess, in particular, because there's been a metro in Sydney open since 2019, which a lot of people probably haven't caught because it was running from Chatswood westwards to a station called Tullamore, which is just beyond Rouse Hill. And so people who live in the hills love it because it gets them everywhere really fast. But a lot of people don't necessarily go there. But definitely for the City line, one of the goals was to make the metro world class. And so there was an aim to make it like, and also a step up in the quality of public transport experience in Sydney, because it's really important for our city. We are a city that has very high car usage. And at a certain scale, a point in time, a city actually can't continue to survive without good public transport. If we built enough roads to take all the cars that all the people live in, there would be no buildings. The whole of the city would be made out of roads. But obviously, many people are attached to their cars, and obviously, different parts of the city are less well provisioned than other parts of the city. So part of what the city line was aiming to do, and the metro to the northwest, is to actually really improve that public transport experience. Yeah.
I think we share, I saw the presentation before, and I had that privilege, but there's a few things that caught my attention, maybe worth mentioning.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we're on to that. Exactly. Yeah. Did we want to? There was should I talk in here or here?
Yeah, whatever you prefer.
Okay.
If you prefer to lead the presentation, yeah.
I won't lead. I was just because I'm going to drive this, it might be easier. Come back up, Inez. Okay. So I thought what I would do is, and please give me a 5-minute warning because there's probably too much information here. A 10-minute warning, even better, because we want questions. So most of you will be aware that in late August, what we call the City Line of the Metro opened, and there are 8 new artworks as part of that. And I thought I would just quickly share these artworks and then talk a little bit about the art program. So this first artwork is the one at Crow's Nest, and it's by an artist called Esther Stewart. And Esther, this artwork is really about what Esther did is that she drew a lot of the buildings around Crow's Nest, and there are brutalist buildings there, and it's got a very strong Federation history. And she abstracted the forms in all those buildings and made new pictures out of those buildings. And then they made these kind of collage images, I guess, which we realised in tiles that were built at Bendigo Pottery Works. They were partially handmade and they were glazed in with very special glazes. There's over 1,600 tiles in this series of works. So it was a work very connected to the place. The one at Victoria Cross Station, the artist was a team called Lightwell, which was Indigo Hamley and Michael Hill. And this is it's called Sundial. It's a digital artwork. You can see that the numbers of the clock are around the image. This team filmed footage in the remnant bushland around North Sydney through all seasons of the year. And they always had shots where either the sun or the moon would be in the image at the right time of the clock. So they've also written an app so that when you use this station, you can tell the time by looking at this incredible clock where the imagery is constantly moving. And I'm not sure if any of you are aware, but clocks are very important to trains. And actually, it was when they first started running trains, I think in the UK, that they started putting clocks into all the villages, because before that, it didn't really matter if you weren't on time, like you just had to kind of fit in with the people around you. But if you were going to get that train, you had to be at the station on time. So, and this is the artwork at Barangaroo Station by Khaled Sabsabi. And these are trees, sculptures of trees. They're trees that the species that grow are endemic to the area and are growing in Barangaroo Headland. And there's a piece missing from this sculpture, which is from this image, which is also there's bands around the columns. And already over, which he worked very closely with Aboriginal people to craft those bands. These are with our artworks, a lot of the metro stations have 2 entrances. So we would commission one artwork, but it had an expression at each of the entrance. And the artist who won the Martin Place one is Mikala Dwyer with a work called Continuum. The work at Gadigal is by Callum Morton. 2 very, very, very big tile works. These are porcelain tiles. from the States that were sort of being specially glazed. And I think you'll all understand the references to the tunnels. It also references the tank stream through, which is now enclosed in a tunnel like this. And this is Rose Nolan's work at Central Station in the concourse there. Rose is an artist who works always in red and white. People call this the racetrack for obvious reasons. Rose's idea was to make a happy kind of track because people, she was, playing with words with railway tracks than people being on their ant track. And there's also very meditative and soothing language in the artwork. And the artwork at Waterloo was by Nicole Monks. She's an Aboriginal artist, originally from Western Australia. So there were 3 parts to her artwork, which is called, it should be Footprints on Gadigal Noora. Noora means land. And so that name is actually, you see it in this lenticular wall at the entrance. When you come down the escalators, you see kind of a map of Botany Road and sites of significance. The station is located on Botany Road, which is made out of feet, which there was a lot of community involvement in this artwork. And the image here is of a dancer from the Brolga Dance Company. His name's Roscoe. And this is an image from the work at Sydenham by, it's a fabulous work by Agatha Goss-Snape. So I thought I've just got 3 slides here, which is a bit about why we do public art for Sydney Metro. And because it elevates the customer experience, it's key to the placemaking and it's legacy building. And also for that other reason that I mentioned before was trying to make Metro world class. And I was very interested to hear both Jennifer, the 2 Jennifers, we're both talking about art and how because art speaks to people's emotions and is very engaging, that it means that it brings out the human side in you and it forges a connection. And I think it's really important for infrastructure, if it can, especially infrastructure like a train station, when you spend a lot of time, it's not like infrastructure like a pipe under the ground where you never see it. But a train station is called infrastructure, but it's kind of also a public space. And you want people to feel good about using that public space. And you want to make that space look like it belongs to the rest of the city. And in a way, it's like a little dopamine hit, I think. The public art in the stations, they're huge, the stations. The artworks themselves are very big. And so obviously there's lots of parts of the stations where there is no art. There is a lot of design, good design. But yes, so it's that, I think that human element is incredibly important. And it's been quite interesting to see in the media, people have come out and spoken about how much they like the art. And you don't see that much in Australia. People might feel it, but they publicly, they don't say, isn't it great to have all this art? And that's wonderful, I think. I mean, we need more people talking like that, I think. And the last slide, I can talk about the curatorial approach, but I can see I've got 1 minute. I'll just say that, they're public places. So there are some art isn't appropriate in a station. It does need to be uplifting. It needs to not offend anyone, but that doesn't mean you should lose the agency of art. And we developed a really strong process for the selection of the art and kind of governance around, once it was selected, making sure it couldn't kind of be rocked by all sorts of, there's a lot of people at Metro and there's a lot of politics and there's a lot of money, as you can imagine. And the art program started, in 2018. So there's a lot of opportunity there for people to come in and to try and stop or, dumb the art down or make it cheaper or to put their best friend's art there. It's amazing the things that go down. So, we set up this quite strong commissioning process and governance. And we really focused on aiming for artistic excellence. And to do that, we focused on involving as many people from the outside of Metro who were experts in art selection and understanding how to realise art to assist this program. I might just stop there.
You have a couple of minutes for the questions, and I would like to break the ice with one question to both of you. And it's starting from, let's see, the collaboration between when a metro like Sydney Metro is on its way. How is the collaboration between the art side and the construction company? How you interlink? For example, I can see in that image this big space. I don't know if that is just a space that it was built for the site in that precision moment, or it was part of the original project, and that big space from the beginning, the art program visualizing all together. I would like to know, what is your experience blending these two disciplines?
Yeah, it comes from the very beginning. There's a collaboration key. I think we both agree with that. And there's a lot of things that we have in common. We want the project to be successful. We want it to work, and we want to make sure that the final product is up to everybody's expectations. We always look at it from a contractor's perspective in a maybe different way, maybe more practical. So there's certainly different perspectives, and that's why it's so important that the engagement comes from the very beginning. It starts with the space, right? How big is it going to be? What's going to be, the experience of the customer once it gets in. And then it evolves to details like what Katie was talking about, like what we saw in some of these features. This is not that much related to civil works in the sense that this is more the very end of the project. Once you've completed everything, how you're gonna put art or even decorate certain areas. So it's at the very end of that journey. But it starts with the actual space, like here where we are right now. And that comes from the very beginning with the foundations. And we sometimes bring ideas to the table, how make things maybe differently. Sometimes we might change the concept if we have some experience in the past. There's a rationale, of course, of why things are designed in a certain way. There's constraints that we'll be buildings around it, especially in Metro. But that's what I said. Engagement is from the very beginning, and it continues throughout the project.
Yeah, Anthony, you're quite right. There's a very big number of people working at Metro, both within and of course a lot of contractors. And it's really key collaboration and engagement. A lot of that, of course, comes through the contract and the way that the whole commercial side is set up so that can foster that engagement and allow things to evolve along the project timeline. But with the art and Metro is delivered through a whole series of design stages. So obviously when you're tunneling the stations, once they're tunneled, you can't really move the station. But you can, there is still, and you need to know the depth, like the levels and relationships are fixed to some degree. And that all happens, 8 to 6 years before the station will be realized. I think something that was really important for realizing the art projects was that I'm an architect and an urban designer by background. I'm essentially in the design team at Metro. So I was able to work on all the specifications and the design guidelines and select the best locations for the art. And because the art has to be coordinated with all the customer elements like wayfinding and there's a lot of rules like the art can't get in the way of anyone. And so, so to kind of navigate your way through those rules, and support that through the successive design changes and the successive people who are involved at delivering different parts of the Metro at different stages was really great, I think, and important to kind of maintaining the art there and at the scale it is.
Yeah. Do we have any other questions from the audience? I can't believe that.
And let's not forget about a very important element. I'm an advocate of Metro and the important part of the connectivity, right? I think connectivity, like we're talking about now, this all the art piece of the infrastructure, but just the connectivity by itself, like even if you take the Metro, it's a fantastic experience. It brings progress. I think it's part of the future. It helps create more business, develop areas that had challenges before in terms of connectivity. It brings people closer. You lose less time. Time is money at the end of the day. So this is all sort of advantages that you have. So if you put then art on top of it, and then you bring it to even a better experience, then that's the icing on the cake, I'd say.
Yeah, it does, I think it really helps with people enjoying their ride. Question.
Yeah, we have one question. Yeah, of course.
What determines the creation of a new line or
Sorry?
the creation of new line, a new metro line, what determines the
The strategy behind.
There is a metro that looks at future lines and they work, really closely with large, because city metro is part of transport. So they strategically plan lines, and then there's a whole lot of concepts developed that are tested. They're not, obviously they're tested in terms of because there's a whole lot of parameters about, because it's impact upon the network. One of the big things about City Line was that it's actually it's relieving city stations that are completely too full of people. But is there an opportunity for new housing development? Is it going to make a worthwhile connection? They're very expensive things to build, new rail, heavy rail lines, and so they need to get them in the right way. And they develop a lot of those. And that's kind of, and then the pitch is put forward to cabinet, and they might say, yep, we like that, but we're not giving you any money. Or they might say, yep, we like that, you can have some money to do the next stage.
Yeah, I'd say it starts with the problem, right? Like everything in life, you have connectivity issue. That's the first part. There's congestion that could get worse and worse and worse. So it comes at a point in time where it's very obvious that it's not efficient to travel from one place to the other, and it's actually having an effect. So that evolves, I think, into a business case where then you look at the numbers, how much money you're going to spend, how many people can benefit from that connectivity, and then sometimes the intangibles that are difficult to measure, like creation of businesses, right? Because you're going to be developing an area that maybe right now there's not many businesses because people don't go there, let's say, and all that comes and there's areas in Metro that make the business case, put the numbers together, and that's how the decisions are made. So if you see cities that have very, very dense, that's when the numbers start to make sense. If you see cities that are, let's say, a lot of density at the city center, but then it spreads out into housing, it becomes more challenging. So that's the basics.
But if you're interested, there's a transport document called Future Transport, which has a lot of heavy rail diagrams on that might they would be like sort of first investigations, some of those, if you know what I mean, because they've already been identified as kind of necessary corridors.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we are running out of time.
Okay, we'll hang around a little bit here.
Yeah, if you would like to wrap up, with any.
Question.
Yeah. In that case, yeah.
Very good question. It's I wondered, did the artists have the opportunity to interact with the other consultancy processes like lighting and wayfinding and push back on something or change something?
Well, the artists, we ran a public EOI, and then artists were shortlisted. And then the shortlisted artists for each station were paid to develop a concept, and then we had another panel that selected the best concept. So once when we run the competition, there's a brief, and we give a lot of the information there. The artists do, or their technical team, every artist who worked on the city stations had a technical team that they were incredibly, was incredibly important to the realization that who would liaise with the architects and the other consultants. But they're also, so lighting is one of those things. Wayfinding, the artists don't have much say. And because wayfinding is higher, wayfinding gets their way every time. And often, it would be up to myself or someone else to kind of argue the artist's position, because they don't want to spend their life sitting in meetings at Metro. That's not covered in their fee, you know what I mean? So yes, there is obviously a lot of collaboration. The artists are often contracted to the delivery team, which is usually often a consortium of both designers and builders. And but then there will be sort of like the Metro guards who sort of also come along to meetings to help support things, so they're not just left to, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we have the next presentation and the next couple that is going to come to the stage is Professor Brad Moldridge, that all of you know because he did the acknowledgement of country, and also Cristina Aranzubia. I don't know, what do you prefer? If you prefer to run the slides, in that case, I can grab and I can go away. Thank you.
Thank you, Ines. Is this working? Yes. Real close to here, perfect. So yeah, yes, I'm Cristina Aranzubia. I am a soul-led architect and cultural consultant. And first of all, I would like to say the primary difference that I see from someone like Professor Brad, who is an Aboriginal person, versus someone who is like me and a non-Aboriginal person who happens to work in the Aboriginal culture field. And it is definitely Aboriginal people's role to manage their Indigenous environment. However, it is our role to listen. It's our role to facilitate. It's our role to be at bridge and to be at service of this 60,000 years continuous living culture and a Western society. But my journey started very different. I am an architect and urban designer, started my studies in Barcelona, came to Australia with a scholarship of the university, built my way up in large architecture practices to design leadership positions, and worked in government and academia. And more recently, working for government. Actually, when I was working for the New South Wales government, I had the pleasure to work with Dillon Montgomery, who is the Aboriginal architect in the government of New South Wales. They were starting to produce this, first of all, it was a paper, then a guideline, now a framework. It was designing with country. Everyone wanted to understand what design with country meant. But actually, it's really interesting how this has transformed into a framework.
Yes, maybe talk about that one.
Okay. Oh, that's much better. Okay. Wow, I feel amplified. So this has transformed into a framework that puts connecting with country first. On this diagram here, I think it's really key. Because what does it mean to connect with country? It is about communing with country, sensing country, and being on country. But that concept that for Aboriginal people, I think it's so ingrained, so embodied in their way of lives, it's a bit alien to us. So I would like to invite you to watch a tiny bit of this video, which...
to know me is to be
No, yeah.
to us deeply is different. For to be studying the deep us before
it keeps going. I'd invite you all to keep having a look at Dadiri. And actually, this is a concept that was first introduced to me when I wanted to deepen my knowledge of ancient cultures. And I started that through doing a yoga teacher training. And when I was doing this yoga teacher training, there was this Aboriginal woman who was giving these profound yoga classes that connected with country. And that actually led me to buy a 4-wheel drive, slide on camper, and go around Australia for a year long. And at first to follow those Aboriginal people who were doing yoga classes on country, and to follow and get to know those sacred places of Australia, Aboriginal places that are publicly accessible. And then that eventually led me to Arnhem Land. And this is a beautiful aerial view that I took from an aeroplane going to the Aboriginal community of Gambalanya, to Gungwingu country. And this is the Wujek season. I put it in purpose to Professor Brad, who is a water scientist, because for them to understand the seasons is really profound. And this is a really simplified version of a children's book by Graham Badari, who is one of the artists in Injalak Arts, and it talks about that interconnectedness of ecosystems that exists, in this case, in relationship with water. And it has been really interesting to hear the presentations in the morning, because it's just so interconnected, everything that we've been talking about between science and nature. So when the floodplains are covered in water, the Manimnak cut the grass to make nests. When we see the speargrasses seeding, we know it's time to collect the eggs to eat. We take a few and leave 2 or 3 for them to look after, to keep them happy. So it talks about those feeding systems as well. So this is just a tiny little dot within a really complex map of cultural landscapes. And this is an overlay actually on an aerial view that if we just look at this aerial view, we would just see, we would think we just see greenery and a little bit of water and some escarpments, but actually the layers of depth that there is in the culture, in the traditions, in their ecosystems, it's really profound. And so yeah, and this is actually where this is a really unique country. Arnhem Land, actually, and this is a little bit of a conversation that we initiated with Brad, I'm looking forward to now discuss, is that there are very few places that are owned by Aboriginal people. And Arnhem Land is one of the few places in Australia. And so it's unique for that. It's unique for its natural setting. It's unique because it hosts 20,000 years of legacy of rock art painting. And it's actually really interesting. I was talking before with Dr. Hill, we were talking about the taxonomy of the animals. And then I was wondering, What about the evidence of because precisely in this area of Aboriginal land, they have those fishes, and spirits and totems and mimics of the place, with like really long back years. So then there's also when this is Injalak Hill, and to the other side of Injalak Hill there's Injalak Arts. These art centers founded by the Aboriginal community, and I think it's really interesting because when you spend time there, you start to see all the intangible layers of moiety systems and kinship systems and relationships that exist. And it's so the way that they it's almost invisible. It's just perceived as you have a look through it. The way that men, Bining, and women, Dalug, work separately, and the way that families work separately as well. And I'll speed up, yeah. So, well, the production is quite remarkable as well. And I just want to introduce here these concepts to have the conversation with Brad, that when I was there, I had this clear message: the community needs you. And I wonder how could I be at service to the Aboriginal community? Ended up preparing for them an Indigenous-led approach vision statement. But I think what's very key here is about, and this is, I would love to hear from Brad about this, how can we build trust? So that was the most important thing for me, to be able to build trust with them so that we could prepare a meaningful work together. And to build trust is to acquire knowledge. To acquire knowledge is to be able to do profound research, and to be able to spend time together, to help, to be at service. And this is all the things that happened in my time with the communities, to connect and to yarn. So I really hope that this is the beginning of a journey of yarning with Brad. I do believe things are always aligned for a reason, and we are aligning today thanks to the organization. So I thank you, and I express my honor to the people of the Gadigal country, and I also give my gratitude to, particularly to Anawan people, because their ancestors and future generations are now part of my family. So I look forward to yarning with you, Brad.
Yeah, look, I'll just do a quick preso, and there'll be definite crossovers and links. So the next photo, I always have this photo to start off. So smoke is another part of a welcoming ceremony. So when you come to someone else's country, you might bring spirits with you, good and bad. And so smoke is a way of cleansing you. And that is done around many Indigenous cultures around the world. So I just use this photo to see if you can sense the smell of eucalyptus burning. This is my mob. So you can sort of see Kamilaroi country there. The old people up the top. My kids at one of our sacred waterholes called Burbera Lagoon. It's sort of northwest of Moree, or say west of Brisbane inland. And then the old people, that photo was pretty significant, was sitting on someone's mantelpiece, and they didn't know who was in the photo, and they were pretty much all my relatives, and one of our cousins found it. So these are cultural places, are definitely, water is a key part. So dry, said, habited continent on Earth. And water is a key part of our survival and our identity. So these places are my places. So Burbera Lagoon, and then Guida Wetlands is the bottom right, is where I did a lot of my research. It's a wetland system in west of Moree. And a lot of that, some of that land has come back into public hands. A lot of that was private, so it was irrigated agriculture and grazing. And so my ancestors and my elders have been locked out of this country for 150 years, since sort of the first contact The climate has definitely changed our landscape. It's changing the narrative to changed, not climate change. This is the wetlands, one of the deepest water holes in the complex on the left. It's the Gingham Waterhole in October 2020, and then by December it was bone dry. So there'd been no inflows and increased temperatures, and that's my son walking across that waterhole. So I suppose we were swimming in it in October, and then by December it was all gone. These are just some of the walking the walk. So I talk a lot, so I've got to walk it as well. The bottom right is, I painted in my master's thesis Aboriginal people in groundwater, and they're 3 water holes that I'd never been to but dreamt about, so I painted it. And then that was 2005, and then in 2020 I got to publish my master's thesis in a special issue on the springs of the Great Artesian Basin. And then there's 4. There's some of my chapters of my PhD. Australasian Journal of Environmental Management was co-edited, and we had a chapter which had an Indigenous language abstract. So that's one of the first for that journal. The Australasian Journal of Water Resources had a river with an Aboriginal name as the first author. So that's quite profound in that regard, that scientific journal would allow for that. And it's run by engineers, so they're even harder to persuade. Wetlands management is where I built an Indigenous research methodology, and then the Rivers of Resilience is a chapter in a book that was actually delivering on that Indigenous research methodology. It was about looking at the landscape through Indigenous eyes, using an Indigenous research methodology, which usually means sitting around the fire and yarning in a circle and talking about country. And it was even hard to get them to sign ethics forms, because you've got to do that as part of your research. And the mob are just saying, I ain't signing that shit. You're on country with me. You have the right to be here. I'm not signing anything. And I just said, well, can I record it that you said that? So you sort of need those aspects of research as well. And I think, the time thing, and I used 3 T's. So time to build trust over cups of tea. They're the 3 T's. You can have 4. I've been persuaded to have 4 and 5, and they're Tim Tams. So it's up to you. It's up to you. So the birds taking off there are the brolga. We call them brolga. And it's a species that can come from, I said it before, Siberia. So these are migratory birds, and they turn up in Australia when there's water in wetlands, and sometimes that water is going a bit funny. It's on its way out, and they will come and they'll nest. They're quite large birds, and they have an amazing dance, the brolga dance. Google it, check it out. And Aboriginal people have mimicked brolgas for thousands of generations in their dancing. And we've got to make sure that the right water's in the right place at the right time for these birds. And that's for a lot of species. And that's that interconnectedness you talked about, having, the water's got to be in there for them to breed, to do their dance. The water's got to be, another flow of water needs to be there for the fledglings, so that the young birds to have food, energy and to grow. And then you need another flow to make sure that they can actually turn into adults and go back to Siberia if they need to. So I suppose it's understanding that species and what it needs, not only from an ecological point of view, but also from a cultural point of view. The top right is the front cover of my PhD. So I painted my thesis. I would have just loved to have submitted that, but 80,000 words had to go with it, unfortunately. But that's the way I see my landscape in the Dreamtime, the way it was, the way it should be. And I suppose, within that system, the wetland is now only 70% of its original size. So it's quite small. It's quite a lot of pressure. It's protected, semi-protected by a state conservation area. It'll never be a national park because it could have coal seam gas under it. So we're always under that pressure. That's a very simple diagram, but water is at the core of who we are, I believe. Without that, you don't have the healthy people, the healthy country, and the healthy culture, and also a healthy economy. Probably could be a fourth one in there, because water, especially in a dry landscape like Australia, you definitely need it. Now, these are my river selfies, how I celebrate my rivers. Top left is the Guarda wetlands. The top right is the Birrarung, which is the Yarra in Melbourne. So that river has its own act of legislation, it's protected by its own act. Middle left is the Barwon River out of Brewarrina, Western New South Wales. The middle right is the Finke. It's one of the oldest, I think it's the oldest river in the world, the Finke River in Northern Territory. The bottom left is the Guarda. Bottom right is the Waikato in New Zealand. It's a photo below the last hydro dam. So below that, it's sort of wild, but I suppose upstream I think there's about 7 or 8 hydro dams. And that's my latest selfie. My favourite at the moment is a selfie with the caldera of Mount Vesuvius. So I got to climb up that, and on that trip, I was on a research vessel with Indigenous geoscientists from around the world. And the closest I got to Spain was going through the Straits of Gibraltar. So I could see Spain. I haven't been there though. So, yeah, look, I think the aspect of telling stories and art and environment is a key part of who we are, and we do it in circles, and you see a lot of circles in Aboriginal art and in those sort of spaces, and yarning circles. Men's and women's business is strong. So I'm a hydrogeologist by training as well, and a lot of my groundwater sites are women's sites. So I need to be very careful about where I go and what I talk about. So because you don't want to upset the Arnies, and you probably learned that. Yeah, if you upset the Arnies, you're in big trouble. The aspect of trust and building relationships, and I think that's a key part of my journey now, is about giving opportunities for other Indigenous scholars to come potentially to join me at UTS and do some cool stuff. So I've just got an Aboriginal mathematician. His postdoc was on the mathematics of kinship. So who can marry who? So he wrote a book on kinship and the mathematics. He's a pure mathematician. They're a special breed, but amazing stuff. He's awesome, and he'll start with UTS to hopefully thrive. And so if you know other Indigenous scholars are looking for a change, let us know. But yeah, I think I can definitely feel the opportunity to connect, and I think 10 years later from the first water forum that happened, it's good to be back, and a lot has changed, some good. And you heard the chief scientist talk about some of the good that's changed, especially with having Indigenous knowledge considered as an equal, because our knowledge is seen as myth and fiction and made up. Our knowledge is observation and testing and retesting and ultimately survival on the driest inhabited continent on Earth.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, thank you. And yeah, I was going to add to that, or to ask you that, yeah, you were, sorry, I just lost it now. No.
It was the best thing we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for being so sharp with the time as well. We've covered the presentations, and now is the time for the audience to have any questions, any reflection, anything that you would like to share.
I just say, Janet, you had a photo of the water lab or something that was at Paddington. I think I spoke at that because I remember seeing all the test tubes and all the water from all over the place, testing all the water from all.
Thank you very much. That was a fascinating presentation. I love it. It's fascinating work you're doing. I am an archaeologist since Javier on there, but I work on very deep time. So one of the things I've been thinking about it, and there's been a lot of conversations in deep time archaeologists in Australia, is about cultural landscapes. I think but also, and something I think you touched on how is gonna be indigenous knowledge protected. So all the intellectual property, but we were saying all the ethics, how would you approach that?
Yeah, that I suppose is a good growing space. So the data sovereignty is sort of the buzzword at the moment, and also ICIP, intellectual and Indigenous cultural and intellectual property, ICIP is the acronym, is a growing space as well. So I suppose the way I do it at the moment is I will think of a project, identify a funding source, start talking to the community about a possible project, but it's them allowing them to lead it. And I suppose the problem with ethics is we can't talk to them until we get what we're going to talk about. And so we've tried to flip it on its head. So we've sort of generally said what the project is about to get ethics approval so we could go talk to them. And then you build a research methodology and what are the questions they have about their own country. We've tried to flip the research paradigm in that space to allow them to lead, make decisions, and in the end, as part of the research agreement, they might say, look, we can't release any of that information. That's fine with us, you know? And I suppose that how can the Western system and governments understand that? Like I'm doing this project with CSIRO and they're a big beast. And I suppose they're going to have to realise that something may not come out of it. But what it could be is amazing. We're looking at cultural indicators and drought. So you talked about the nesting of, it was a magpie geese, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so similar to that, like there's birds in this region that lay so many eggs. Sometimes they kick out a few. So if they kick out more, it's going to be dry times. So the observation of Aboriginal people of watching that bird do that over thousands of years has been built in, that they know, and that they also see those eggs as a gift. So yeah, we'll go collect them, and that's our eggs for sustenance. But they'll also know that if they kick 3 of the 4 eggs out, tough times are coming. And you know that inter-drought policy can have a big influence. You know, if this bird's kicking out a lot of eggs, potentially, you know, there's frogs burrowing, there's freshwater crayfish, they burrow and build their own little membrane, and they go underground until wetter times come. So I suppose there's all these indicators that are potentially not being considered with regards to how we manage the landscape. Yeah. And like the other one I like is the emu in the sky. People heard about that. So Dinawan, it's the dark matter of the Milky Way, and it changes shape over the year. And there's a certain time, you know, when the male's chasing the ladies around, and then his legs disappear and he's sitting on the eggs. That's the time to go collect the eggs. And when it changes again, that means he's up with the young ones. We call them buggers, the little emus. And I suppose he controls from the nesting, the brooding, the looking after the nests. The ladies go off and hang out and go to cafes and. But I suppose it's that story connects. But then under La Nina, so we've had wet times over the last number of years. A couple of dealers have said the emus are breeding twice in a season, so it's completely different. So it's a whole new different season. It's a seasonal change that's not linked to the stars, but it's also due to the weather. Yeah.
All right, I'll ask a very quick question, and it almost runs on from this. How do we benefit from a cultural tradition of circular time when we're stuck in a linear time paradigm, which sees us going down the bird, you know, things getting bad? What can we learn from that different paradigm?
I think you might have talked about time as well. It's a big part of when you're thinking about a project is your time. The concept of time in some of those communities, and some of those communities, English might be the 4th or 5th language.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so the aspect of language interpretation, and you might need an interpreter and you'll need permits, but then to start talking to them, obviously the aspect of time, you know, just because researchers have traditionally said, I've got a question I want to answer. This community might be able to help me answer it. So I go there, ask the questions. They might give you the knowledge, not knowingly, and they lose access to that IP, intellectual property, and that researcher gets a master's or a PhD, and I suppose it's then how we change that. And the time aspect is very much circular. And you're right, the Western systems, you have a starting point and an end point, and it's straight. And, it's sort of like a adaptive management style. You learn by doing. There are similarities there with Indigenous knowledge as well. So on how it's shared and transferred, but then how you do the project is, you'll have the trust building, the time, the cups of tea, and then you get to a point where they'll say, all right, I think I trust this person. Let's have a yarn about the project. And that could be well down the track. You've got to have that investment. And then you get to the point where they start sharing, and then that's the really cool stuff. That's when you start getting into some of the beneficial project stuff. But time is a killer. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah. And sometimes I might just say, we don't have the capacity. We don't have the capacity to actually engage. Yeah.
Yeah, because we are not used to being able to having that extended time, no? for it to build that trust, for it to listen. And that's really key for the Aboriginal community in particular. Mm-hmm.
Very impressive presentation.
Thank you so much.
We have now Professor Alex Sanas and Professor Mateu Santamoris. They are both in the field of the built environment from different perspectives. Alex is an architect, a really renowned Australian architect, gold medal. He is an amazing designer, and Mateus, with a background in physics, his specialty, let's say, is high performance architecture. I'm really excited about your presentation or conversation or whatever you can call it. And we were before thinking that probably you would prefer to run the slides. In that case, that is perfect. And you can talk this one, or you have.
Does that work?
Hello. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. We may discuss about, let's say, sustainability.
Let's get closer.
Okay. Thank you. We may discuss a little bit about sustainability of cities. Actually, we have several problems in our cities, and I would like to concentrate just on two of the problems: the problem of carbon, used in cities, and also the problem of overheating. Is there a real problem of overheating in our cities? Yes, there are about 13,000 overheated cities around the world. And there are about 1.7 billion people living under very severe overheating. At the same time, let's say since 1980, the number of overheating hours has increased by a factor of 3. So we are facing a very important problem of overheating in our cities. Also in, let's say, developing countries, for example, in China and India, the exposure to heat waves has increased by an average of 508 million person days per year during the last decade. So we are facing a very serious problem of, let's say, overheating in our cities, including Sydney. Do we have important, let's say, consequences and impact because of the overheating? Of course. First, overheating is increasing the energy consumption for cooling. It increases the so-called peak electricity demand and obliges utilities to build additional power plants. It increases, at the same time, decreases the efficiency of power plants. It increases the emission of pollutants and increases the concentration of the atmospheric ozone. And at the same time, something very important, it raises the, let's say, heat-related mortality and morbidity, and decreases the, let's say, the productivity of population, increases the risk of accident, and so on. So there is a serious problem, how we can face this problem. And of course, the problem can be faced by using proper architecture, proper design in our building. So let's say, I think that it's very important that Alec, one of the more famous architects in Australia, really may address the issue, and so was how really in practice may, let's say, face the problem of carbon and overheating.
Thank you, Matt. Fame is fairly illusionary, so we won't dwell on that. Now, what we're going to do is, I'm going to have to move through your slides, and you're going to return to them, and then we're doing a kind of okay. So I'm going to talk about design, planning, urban design, architecture, industrial design, and art are all disciplines that define who we are and what we value. Today, if we value the future of our planet as designers, we must assess every potential design decision through the filter of the environmental sciences to evaluate whether the concept under examination contributes to a lower carbon future. It might come as a surprise for some of you when I say that government and the market economy under which we operate are often barriers to design proposals that aim for lower environmental impacts. In this brief talk, I'm going to give you 3 examples of how this operates, and also what we can do as designers to help change the world. Before I do that, it's important to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land which we gather today, the Gadigal of the Eora Nation. Their culture has the potential to profoundly influence how we care for our planet and other living beings. And the values that they espouse are, in my opinion, a direct connection to the science of a more sustainable future. I'll talk about Central Park Sydney, International House, and Darramoo House at Barangaroo as one item, and 39 Mark Place. And I'll be very quick and brief. Central Park is about density versus urban sprawl, about open space amenity, community, infrastructure, and transport. It might be of interest to understand that in Sydney, it's very hard to evaluate this, but we approximately have 15 people per hectare, or oh, I see. Apology. So did I miss previous slides?
No. It was just the moment that we jumped.
Thank you. Central Park in 2003 to 2007 was hotly contested by the community, including court action, and by the local government. And the main reason was that it proposed a density of around 386 dwellings per hectare, or somewhere between Manhattan and Barcelona. And yet we produced a community which likes a place, loves a place, and effectively understands the value of density where there is excellent infrastructure, transport, open space, shopping, education, and the like. So this is the master plan that caused all that controversy. And this is the outcome of that master plan. And as I say, the main issue here is placing density where there is the appropriate infrastructure and using land wisely and optimally in urban environments. And this is how it's used, an example of how it's used. The community, the very political process that objected to it, and the community now are staunch advocates of it. And this is how design helps make change. International House and Darramoo House were proposals about 10 years ago that in effect lower carbon emissions by about 50% compared to conventional concrete structure. To give you a graphic understanding of that, this is how much of that timber in International House is effectively sequestering carbon from the environment. providing we don't burn it again, it's going to stay there. And that's where design for assembly and disassembly, which I won't talk about, is a critical part of this sustainable future. And these are the two buildings together, but the story is more complex than that, and I won't dwell on it in great length, but effectively the market rejected this. The developer Lendlease had to form a separate company which underwrote the income from that at market value for 5 years, assuming that nobody would lease the place from market analysis, and then took the risk. But as it happened, only when the first building was near completion did it make the market, met the market's expectations. It was a financial success. But that shows you how, again, the market can resist change. 39 Martin Place. Again, we have a situation where development controls from the early 1990s, formed out of different values, different ideas about placemaking, were to shape the designs of 2000, let's say 1918, through to about 2023, it's just finishing. And what we were able to achieve through new development controls under immense opposition from government, are new development controls that optimize the use of land to place density where it's appropriate. And let me say that these schemes, which took FSRs from, in one case, maximum 12.5 to 1 under the existing controls between 2.5 to 1, and in the other case, 12.5 to 18.5 to 1, delivered build form that had lower impacts than the reference designs that supported the lower FSRs. In other words, design matters and made the difference. And the other thing we did is work with history, not work against it. Because the place, Martin Place, had an existing historic building of 100 years by Roslin Road, 1926, and the commercial heart of Sydney had been eroded by poor design, we created an architecture that was in conversation with history, that in itself underpinned the likelihood that the building would not be demolished because it creates a special place in Sydney. And that place-focused design is an important part of creating architecture which lasts 100 years. And that in itself is a very important part of our process, because in the end, beauty is what we admire and design like to keep, and therefore there's less likelihood of this building being demolished and losing all that involved carbon. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Matt. To do that, I'm going to have to go backwards to your slides. I'm not sure where you were, Matt. About there, maybe a bit further. Thank you.
Thank you, Alec. I'd like really to present you the next 5 minutes the main problems that we're facing because of the overheating. The major, let's say, problem has to do with the so-called low-income population. Unfortunately, low-income population is living in, let's say, houses of low quality, not protected, and also in areas presenting much higher, let's say, overheating. As a result, they are not able really to, let's say, cover their energy needs. Just to tell you that in Europe, let's say in Portugal, a very developed country, the European Union, the low-income population is covering only 2% of their, let's say, cooling needs. We have performed, let's say, measurements in low-income houses in Western Sydney, trying to see really the problem of overheating during the summer period. And believe me, during, let's say, not during a heat wave, during the summer, indoor temperature may exceed 40 degrees. And they may, let's say, live under very high temperature, but also very high indoor pollution because they close windows, doors, etc. At the same time, we know very well that there is a very serious problem associated with overheating and mental health. We know that actually during the period of high temperatures, mental health problems really are increasing tremendously, and this is really a very serious problem for our societies. At the same time, we know very well that those that they suffer more from, let's say, the mental health problems are the low-income population. And recent studies have shown that those really that they need, let's say, support, mental health support is the low-income population in the world. Another important issue that is not so well known is that during the period of high temperatures, suicide rate is increasing tremendously. Recent studies have shown, for example, that for each degree above, let's say, a certain threshold temperature, suicide rates in the United States is increasing by 0.7%, but in Mexico is increasing by 2.1%. So there's a tremendous increase of suicide rate associated really with overheating. Another important issue has to do with, let's say, the cognitive capacity and the cognitive performance, of our kids. Studies have shown really that when someone is exposed in high temperatures above 28, 29 degrees, it has an impact, during the next 4 years on its cognitive performance. And we know very well, for example, from the different, let's say, exercises like the PISA exercise around the world, that the people living in high temperatures or in, let's say, warm climates, they have much lower performance, not because of the worst, let's say, educational system, but because of the higher temperature. For example, a recent study have shown that the Brazilians, they have 6% lower performance than the South Koreans, just because of, let's say, the higher temperatures. What about the future? About the future, we know that the temperatures during the daytime may increase between 1 or 2 degrees, but during the nighttime, we expect the temperatures in cities may increase between 3 to 5 degrees. And this, of course, will affect our lives, but will affect more the life of a low-income population. Actually, low-income population in the world faces more than, let's say, 83 days above 35 degrees per year. High-income population is facing just 16. So there is a very important issue regarding really the distribution and the impact, let's say, of overheating on population. At the same time, we know that the continuous increase of the temperature affects really the population. I mean, you see the studies. An increase of the temperature by 2 or 3 degrees, unfortunately, by 2050 or 2000, or by the end of the century, you can see that will affect tremendously the whole population of Asia and the whole population of Africa. So we may expect that about 3 to 4 billion people will live continuously under temperatures, of 35, 36 degrees. It is very important to mention what's happened during the last year, for example, in Southeast Asia, where really we have an increase of the frequency of heat waves by a factor of 30, not 30%, a factor of 30. For example, in Bangladesh, last year, between April 2023 to April 2024, they had more than 250 days above 35 degrees. At the same time, we know that because of the overpopulation, that we are facing a very important need for additional, let's say, buildings. And it is a very important issue, how really we are building the future, let's say, buildings. We build a lot. Just understand that we build a Paris per week. So it is of very high importance, really, the standards that we are using for, let's say, the future buildings. Why? Because this will affect, let's say, for example, first the energy performance and the energy, let's say, consumption. We expect that by 2050 that the energy consumption just for cooling will increase up to 1,000, 2,000%. Just one Indian city, Mumbai, will present by 2050 higher energy consumption for cooling than the whole United States. So this, of course, has a tremendous impact, let's say, on the economy and also on the social life of these developing countries. But it's not just, the average value. We have to understand the stratification inside the society. And according to all studies we have, who really benefits from air conditioning in these countries? Only the high-income population. The low-income population, as you can see from this, let's say, slide, is not really benefiting a lot or at all from, let's say, air conditioning. And the study shows that also in the future, they will not benefit at all. So we may have a very high part of the population, by 2050, 3 to 4 billion people living under completely unacceptable conditions. These are bad news. Do we have good news? Yes. During the very last years, there is a very serious, let's say, very serious research that has been carried out trying really to develop mitigation technologies to decrease the temperature of our cities. Let's say, in UNSW, we have developed some new technologies, super cool materials and other materials that we have implemented in many large-scale mitigation projects all around the world. This is what is happening in Riyadh now that we're responsible for this project. And we have succeeded really to decrease the peak temperature of the city up to 4.5 degrees and also decrease the energy consumption of the buildings in the area by 35%. But the most important is that once these materials are used in low-income houses, we may decrease the peak temperature up to 10 degrees. And this is experimental. This is something that we have seen in many low-income houses all around Australia. So instead of having people living under 40 degrees during heat waves, we may really decrease with minimum cost the indoor temperature down to 30 degrees. So I'd like to conclude by saying that we are facing a very important problem in the built environment. The problem has to do, first of all, with the extreme, let's say, use of carbon. Buildings contribute up to 35–40%, of the carbon production in the world. But also in our cities, we are having a very serious problem of overheating. This is the most documented phenomenon of climatic change. We know the problem, and we have developed important, let's say, solutions. Unfortunately, in very few areas around the world, really, we have serious mitigation projects. And unfortunately, most of the decision makers, they like and they, let's say, implement simple or simplistic ideas. For example, let's plant 2 million trees and solve the problem. It doesn't work. It doesn't give you any solution. So in this way, we have to understand really that this is a multidisciplinary problem. It's a problem that is not really affecting only the environmental people or, the architects or the designers and so on. It's a problem of the whole society. It needs holistic approaches. So the message is very clear. We face a very important problem. We have solutions. Let's try really to implement these solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having this amazing and informative talk today. I don't know if there is any question. Anyone have any question? Yes.
I'm wondering about the green development of the public urban space is not a solution.
It is important, but it is important, but it's not helping to mitigate, the urban heat. I mean that, once we plan, let's say, mitigation policies in our cities, of course, we have to take the aesthetics into account out of discussion, but also we need to have some results that decrease the temperature in cities. So once really we implement policies that just, let's say, increases the aesthetic value, but without really having, let's say, environmental result, unfortunately, really, this does not help us.
Yes, but street trees have been shown to increase the shade and to decrease temperatures in the shade by 10%. So I think you're talking about when people put pot plants on their windowsills and things like that.
Yeah. You're right, of course, it is very important really to have, let's say, more beautiful urban spaces out of discussion, for sure. But my topic, is about, let's say, urban overheating. And once really we implement technologies or policies, we improve the aesthetic value, we have always to take into account climatic change. If we don't take into account climatic change and overheating, and whatever we are doing is increasing the temperature, this is not a good policy.
Can I just add from your research, what above becoming 35 degrees centigrade, trees turn into radiators. They re-radiate heat down. So the issues of maximum, as I understand it, really excites trees they help on the way through.
They help, I don't like to give you more details, but things like, trees. Trees may contribute a lot really during the day or night to decrease temperature, but under, severe overheating, about 36 degrees, you have to know that trees increase the temperatures.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
It's amazing. I also have one question for Alex. I would like to introduce the concept of art as well in this conversation, and we will be focused on built environment. I would like to ask you about the Dam Grove project. You have designed and built the art storage facility, and for the audience that they don't know the building, it's almost a kind of translucent shell, the big part at least. How is the performance of that envelope in the storage of art?
Okay, so Dam Grove, for those who don't know, is Judith Nielsen's art storage facility in which, let's say there's 30,000 works of art, and they're not small. And the translucent material that you talked about is part of the environmental performance. This is ultimately a very scientific building. It's a building which they have science through frontage, and the apartment that we talk about is 2 layers. The outer layer and the one layer to the distance, and the layer. With that distance provides thermal insulation through the air, but also we have, I can't remember the number, it's something like 860 photovoltaics on the roof, that might but essentially it reduces the cost of one, well, virtually eliminates the cost of running mechanical systems and water lighting systems. So for gallery, for storage facility, species, it is able to keep the temperature at museum standards for all the storage facilities. And the major space, which is 19 meters long, 18 meters wide, and up to on the side, like 6.5 meters about volume, is the range for art that goes on, say, 10 meters, say, over 9%.
Thank you very much. I think we have another question.
I think another question for Professor Santamores. Does a decrease in population growth, would that have a significant effect in decreasing heat in cities? Or is that
Can you repeat your question?
A decrease in population growth in cities, would that help? Is that one of the solutions?
Not really. Depends, on the reasons that creates let's say, the overheating. For example, in Sydney, the overheating is because of the transfer of heat, let's say, from the desert. This is the main reason, of overheating in Sydney. In Sydney, we'll have 2 systems. We'll have the eastern system, which is really the sea breeze that cools down the eastern suburbs, and we'll have the western system that brings heat, from the desert to Western Sydney. The overheating in Sydney is not because of the lack of greenery. It's not because of, let's say, the anthropogenic heat. It's because, all the transfer of heat from the desert. And the global climate change, which increases the temperature, of the water in the Pacific and also in the Indian Ocean, transfer more heat because the air is transferred through, let's say, the desert, and transfer more heat to the cities. So it is a synergy between global and local climatic change that brings the heat, to the cities in Australia. This is the main problem. But unfortunately, during the last 40 years, the frequency of heat waves in the Australian cities has increased by a factor of 4 or 5. So, but this is not because, you know, of the landscape of the Australian cities. This is not because of the lack of greenery. This is not because of the lack of water. This is because, you know, of the desert and the climatic change.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if we have some time for another question. Yeah, Janet?
I'd just like to ask about, it seems like an obvious thing that everyone says, oh, why? You work with Lend-Lease and all these development companies. Why are they allowed to build flat roof houses when we know exactly what they'll do and completely denude all of those sites of any greenery whatsoever? And I mean, why is it not a policy yet to create those housing areas as already, you know, with cooling building going on, because we know what they're going to become.
Yeah. Thank you for your question. You know, I think that there is a progress, first of all, in Australia and around the world. Not so fast in Australia, like, for example, in Europe. In Europe, since now the last 3 or 4 years, all new buildings have to be zero carbon. All new. Now they have a project of 110, you know, zero carbon cities that is implemented in Europe. They have the so-called, let's say, a new project which has to do with the food decarbonization of the European Bauhaus project by 2050. In Australia also there is some progress. You know, it's a smaller country, takes time, but it is very important to be understood that we have really to stop, let's say, using conventional sources of energy which produce carbon and increases really the problem of CO2 emissions in the atmosphere, but also the problem of overheating. The problem of overheating is very serious in Sydney. We have 10 degrees of temperature difference between the eastern and the western suburbs, 10 degrees. The energy consumption that has to be consumed for cooling in Western Sydney, for example, the same building is 2 times higher than in the eastern part. There's tremendous penalty. So some measures have to be taken. There is some politics about this, but we need to do more.
I might just add that it's Matt's advice that led to a planning control in western suburbs, which required all routes to be about large sheds and simply by one time minister, and then moved as a thought.
Yeah, if nothing happens, you know, in Western Sydney by 2050, we may have, according to, let's say, the forecast, more than 40-45 days above 50 degrees.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for all these questions. I don't know how to, you know, lift the vibe up now. Yeah, it has been a really wonderful presentation. Yeah, Alex, sorry, would you like to? Yes.
I don't disagree with what I said, but I do think population numbers, only because urban sprawl is, in my view, worse environment problems in place, structural things. So that's the population density.
Yeah. Thank you very much. As you probably all know, we have now a tea break, and before the tea break, we would like to celebrate the 10th anniversary of SRAP with a small, let's see, we have called the minimum exhibition.
Well, while Ines is working on the opening of the mini exhibition, I just wanted to tell you that to celebrate this 10th anniversary, as you know, artists have been very important from the very first year. And every year, every forum, we have invited and asked for the generosity of an artist to lend us an image of the work, to be the poster, the image of the forum. And on this occasion, we have made a tiny exhibition with all the images of these 10 years. And this is the present we gave to all the speakers today, so that you can build your own mini exhibition at home and visit it with time. But the rest of public, you can visit the exhibition here. And thank you very much for the artists. Some of them are here today. Even one of them, Jonathan Zawada, is right at the exhibition of Sharks and Rays also, so together with Janet and Jennifer. Thank you. We are quite late, so we reduce the tea break because I think people need a break, but maybe just 10 minutes. At 3, we are here at 3.
Bueno, aquí corre que te corre. Back up to 45, ¿no? No estaba ahí liado. Cállate que estaba... que te escuchan.
Set. Session 3, no? This one? Yeah. Ah, bueno, sí, no sé por qué te hablo en inglés, la verdad. Oh, yeah, well, I people online can see how we do. Sí, ellos están viendo que estamos haciendo cosas con la...
Okay.
Bueno, da igual,
You don't mind?
da igual. It's okay.
I'll just stand here.
Y hago varias porque una sí me sale mal.
Seguro. Si no, la cortas, luego le cortas las
Sí,
sillas.
sí.
Cortas las sillas.
Vale, pero te recuerdo.
Okay. Pongo break. ¿Qué hora es? Ok, a 5 minutos. Llegó ayer. Él avión, y según ha llegado de Almería, de haber ahora me siento fatal. No te sientes nada mal. Sí, no voy a salir a comer. Lo único es que no te puedes no, ya se tomó todo. Estaba mirando las cosas.
Just change that and put the ones with our names on it. Yes.
Oh, that's a great idea. Let's change this. Mira, la que pasa también y así la subo también cuando terminemos. Pues mira, aquí me gusta, it's a great idea with the names.
Stand here?
Stand
here?
Yeah.
Stand here and that would say. Creo que me la siento también.
Ah, sí, tú también. Ups. Vas a hacer también la que los conocen. Pero la correcta. Y así ya subo. Vaya calorón. Bien. Pues Alan, let's get started. Super guay. Mira, la verdad que falta Coral.
¿Se ha ido Coral?
No, está tomando
Ah, no, lo he metido. Esto lo puse ya. ¡Uy, qué bien que ya lo había puesto! Entonces, una cosa que ya había puesto.
There's people following live.
Yeah, that is the tricky part. That is exactly one of the things that are starting.
She's not sitting down with us, I guess. So she's
No,
saying.
I think we'll just sit down.
Okay, great.
¡Oh, qué mucho esto!
Because otherwise, yeah, wait. I'm a big technological beast race, so it takes a while for me to.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, no, 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 you know, that's interesting. I haven't been.
Sí.
Yeah.
Estamos
Bueno, bueno, you were born ready.
¿Qué tal?
Simplemente
Ay, qué maravilla, como siempre.
¿Todo bien? Sí.
Todo bien. Espera, un segundo.
confirma. Isabel Núñez Lendo.
Creo que sí. Núñez Lendo, sí. Ah, no.
Carmen Isabel.
Carmen Isabel, pero C. C Isabel.
Sí,
Vale.
sí, porque es Isabel, pero es Carmen Isabel.
Sí, por tenerlo
Es lo que-
como el DNI.
Sí, correcto.
Para que después pueda decir que es ella. A ver, el de Benulo, que se vaya.
Te doy
La
el
venia,
audio, no
la venia.
el audio está ya. El audio está ya.
La venia, su señoría.
Te lo doy con la venia.
Con la venia de su señoría.
You are on. Okay.
But so they are on standby.
Okay, so you have two keys.
So you just have to go up.
Up. Okay.
It works down. Down.
Fantastic.
Easy, lemon squeezy. Me voy a poner en forma. Chaqueta.
¿Tengo calor? I don't know what's that. It's beautiful. It's really like modern.
Yeah. And I like that. So I'm going to be that kind of dark. There's a color.
Okay.
Yeah, it's so good.
Oh, you got an entrance. Okay, it's a tricky camera, you know, after that.
Very bad. We need like one of those.
Yeah.
Ready? All right. I think we could start. There you go. Let's see that. All right. Good to go. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for holding with us. It is my pleasure to chair this third session of our forum. My name is Sofia Sampercarro. I'm an archaeologist. I'm a DECRA fellow at the Australian National University. I'm one of the co-chairs of this forum. So to start with our session, the first broad topic that we'll approach is history, diplomacy, and art. So to have a wonderful conversation about these topics or these aspects, we have here Rebecca Guinea-Stahl. She is the General Consul of Spain in Australia. She arrived here in Australia last year in 2023, but before that, she was posted in several African and South American countries. She's an expert on diplomacy and diplomatic relationships. That is not the same. She also has a career in all the different posts she's been, except for here in Australia. She's also been the cultural attaché for her previous post, as I said. And next to her, we have Luc Stegeman. He's a writer and a cultural historian. He's also a honorary Madrileño. And he is also our first Malespina awardee. So he's back with us, so he's still like us, so that's great. He has written on arts, politics, history, and the list goes very, very long, from a range of Spanish and Australian publications, including several books like the latest book that you just presented, last week, or the week before, something like that. So just to start a bit of the conversation, and I know a lot to talk about, one of the ideas we were dealing with, or we were talking about, is we have Rebecca, that is an official diplomat, but then we also have Luc, that it would be a de facto diplomat on all these cultural relationships. So stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Sofia. Well, Luc, I think you agree with me. It's a great pleasure to be here today. Thank you so much to SRAP for inviting us, Instituto Cervantes, Embajada de España, and all those other corporations and institutions who has made it possible for us to be here today. So thank you so much. It's a pleasure. And Luc, it's a great pleasure as well to share the stage with you. Really.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And could I just also reinforce what you just said about my thanks to all the different institutions and bodies and people who have come together to make it today a reality. It's just fantastic. And it's wonderful to have this opportunity to speak at such a, I mean, I've been sitting over the back and so far it's been fantastic. So we've got to keep standing.
Yeah. Let's do that. Well, as well, I think it's very important to say that we have several people also connected, digitally following this session. So also hi to everybody who is on the other side. And I think that's also important to mention.
And well, look, I think what Sophia has actually said, you being a de facto ambassador of Spanish and Australian culture, because I think it's better we talk about culture. So history, art, science, I think it's all part of our cultural heritage. And I think it's really amazing. How do you feel actually, you know, being this de facto ambassador and bringing a bit of Spain to Australia and a bit of Australia to Spain? I think that's gorgeous.
Yeah, well, thank you. And I should point out that the idea of me as a de facto ambassador is a title, or if you like, that other people have given me. It's not something that I've assumed myself. And certainly when I started writing about the relationship between Australia and Spain and started exploring Spanish culture from my point of view as an Australian, I wasn't doing it in a sense of, I mean, you first start doing that because you have a need yourself that you want to satisfy. And then you start to realise that maybe your work starts to have a bit more repercussion, a bit more. And then the latest work which I published this year, it's the first time that I've been published kind of by major international houses in both Spanish and English, and it's having even greater repercussions. So it's a real honour and it's a great responsibility as well. And I'll just say very briefly, it's a real privilege to me. I've been looking around how many Spanish people here today have really making extraordinary contributions to intellectual life here in Australia. And so I'm very proud to, as an Australian, to make a little bit of a contribution back to in Spain, talking about Spanish culture.
It's really amazing. It's Australia is my first posting. I'm not a cultural attaché. I've always done it throughout my career. And well, I've been, as Sophia was saying, I have been posted in Africa and been posted in South America, being the director of the Spanish Cultural Center in Santiago de Chile. And well, if I look, you know, at the different geographical places and how we deal with cultural and scientific diplomacy, because in Spain, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and now for several years, has always told us it has to go hand in hand, you know, the cultural diplomacy with the scientific one. It's, I think, one of our inputs, you know, in Spanish diplomacy that we take very, very much into account, and we take very seriously what our scientists are actually doing abroad. So that's also very, very, very important for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But what I've been actually witnessing is that it's so easy, you know, to establish relationships or to make us, you know, culturally closer with those countries that actually, for example, speak our own language, you know, and where actually this exchange is so easy. Then actually with other countries, which are actually so far away as well, you know, we are very like-minded, but geographically so separated, you know, that sometimes it's harder, you know, to make them really understand, you know, and to really make them see, you know, what we are, our history, our idiosyncrasy, you know, and also it's very difficult as well because everything being so far away is so expensive. Huh?
Yes.
So what do you think about that?
Well, that's actually really interesting, and it does pose a problem because you think, I guess, you know, I started to think a number of years ago that it's, okay, how do you, given the tools that I have at my disposal, and we've seen here some people who have an extraordinary ability with images and with conceptual art and dealing with landscape and architecture and so on. And I work with a much more abstract box of tools, if you like, which is essentially language, both English language and the Spanish language. And one of the things I wanted to do is how can I bring elements of Spanish culture and Spanish history as well alive for Australian, or now more broadly an English-speaking audience around the world. And one of the ways of doing that, because you think, oh, okay, how many people, English-speaking backgrounds, have written books about Spain? Well, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. So you think, okay, how do you, and there's quite a long tradition of that, so how do you go about doing something a bit different? How do you approach it? And one of the things that I do as a cultural historian is to first of all, you have to know the history well, which means, you know, it's very easy to just be on the surface of things. But to go below that. And what you do is you find the stories which are kind of lost between the cracks. And you dig in and you find the stories, you illustrate those stories. And what you do as a writer is and I should say, I'm not an academically trained historian. I mean, I have studied history a lot over the years, but I've never been an academically trained historian. And also, I mean, I don't represent any academic institutions. I'm essentially working as an independent cultural historian, which is great because I'm not, in a sense, I'm not answerable to anybody. So then you start to think, okay, the stories that need to be told, dig around and you find them, and then you bring to those your own interpretation. And when I write, I don't just tell the facts of the story. I deliberately lay, I mean, people who read me in English know that my style is very, I try to be quite poetic, right? I'd say literary, but a lot of people find that word a little bit difficult, too complex, but poetic. So there's so many wonderful stories that you can extract and tell them in new and entertaining ways. And sometimes they're not stories that actually have been told. You have to find the story and go, hang on, there's something here that can be told. I could give one or two examples if that's all right. One very, very brief one, just in the recent book. I was just a little bit of background, just writing a book about the history of Madrid, inevitably overlaps a bit with the history of Spain. And there was reading about when Fernando of Aragon married Isabel Castillo, and you know, it's briefly mentioned that Fernando went from Zaragoza across to Valladolid or Medina del Campo, one or the other, to marry Isabel. And it's mentioned that, you know, he because there was various forces who were opposed to their marrying, that he travelled on horseback with a bunch of other people, and they were in disguise. It took them a couple of weeks to ride across Spain so he could then get to Isabel and marry. And I thought, hang on, wait, that's an amazing story. That's amazing. What an adventure story is right there. What's going on? Fernando of Aragon gets disguised, gets on his horse. He's travelling sort of incognito through these little villages, travelling at night and so on, to get across. And you think about then the impact, the fact that he made that journey successfully and married Isabel of Castile, and that essentially changed European history. So little stories like that are everywhere to be found. And so I did a little, tell you about half a page, but this is something that you have the freedom to do when you're not an academic historian, but you're more a cultural historian. You go, well, I can imagine what that journey was like, you know, and I can say a few things about, you know, you get quite poetic talking about, you know, traveling through the dark and across the empty plains of, you know, the little villages and so on. And you think, well, why not tell that story? Because no one else has told it before. We don't have documentary evidence for exactly how that journey was made, so why not kind of make it up, because the journey was real, but you can fill in the details.
But that's, you know, that's the amazing thing about culture, and that's why it's so important, you know, also for politics, because at the end of the day, culture, arts, they're so human, they're so attached to human beings. It's actually our particularity, you know, as Andros. It's what actually interconnects us, you know. So it's such a fantastic tool, it's such a fantastic soft power to unite. And if you use it wisely, it's really incredible the power it can have. So this is a very great example that you were telling, you know, it's a story that you can think, well, Australians, they will never be interested in such a vibrant but very Spanish story, you know, but because it's about human beings, because it's about relations that we all understand, you know, you get to people, and at the end of the day, you deal with them, you know.
Exactly. If you say, oh, I'm going to tell you a little bit of medieval history, oh, no, thanks. Hang on, I'm going to tell you about this guy who, you know, really wanted to marry this woman, so he got on horseback and went in disguise and rode across. That is a great story. It's a great story. So then you can tell that.
There's the magic, that's the magic. And wisely used, you know, it's just a fundamental tool. I completely agree with you. Actually, you know, I don't know if everybody knows that from an official point of view, you are like freelance, you know, you bring what you think people can be interested in. But from an official side, we also have our strategy, in Spanish cultural action, foreign action. And it's really amazing the tools we have to make it happen, It's not only through embassies, One of the great examples here, for example, is the Maria Spina Prize, for example. It's actually has been created and invented by our embassy in Canberra. And it's a great tool to connect as well. But we don't only have the embassies, and the other offices, related to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have, for example, an amazing chain of cultural centers, Spanish cultural centers, all based in South America. And on the other side, and I think Cora is around, I don't know where she is, but we have all these amazing Instituto Cervantes, which actually do the same, more or less the same job as our cultural centers, but in all the other countries which are not South America. And I think that's so vital, so important. Your job is so important, And well, I know that sometimes we would like to have more means, a bigger budgets, because with imagination and goodwill, you can do a lot of things. But having a good budget, for example, in Australia where everything is so expensive because we are so far away, will help a lot. But I think it's very important that we take into account how important it is that the states, the governments, really pay a very careful attention on how we deal with our culture and with our cultural exchange.
I think that's really, really important. And Australian people have a great affection for Spain, a great affection, and an enormous interest. And it's one of the things I mentioned in discussing. When people are asking, what does it mean that you write this book about Madrid, or aspects about my previous book was about looking at processes of how the laws of historic memory work in both Australia and Spain, and the consequences of sort of public debate and so on. And people ask, well, what can you bring to that, to help Australians understand these things more? And the thing is that Australians have this great affection, but they need probably to be told a little bit more, And I often explain to people, look, without wanting to put any, to make any comments about other people, but that it is very different writing about Spain as an Australian compared to, as an Australian, therefore a representative of the Anglosphere, compared to being a Brit or an American, because our country does not have any history of war with Spain, which both British and Americans have, of course. And we don't have, certainly, I always get in trouble saying this, but I think it's true. Certainly the British often have quite a condescending attitude. And I can say that to Spanish people because I said the British have an attitude with us, Australians as well. We know what it's like to be sort of condescended to. That's not to take away from some of the marvelous stuff that British people have done about Spain. But yeah, I think as an Australian, it gives you the opportunity to write about Spain from a completely fresh angle. You're writing from completely the other side of the world, from a country where we've only had proper diplomatic relations, for the last 50 or 60 years, although the origin of the diplomatic relations, there's some really interesting stories. It's all back in the 1830s, 1850s. But so it's a whole fresh way of telling that story.
Yeah, and while you were talking, suddenly this question popped out, because you're Australian, which you have been studying so much about our culture and our history. What's the big difference, What's the big difference between how Australians, encounter culture and cultural management, and regarding to the Spaniards, for example? Is there a big difference, or not as much as we can think, being Anglo-Saxon and Latin?
Look, without trying to avoid the question, I've got to say that's a little bit difficult to answer because it's very, very hard. I mean, you could answer that, but it's so complex. I can just say that, a lot of it has to do with, and it comes back to some of the stuff we talked earlier about, a lot of it comes back to education and the way in which we learn about, well, first of all, about the way we learn about our own cultures, and then the way in which we're encouraged to relate to culture. Culture being such a broad thing. Yeah, it'd be difficult for me to say there's any specific, I mean, we would have to have a very, very long conversation. I'm not trying to get out of avoiding the question, but yeah.
What I've realized, no, for example, now if we talk about history and how Australians look at themselves, it's like sometimes you have the impression that history in Australia started with colonialism, no? But on the other hand, you have these 40,000 years of, you know, Aboriginal culture, which is so rich and so empowering and so amazing, but you hardly hear, you know, about it, or you start now hearing about it a bit more, you know, but it's like this big difference, you know, between what happened before and what happened, you know, starting in the 19th century. It is actually, for me, it's something curious, no, that makes me think.
Well, we know more about it now than we did, say, when I was at school, 40 odd years ago. There is the way in which that Australians' relationship to their own history, and when I say their own, meaning the history of this continent, has changed radically in my lifetime. And it's completely changed the way that we see it today with the presentations. It's completely changed the way we understand the land in which we live. And in fact, my last book, which I mentioned before, Amnesia Road, which was about these processes of historic memory in both countries, and it started out with, and I explored a particular region, an area called southwestern Queensland, and I talked about essentially what had happened there during the process of the colonists going in there during sort of the 1820s to about the 1880s, and everything that happened in terms of dispossession of the Indigenous people. But I also did that in the context of an absolute celebration of the beauty of the landscape out there and the natural environment, because it's one of the most extraordinary parts of Australia. And it threw up this really difficult question, which is how do you, and I then threw this over to certain parts of Andalusia as well, that how do you write about these extraordinarily beautiful places when you also know there's been this terrible history in the not too distant past? And that, I guess, that was the challenge that I put myself and then went about answering that in that book.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's not easy, no?
No, it's not, but it's important to do it.
It is very, very, you know, when we close our eyes, you know, and try not to see what's there, it generates always a problem, you know. I think it's so important to be courageous and brave and keep the curiosity alive and be aware, you know, of what there is and what there was. I think, no, that's
Very
the
much
whole
so.
picture.
Very much so, yeah. So I think we're running short on time.
Did you see me? It was really delicate, wasn't it? Oh, it's fascinating, and I think it's a conversation that I believe a lot of the people in the room might want to join. Like just what you were saying, I was just thinking about that, about how do we tackle diplomacy in historic times and how complex that is. And of course, in Australia, we have horrendous events that is really difficult to talk about. Also in Spain, we have the same, and in many other countries in the world. So I don't know if that's another part of questions that we can reach. Maybe, I mean, I don't think there is a solution for it, but how would you approach that?
Well, I'll just say one really quick comment. I'll keep it brief so we're going to go to questions. But it's not just a matter of saying how do we face up to the past, and that is complex enough. How we do that, and then how that's translated into the present. It's also when you look back at the past, you realise you're telling the story, you're only telling half the story, because so much that was there has actually been lost. It's actually been lost. And the example that I was going to say this really, really quickly, the example I wrote about, because I'm absolutely obsessed and fascinated about this, in the book on Madrid, is the fire that took place in the Royal Palace, or the Alcázar as it was then, in 1734, and basically wiped out a large part, not just of the Royal Art Collection, but of all the documentation from the Americas, musical manuscripts and so on. And we know for certain that at least 500 major works of European art were lost. So when we talk about, we go to the Museum of Prado, we talk about, you know, how where this fits in the history of Western art. What about all the stuff that we don't even know about that's not there because it all got burnt to ash on that night? And one of the, and with this I'll stop, the paintings that were saved was an absolute miracle. And probably the most famous one was Las Meninas by Diego Velázquez. You know, that's kind of like considered by many, you know, one of the cornerstones of Western art. Only by absolute miracle have we even got that painting. So who knows what else disappeared?
Yeah, I also think, Sophia, you know, that it's very important to know or get to know our past, because our past has made the present possible, you know. So it's very important that we understand, that we take good account of our past to understand our present. But I also think it's very important as well to focus on our future, you know. And our future has to be always brighter, better, you know, and has to actually facilitate, you know, the cohabitation among human beings. So I think it's all like a line, you know, that you have to follow with respect, you know, and with a lot of tolerance. But it's not forgetting each one of them, you know, past, present, and future, they go hand in hand, you know, and I think that's vital that we keep in mind.
Definitely. Maybe finding that safe space to talk about these things, right? Well, thank you very much. I want to open to questions from the public. Brad, please.
Chair. Oh, ladies.
Oh.
Yeah, that point of knowing where you come from, you know, really guides us where you want to be in the future. And I think a lot of Indigenous people think like that. You know, we always talk about our past and where we've come from and what's come with us to where we are today to make it better tomorrow for the next generation. I suppose that's sort of like that's probably universal ways of thinking. But what I wanted to ask was, you know, I thought I heard stories, yeah, like I know Torres went through the Torres Strait in 1600, something like that, you know, so the Torres Strait is named after a Spanish explorer. And then I think the English pooped themselves because they heard that the Spanish were coming to claim Australia. And that's why they said, so my question potentially is what sort of Australia would be if the Spanish turned up?
Don't ask me. I can give you hundreds of adjectives, you know. But first of all, I think the language, you know, the language would be for sure would be here as English is, you know. So you would be speaking Spanish right now. That's for sure, you know, and maybe even there's a bit of Flamenco. I see you there.
I've been asked that question quite a few times, and it's one of those, you know, counterfactuals. But one thing I always say, I think with pretty great certainty, is that in that circumstance, it would have been Jesuits out preserving Indigenous languages much earlier than happened. I mean, the British basically didn't bother.
Because I think they passed La Perouse on the way. La Perouse was.
Oh, no, La Perouse came just after Cook, whereas Torres went through in 15. Whatever it was, 15, yeah. So, I mean, had there been a settlement, it's so easy it would have been. I mean, I was recently reading about the history of the Spanish and the Portuguese fighting over the Moluccas and the Spice Islands. And, you know, I think had either of those just come 1,000 kilometres south, they would have been to North Queensland or, you know, Cape York and so on. And in those, who knows, would have been completely different. But I know that the Spanish had a history of, you know, in really investigating the local cultures and the languages in a much more rigorous way than the British did. Yeah.
Well, we actually proved it in Latin America, no? I think one of the first things that we did is building universities, you know, so that's also an important symbol or sign in what we were interested, you know. We had a great movement, you know, also humanists, you know, who very early started to think about human rights, the same way we understand them nowadays, you know. And this was very, very important, you know, to make this coexistence, cohabitation, a bit smoother. Yeah.
The first concept of international human rights law came out of Salamanca in the 1540s, so it's completely different. Well, sorry, I won't. There are some questions. Is there a question?
Yes, I was just asking for a little comment. I think at the end of the day, everyone is going to end up talking in Spanish because there's reconquering. And if you go to Mali, more than half the people, they will be talking, they're more Argentinians and Chilean, but it's amazing the amount of Spanish that I'm hearing lately. The 17 years I've been here, the switch from English to Spanish is amazing. But my question was for you. I am curious, I don't know if you have heard about Nieves Concostrina, and if you know her, what do you think about her as a historian?
Oh, look, I know the name, but I don't know enough to.
Because when you said that you like to give your perspective and your poetic view, she is very like this style, and you would love the podcast.
Yes, no, look, that's been recommended to me a couple of times, but I just haven't got around to exploring. But thank you again. That's another.
One last question. Please.
This reminder that the indigenous peoples of Latin America were recognized as citizens, full citizens of Spain in 1960.
Yes.
And it was 1960. My question is related to, first one fact that the best, the two books about Madrid, it's yours in Australian, and the one in Barcelona is another Australian book that creates an amazing coincidence that it's related to my question. What would you say is the best thing we can learn from Australia being Spaniards, and what is the best thing Australians can learn from Spain?
Which one should People ask me, and you're an expert in diplomacy, you have to be a bit diplomatic. This question. I would just say, as an Australian who spent many years in Spain and still spends a lot of time there, and for all the absolute delights and treasures that are involved, I do have to say, in comparison to Australia, having to deal with the bureaucracy is an absolute nightmare. It really is. It really is really tough. It feels tough. And I know it's tough for Spanish people as well. But as an outsider, it's kind of, I always blame Felipe II. I think it all starts.
Well, the Romans, no? I think.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the wrong thing.
Something positive?
Everything else was positive. Everything else was positive. What about as a Spaniard? What do you take from Australia?
It amazes me, and I'm really, I admire, I love it, how respectful, and well educated, you're here as a society. I think for me, it's really, it's great. I love it. I'm just completely in love, with the sense of respect that you people have, really. And I hope that you will never lose it, because it's.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry to hear that. It is true. Yeah, it's something that I think as Australians sometimes we don't realise that we really live in harmony. I mean, despite all the other problems that are there, we know about all those, and we've discussed some of them, but people generally are very respectful to each other, aren't they?
Yeah. And it's marvelous. It's really something that drives me completely crazy, really. And on the other hand, well, we know how to do a nice siesta, we know how to have fun. You also know, but it's true. It's true, it was, look, last week, I was with my family doing service. And we were in
Yes.
this, yeah, I know. But we were in this camping site, okay? So, and there were all Australian families, couples, perfect. First night, you know, at 9 o'clock, you don't hear absolutely anything, you know, fantastic. Next day, a big group of Argentinians, Peruvians, Spanish came over, full of joy, cheerful, amazing. They were having such a great time. And at 2 o'clock in the morning, you know, we all had it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, I don't know, if we could combine one another, you know, I think it would be a great cocktail. Eh?
Recipes have fun, but pour off at midnight.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try to respectfully.
Yeah.
So, thank you so much. Thank you. Gracias. All right. So now it is my absolute honor to introduce you to Professor Robert Sinnerbrick and Honorary Professor Nigel Helger. Professor Robert Sinnerbrick is a philosopher of film, and he has many research interests. But what I've read is your main research interest at the moment is this interconnection between film and ethics and all the philosophy behind this. And Honorary Professor Nigel Helger, he's an artist. He works with sound and with many other media, as I've seen. He's also the director of Sonic Objects, creator, I would say, maybe. Both at Macquarie University. And yeah, it's my pleasure to introduce you. We had a bit of a chat before today, and we did talk for a long time. So hopefully, yeah, you get your time. Thanks.
Thanks very much.
Yes,
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you so much for and again, just to repeat what Simpson says, I'm very grateful to be here on stage. I'm very grateful to Strat as well. The opportunity to have this discussion, so something that doesn't happen anywhere near enough today in the university context. I think it's really something we need to encourage and allow to flourish, because there's such a drive towards being productive, producing things, and producing outputs and getting funding and all the rest. The opportunity to have conversations, philosophical, cultural conversations, as we just heard in the previous session, is very valuable, and certainly something I cherish and look forward to. So I just want to thank the organisers for this opportunity.
Well, I too very glad to be here, honored to be here, and very interested to have a conversation with Robert. We've had one virtual meeting and one face-to-face meeting, and we realized we have some things in common, in fact, a lot of things in common, apart from the fact that we both were attached to Macquarie, we both lived in Berlin, and we both had sideboards. I might just start with a little extract. There's 2 microphones. That one's working too? Okay. Down. Oh, not that one. Sorry. Oh, that one is the one I want. This is a little way of introducing some of the concepts we've talked about, which involve sound, architecture, memory, and the relationship between sound and image. I was a radiophonic fellow for ABC Radio National some time ago, can't remember when, and I made 5 broadcasts about the intangible cultural heritage of the rail yards. 5, 10 or 12-minute short pieces. I'm just going to play you at the beginning of number 2, which talks about the relationship of sound and architecture and the structure of our memory, which is related to geophysical space.
The Evans Railway Workshops, Sydney. Architecture and memory. The architectural mnemonic is a key group of techniques employed in the art of memory. It is based on the use of places, loci, which are memorized by practitioners as the framework or ordering structure that can contain the images or signs placed within it to record experience or knowledge. Street, talking to the words, passing the left with the managers of this.
Sawtoothed skyline, whistle blast.
I'll halt it there because, as I said, at least 10 minutes long, but it sort of gives a little key to start with.
Thank you. One of the ideas that we were interested in exploring in this session was the role of sound in relation to art more generally. I'm coming from a philosophical background, civil service and kind of what I do is in philosophy of art or aesthetics, and within that I specialise, I suppose, in film, philosophy, film cinema, but have an interest in visual arts more generally, audio visual arts. And I guess the central question I'm most interested in and wanted to explore with Nigel is this idea of art being a way of exploring philosophical and ethical experiences, questions, problems, but by using the medium of art, or the different media that we have in the visual and oral sonic arts. And for me, film is a great example of how that can be done. I think filmmakers are primarily artists, but in producing their art, they're also inevitably engaged in all sorts of forms of questioning or evoking and trying to allow us as recipients, spectators, viewers to experience something that might have emotional, might have cultural, political, ethical, and even philosophical dimensions to it. And I think art is incredibly powerful as a medium to evoke all sorts of experiences, complex experiences, which, if all goes well, can also provoke thought and reflection, and hopefully conversations that continue beyond the game or beyond the cinema screen. So I'm interested in that question about the relationship between philosophy and art, in particular philosophy and film. And one of the things that we found really striking when we started talking together was this question of sound. And sound is something that's ever present. It's ubiquitous. It's something that is part of our experience of the world, certainly our experience of art. But it's often, if you like, subordinated or forgotten in relation to image or word. So film is a good example. If you're interested in cinema, people will talk about narratives, people will talk about the forms of image making, director's style, themes, and so on. I might mention music, soundtrack, just in passing, but the centrality of sound to create a sensible world, a kind of fictional, cinematic, experientially dense world. That's often lacking, that's often taken for granted. So this is something that struck me in discussing some of these things with Nigel, is, how can we think about sound and the use of sound in creating our sense of the world? There's a whole discussion we had about our ordinary experience of the world and the role of sound, and that what sound actually is, we can see it and produce it, but also particularly in the case of the arts. And how can we look at the ways in which artists use sound and image together to create a new sense of, or as we just saw there, and we'll talk more about this, to evoke a sense of history, to evoke a sense of place, a sense of memory, and certainly of experiences that are difficult to represent with scope. Just in the last session, talking about experiences of trauma and historical experiences, often very difficult, colonialism and some of these possessions. How do you represent that? How can sound be used as a really powerful medium to evoke forms of memory, imagination, reflection, that then might open up conversations about these experiences that are very complex and very profound, but also very difficult to communicate in more direct ways. So that's, again, just by way of introduction to it, just let's go.
I think in our preliminary discussions, one of the things I'm trying to emphasize is this notion of sound being an immersive, almost liquid medium. And that little clip introduces the idea of
sound and architecture. And it's based on the classical theatre of memory idea, where to enable the memorization of incredibly long speeches, say a 4-hour speech, a speaker would imagine a building, or in fact use a real building, walk around and place, say, a sword on the first statue here. This is classical world, statues and swords. And memorize text, and walk on and place, say, a cloak on the next place, memorize the second section of text, and so on and so forth. And when they're up on the rostrum giving the speech, all they do is walk through that building in their imagination and recall that. And in English, we say, and in the first place, in the second place, in the third place, as a kind of mnemonic to retrieve that information. And interestingly enough, our own brains, in fact, most mammalian brains have a hexagonal grid inside them. I hope there's not a neurologist in the audience, because I'll probably make a mistake, but we have place cells, with cells, boundary cells, and hippocampus, sorts those memories into those physical parts of our brain. So there's that kind of interesting relationship of sound in the real world being an atmosphere, being enveloping our being, but also being mapped virtually in our own brains as well.
Yeah, I'm really interested in that idea of sound as atmosphere. I mean, that's certainly when you listen to those sounds, that soundtrack, the sound of trains, the station, the kind of verbal voices in the background, or a historical kind of memory or cultural memory. So music is something that's very common in the arts, very common in film, for example, to evoke mood, emotion. Like music. Sometimes it can be used very cynically and cheaply, watching a movie and suddenly a very recognized pop song is used to kind of cue the audience to have a certain kind of emotional response. But other times it can be used very artfully and to make a whole sense of again, sense of the world. So I'm really interested in the ways that we rely a lot on visual archives, images, painting, and so on, visual traces to construct a sense of memory, a sense of history. Obviously, written archives and narrative, being the primary way of writing history and so on. But sound is incredibly important, and of course that links to music. We mentioned flamenco and other cultural art forms, musical forms that have such a rich both oral resonance, as in terms of sound, but also as a way of evoking sense of place, sense of cultural belonging or tradition, history, and also a sense of cultural memory. There's nothing that takes you back to an experience more than hearing the tune, hearing music that went home or ministered in the past, or childhood, and so on. So it's an incredibly powerful way of, as you mentioned, Nigel, kind of encrypting information, but in ways that are very emotionally resonant. I think that's one thing that's so important today. We're flooded with information. We're living in this information kind of overload sort of environment. And I think, just think about computer design and phone design, little oral cues that are designed to kind of tap into and direct our attention. Dings and beeps and noises that your phone or your computer makes to kind of sort of get your attention and cue your attention in the right way to process the information, right? So people are very aware of that use of sound as we're tapping into our brain, so to speak, to get us to organize and focus our attention in certain ways. But again, it's something that artists use almost intuitively. Musicians certainly know how to use it, dancers and other artists working with sound and with space, to create a sense of space and atmosphere. I think that's where not only the sound arts, but other arts more generally, certainly music, really important to create that sense of a world and atmosphere that is generated through use of sound and movement.
I tried to explain to Robert that my sort of eureka moment with sound happened at the Royal College of Art when I was studying right at the beginning. In fact, my topic was hardened soft forms of installation, so sculpture, architecture, and video and audio. These were kind of very early days of video. It was quite a clumsy thing. I studied on a series of sculptures, which included screens, but also audio. And I was rather disappointed in the reaction of viewers because English people spend a lot of time watching TV and they're trained like Pavlov's dogs to stare at screens. And sort of disregarded the other elements in the projects. So I started on a campaign of making the viewing angle very, very difficult, covering the screens with meshes and ground glass and mirrors and basically repressing the image and forcing people to get very close to the structures to see what was happening. But I realized that while they were doing that, they were listening to the sound, and then finally the penny dropped. The sound and architectural space and this notion of being immersed was, for me, much more interesting than this kind of singing an arch of an image. And when you think of, say, watching a TV news program, we used to play with students with this idea. We get one group of students to watch the news with the vision on, one group watching it, listening to it without the vision. Then you get them both back together and ask them, what was on the news, guys? And the people who watched the image said, well, there was some guy in a car. And people who listened to it could tell you the news. And so, I mean, I always think of television as being a largely oral medium with kind of illustrations and not the other way around. And when we think about cinema at the moment, which is, largely CGI, it's very, very kind of now very, very advanced. This has only happened quite recently, where images have become synthetic and layered and manipulated. But if you think back to soundtracks, ever since film was made, they were always artificial, they were always synthetic. Someone being shot's probably got about 16 sounds in it with very, very complex layering to give a realistic thing. So sound has always been, I think, a radio play, sound Foley, the whole creation of kind of synthetic sound, but in a mechanical way in Foley. It's always been a kind of complex mixing, and we've always been fooled by that, whereas until recently, images have only recently been kind of, the technology has only been there to create this complex CGI things. So kind of virtual and the real has been kind of an interesting ratio between image and audio.
Yeah, no, I think that's true. And again, it's that strange phenomenon of the sort of forgetting or receiving of sound into the background, and so that we hardly notice it. I mean, you mentioned, contemporary cinema, and there's, of course, it's enormous labor that goes into soundscaping and sound design for pretty much any kind of audiovisual product, advertisements, film, video, and so on. Where all of those elements of sound, background noise, various kind of sound effects, use of music, to the treatment of dialogue, human voice, and so on, incredibly constructed and crafted, blended in with the image in all sorts of ways. It's interesting to me that we talk a lot today about being in a very image-conscious or image-driven culture, and that's true, as opposed to previous epochs. Right? Think about the role of radio as a mass medium. Let's say before the advent of television. Right? That was the for a long time in the 20th century, sort of dominant medium was the radio serial, and that sort of focus on narrative being conveyed in a mass medium type of way through made. Radio serials, radio news, music, programming, and so on. In a funny way, it's like we're sort of coming back to a rediscovery of the intimacy that sound can generate. So think of podcasts, the rise of podcasts culture has become absolutely enormous. In fact, most people, I'm sure this is true for the audience, in their everyday lives, are spending a lot of their time, and I absolutely do, with the earbuds, the AirPods in there, listening to music, listening to, or Spotify, listening to podcasts, often in a sort of private, sort of medical role, but you know, engaging in that sort of intimate connection with sound, with music, with voice, with music, or whatever it is. So there is this kind of interesting return of that sort of focus on sound. So I see there being this sort of really fascinating multimodal kind of renaissance almost of engagement with the world through the different senses. You know, I think a lot of these technologies now are really still trying to get all of the senses to work together. You know, the visual, the oral, but also the bodily. Okay, which is, you know, the other aspect of the equation. Is we don't just listen with our ears. You know, it's like music or dance. You engage with your body as much as you listen with your ears or see with your eyes. It's all of these senses and one's body. So your embodied communication, that's really important. Really brings those things together. So I think we're really seeing a lot of that returning in all sorts of media. I mean, you know, film and video is one example, but certainly in art. But even things like, you know, virtual reality kinds of setups, and even things like gaming, where there's this sort of very strong emphasis on sound to create that sense of immersions, it's like, you know, in a fictional world.
How long have we got to talk? Not much. Not much. I'll show that last one. Yeah. I'm just going to show one short video and starring Jenny Turpin. I'm going to show the No Man's Landing. This is a project that 5 artists and 3 curators collaborated on in, what was it, 2015 to about 2017. It was commissioned by Sydney Harbour Foreshore Authority, the Rio Triennale, and the Merchant City Festival in Glasgow. It went to all 3 of those places and essentially was a very, very large floating audition space, let's put it like that. It related to, well, I think you'll probably get what it relates to. The Hood Plays. Here we go. This is showing in Sydney Harbour. And
It was definitely a very immersive experience. It's lasted about half an hour. I had a 20-channel dynamic audioscape and human singers, and it was kind of different in each of the three venues. But it really concerned the very subjective passage of an individual combatant in the First World War going through kind of terrible trauma and sort of coming out the other side. It was a multilingual. It had most of the major combatant countries' languages threaded through it. And we also used the kind of hemispheric space as a kind of whispering wall. So it had its own acoustic properties, which of course changed as the two domes closed or opened. So we probably have question time.
Yes,
So
thank you very much. Sorry that I got Thank you very much. All right, that. There we go. Yes, Paula, have a question? Get in there.
Thank you very much. I love your conversation. I have to say I was lucky to be in the audience of No Man's Landing in Sydney Harbour. It was impressive and really immersive, how to say. It's difficult to explain. I agree with Robert that there is a kind of a return of audio, of sound. I am a big fan of podcasts. So this question is for you because I can imagine the potential for an artist, but I wanted to ask you a philosopher about what can do now artificial intelligence with sound, with all the fake voices and sounds. I think it's very, very interesting when you listen to a podcast or for creative purposes that you can listen or imagine the voice of the story. Characters or people reading a letter they wrote, something like that, but it can also be used in a very different way. So I don't know what's your reflections on that.
Absolutely. It just so happens that after this event, I have to go back up to the point where screening a documentary on AI, which it will then have a panel discussion talking about some of these questions. I mean, people have, understandably been very concerned about one having incredible potential that's clearly emerging for various AI systems that we apply to scientific, medical, technological, but that's also economic and educational domains, as well as artistic domains. We heard about the writers' strike in the US a few years ago, and concerns about artists who, rightly are concerned about their work, first of all, being harvested as a training resource to teach large language models and large AI systems and machine learning practices. But this question of the fake voice, the deep fake video, the kind of ease at which we can manipulate sound and image to create personality, to make something incredibly lifelike so that it becomes, for the naked eye or ear, almost impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. I think fantastic American film director, get out of Jordan Peele, made a deepfake video, which he himself voiced, using Barack Obama, Barack Obama interview, to show how easy it is to fool the public for us. So he gets an interview with Barack Obama, and then Jordan Peele, voices the text, the speech, and makes Obama say all these outrageous things. There's something insulting about Trump and blah, blah, blah. It's very convincing. It's very, very convincing. And of course, the difficulty is that we, essentially, naked eye and ear, we can't really, I think it's well beyond the point now. I mentioned CGI has just become standard. And most movies that we watch will be a hybrid form of, live action, CGI, post-production, with various animated and other sort of post-production bits and pieces, including soundtrack design. So they're very hyper informed. So, I mean, as you know, with media, it used to be that you could rely on, let's say, video footage. The famous case of the Rodney King meeting during the LA riots back in the 90s. It's just video footage of, political brutality. Of course, now we're in a situation where it's extremely difficult to, at least, for untrained observers to decide. So it has created a skeptical climate where we don't know whether we should trust those sources of media, what's out on the internet, precisely because it's so new. It's very, really difficult.
Yes, I might add that all the films you've watched with heavy rainfalls on roofs, there's actually someone trying bacon in it. And I've been working recently recording a whole lot of narratives, and I realized I was trying to voice it myself, but my voice just ran out. So I thought I was pressed for time. I need to find a good voice, and I searched around with what they call these natural voice bots. And there are commercial services now where you can actually clone your own voice. You basically train the AI with your own voice, and they're remarkably good. I mean, you cannot fake it. So don't believe what you see or hear.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, but we can't take any more questions now. We will take more afterwards. So Nigel and Robert, they will be around. We are very late. So thank you very much. I'm sorry. So now it's my pleasure to introduce, and I don't want to make any mistakes, so I'm going to read the names. Professor Javier Álvarez Mon and Dr. Luis Angosto Fernández. Professor Javier Álvarez Mon is an archaeologist specialized in Near East, and he's actually probably the only world specialist in Elamites culture. Dr. Luis Angosto, I really like reading your biography online, and I really like because it explains you have a multidisciplinary background, anthropology, political science, currently lecturing in anthropology, but I really like the aspect that it says in your profile for your multitasking. So it shows how much of a diverse background you have. So please, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Well, Luis, it's great to be here with you. An anthropologist and an archaeologist, I think we can start by introducing ourselves. And my question to you is if you could briefly let us know what led you to anthropology and what is your trajectory in that regard.
Yeah, well, thanks very much. I mean, I just wanted to thank the people who have been organizing the event, and Sofia Samper for chairing the session and coordinating it, and Paula you for the original invitation and general coordination of the event. So Angel Lopez, as well as the president of SRAP, and thanks to him and everyone who has been involved in the event. And I just a little note, because you just read from your notes, but my last name is not, my second last name is Ferrandez, not Fernandez. So it was all good, and thanks for the introduction and the sharing. But that, I mean, this question that you are posing actually is one that normally I've been trying to avoid, but every now and then it comes up, and why did you choose a discipline, And it's a difficult question, but I think there may be something biographical. I'll let you know, and in part, this is something that we try to avoid answering, because some people define anthropology as a discipline in crisis for people in crisis. And so I don't particularly like crisis, although I think I go through some of them every now and then. But when I think about this, I mean, and perhaps my interest in learning, understanding difference, and as well acknowledging difference may have to do with as well my biography and the fact that my parents are from different parts of Spain. I was born in a town in La Mancha, in Villarrobledo, where my dad is from, but my mom is from a town in Alicante, in Guardamar. And from an early age, basically I was somehow familiarized with this sort of diversity that may appear to be superficial to some people, and perhaps not so much by those who are from Spain. but as well that somehow made me sensitive to the fact that even within the same country people live in, there are a lot of things that are different. Among other things, Guardamar is a town, is sometimes pointed out in maps as the last town in the eastern coast where Valenciano, as they call it there, Catalan is spoken, you know. So I as well got in contact with basically people speaking a different language and so forth. So perhaps out of that biographical experience, I was eventually, you know, driven to have an interest in learning about not only acknowledging diversity, but learning about how this is being produced, you know. So if that be a short answer, perhaps as well a little bit of traveling from an early age in my life and living abroad brought me into this discipline, because actually it was after finishing political science in Spain and going through one of the European Union exchange programs to Ireland, to University College Cork, when I started taking up units in departments that there called ethnology and folklore. Previously, I had only just completed a unit on political anthropology taught by González and Cantú in Spain. So again, that exposure as well to life abroad when I was, I mean, it was not young anymore, but was 22, 23. I think that brought me closer to an interest in the discipline.
So you went from Spain to Oregon, and I understand your field work has taken place in South America.
That's right. Most of it, I worked for years in Venezuela, and I've worked in Chile as well in South America with focused field work. And I've conducted the field work as well in Spain.
And then came back here, came to Australia.
That's right. That's right. So it's now over 12 years ago.
All right.
So now, I mean, I want to say as well that thanks to the generosity of the proposal that Paula made initially when contacting us for this, I mean, we were given the possibility of having this open conversation. And I had to say that I had a secret joy, you know, when thinking of questions for you. Because, I mean, even though we are coming from disciplinary areas that are to some extent adjacent, perhaps overlapping, perhaps converging, and I have had an institutional history that is common in some parts of the world. Nevertheless, I've never had an opportunity to basically interrogate an archaeologist about actually questions that are of great interest to me. So really, just looking at your profile and your work, you know, I was very, very inspired to make a few questions. One of them I wanted to make has to do with your way of defining your own discipline. And if you hold on for a second, I just wanted to complement this one with the other one that you read about. I would like to hear how you, as an archaeologist, someone who comes from a discipline who cannot escape materiality in your approach to generating knowledge, how do you conceive of the relationship between the material and the immaterial dimensions of the human condition? That is, the way that, after all, yes, we live in material environments, but we cannot live without producing meaning and generating meaning.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's impossible. In my perspective, it's impossible to separate materiality from immateriality, to separate what we humans create and surround ourselves with, to separate material production. As an archaeologist, that's what I pursue, that's what I look for. I look for that materiality, and I look for, as an archaeologist, I look for the means to record that materiality in context. That's extremely crucial for me. It has been extremely crucial to understand materiality in context. I'm saying that because part of my career has been dealing with working in, as you probably know, in countries where there is a large degrees of conflict in the Middle East, and trying to retrieve that materiality from it and try to understand the context of that materiality. At the same time, you have to have context and materiality, and you have to provide that information to the experts to be able to interpret the materiality. I do interpretation as well, but hopefully you have good archaeologists who actually retrieve that material as much information as possible, and that's what qualifies a good archaeologist, in my opinion. You know, how much actually context can give you, and once based on that context and that materiality, then is where the material world emerges, and the material world passes through a process of translation and interpretation. And that's where it becomes really interesting because, you know, as scientists, archaeologists are scientists, you want the material to be retrieved, to be recorded as close as possible. But then comes the next stage, is interpretation, and that's opens up to a very wide, you know, sphere of ideas and context depending on who you are and your training.
Yeah, that to me, thanks very much. I mean, that to me is what is central about these discussions, you know, and I just, when trying to teach others about these questions, and not to provide answers, but to teach about these questions, you know, to students of anthropology, for instance, I always say that what happens in the field of the social sciences, also in the humanities, but also despite the fact that scientists that try to be shielded against this in all fields of knowledge production, is that there is not a single tradition. It's impossible to understand a single tradition as the source of truth. And there are always, you know, points of divergence of schools and basically premises that you have to accept to generate knowledge from that perspective. So I always just try to say that in the social sciences, there is a great divide between what you may denominate materialist perspectives and idealist perspectives. These being characterized in simplified terms as materialist perspectives somehow invite us to think that we think as we live, that it is a social process obliges or stimulates us to create certain types of ideas, and idealists, on the contrary, suggest that our ideas, our cultural you know, preconceptions oblige us to intervene in the environment and create a materiality from that ideas. They actually just are clearly distinguishable and generative and antagonistic explanations of what we do. If you are going to position yourself in that continuum, where would you position yourself in relation to basically the materiality that you cannot escape?
Neither one. I don't think you can position yourself. These are, for me, as an archaeologist, an interpreter of the past, I think is you owe yourself the duty to reflect on both. You cannot leave either one because one informs the other. And despite trends throughout history and interpretative trends to position one or to put stress in one in materiality or immateriality, I don't think you can understand society without either one. So you have to be able to accommodate yourself and to be perceptive to both. So that would be my short answer.
Yeah. So I mean, this is like the question of what comes first, the hen or the egg. I mean, because after all, that needs to be perhaps a line.
One question for you. That was difficult. A hard one for you, which I tell my students. Of course, I do ancient history, so we talk about the beginning of the domestication of plants and animals, and I let them know something. I said, look, do you know how many million people were in the planet around 10,000 BC, which is when more or less plants and animals were domesticated? Of course, I give them the information. I said sometime between 5 to 10 million people, according to the United Nations numbers. And then I asked them, you know, how many billion people live today? And they come sometimes with a number, around 8 billion, I believe. So for an anthropologist, I would say for anyone, but for an anthropologist, going from, let's say, 10 million people in the planet, human beings, our species, to 8 billion people, what do you make out of that? For anthropologists, in terms of the diversity, we study the diversity that makes us to be who we are, the complexity, the so-called evolutionary, so-called ideas and notions of progress. What do you make of that? And I don't want to go into spirituality, because I think there's a lot to say about that as well, and the connection with the land. So this is maybe too much.
Yeah, I think that was a slightly evil as a question as well. It's going to be answered in 10 minutes, but
just to add to that, make it be more simple. When I am asked by students, sometimes student comes and, where do we come from? You know, I study ancient history because I want to know where we come from and what happens after that. We die, and I said, well, we go back to where we came from. That's why you have to study ancient history. You know, that's the trick. Now, where do we come from is clear. You know, my parents, my great-grandparents, my great-great-grandparents, back to those 10 million people. But for anthropologists who studies diversity and who studies the richness of cultures, you have a different, right?
Basically, you know that this is as well my personal take or my personal approach of anthropology. I just basically approach anthropology as the most scientific of humanities and the most humanistic of sciences. This is to say that I somehow disagree with some colleagues who actually basically just develop perspectives on the analysis of social life that are premised on the idea of radical difference and so forth. I basically want to search for causalities, or at least have the search of causalities as a compass of my work, because that's the only way to denaturalize and avoid to denaturalize basically social life, and not to fall into tautological explanations of why we are what we are and why we do what we do. This actually has to do with the fact that, you know, I get inspired by what some authors are denominating nowadays developmental system theory when it comes to explore what a human being is about, which is an entity in continuous becoming. That this is an open-ended being, is not one defined by an unalterable essential essence, and it is always an ongoing historical project, such as a society. This has to do with the fact that, you know, there is something good and something bad about this exercise of identifying who are our ancestors. One of them, you know, which is the good side to it, is that, you know, when people say that the Homo sapiens sapiens, you know, what some experts denominate the anatomically modern human being, you know, emerges, you know, that's the ancestry of everyone, because the Homo sapiens sapiens moving out from Africa and into Europe, somehow we don't know if it loved into extinction other subspecies such as the Neanderthal and so forth, or actually through warfare they eliminated everything, but basically they imposed a subspecies. Basically, this has given room to what some people are doing nowadays, which is a biologistic explanation of what we are as human beings and what we do. So that basically we just need to search. If we want to explain what is the source of diversity in the world, we can explain it through looking at the diversity of genetic distribution of populations. So by getting a jab in the arm of a person, you can say, you see, you've got so much percentage of Africanness, so much of Europeanness, and so much of oceanic ancestry, so on and so forth. My take is that, I mean, that again is a sort of way to reproduce raciological thinking, and one that invites certain type of questions and methodologies to learn about human beings, but which to me are not too interesting and actually are potentially problematic. You know, so basically I approach, to your question, I would say, you know, I always, basically, you can, on the one hand, understand that there is always a economic, political issue in the distribution of resources. We are capable of perhaps satisfying much larger populations nowadays, even with limited resources. It was different form of planning and distribution. And the other one is that even though we think that the dimensions of societies extend or contract over time, there are certain elements of meaning creation that relate, for instance, to affects or to the way that we relate to the environment that perhaps are not too different. Centuries ago, millennials ago, or nowadays, people, for instance, relating to the environment through different cultural codes is happening everywhere, you know, and across history.
So what would you make of the notion that we have been, as human beings, we are already coded with a behavior and with a mindset that is the result of an experience of being living in prehistory for thousands and thousands of years until this, and the phenomenon of being so-called moderns and living in this world of progress, so-called progress, is very recent.
You know that again, what our genetic code may say about our behavior, of course, it's important, but it is not defining to the extent that genes are open to this open-ended becoming of human beings. I mean, this is again, might sound sounds slightly esoteric, but genes incorporate culture. Genes incorporate relations with the environment, because basically from the moment that life emerges, it is part of a system that is complex and is changing and changes the environment. From the moment in which an egg in the womb starts to be fertilized, it is part of a developmental system. There is a mother-to-be, there is a place where this mother-to-be lives, relationship that she has, so that no single, biological component is ever the same. So do we have things inscribed in our genes? Indeed. Does evolutionary anthropology provide insights into what we do and why we do? Indeed. But in my view, this needs to be always, exposed to what I practice, for instance, which is the analysis of what people do in a specific context, social anthropology. So there are 5 minutes more to go.
We have 5 minutes.
We can finally say
4 minutes.
History of
Oh,
human.
questions?
No, I just wanted to say, just since we don't have much time left, and this actually connects with the topic of the forum, has to do with the notion of art and materiality. I wanted to ask you, this is something that is recurrent in the world of art, and we see it in cinema, in literary works, and so forth. People somehow using an object as the capsule of memories, or a symbol of significations, or actually the depository of emotions and affects. And actually, following the work of some anthropologists working with exhumations and in other places in Spain, I've seen records of these people actually somehow in contact with a particular object or a bone, somehow having great expressions of, I don't know, something has happened. A sort of epiphany, maybe intellectual, emotional, and so forth. I wanted to ask you if during your work you have actually experienced such a type of generative epiphany, maybe intellectual or maybe emotional or affective, when actually unearthing a particular object or a particular material structure that all of a sudden revealed there to you, or if you haven't had such an epiphany, you have seen relevant ones or significant ones around.
Yes, I have, but 5 minutes will take me many hours to explain. But to make the long story short, as an archaeologist, I'm not the type of archaeologist that most people think about. I'm an archaeologist who excavates what has already been excavated. I'll explain to you because I work in the Middle East, I work in Iran, and I spent 20 years working in Iran. And because of the Iranian Revolution, Iran used to be a golden mine for anthropologists and archaeologists, but with the revolution, everything came to a halt. The Westerners left, and they left behind hundreds and thousands of artifacts that had already been excavated, and they were left behind. So my role for the last 20 years working in junction with UNESCO, and as a result of many conflicts that took place in Iraq, the invasion of invasion of Iraq, what happened. So the looting, as a result of the looting of the museums and all of that, part of my role has been working in the cultural heritage sphere to record and preserve and at least try to protect its cultural heritage. So I have been working with artifacts and museums in Iran for the last 20 years. So what I thought I would do as a student of archaeology, I have to practice archaeology, but my primary goal has been working with artifacts. So the epiphany has emerged dealing with an environment of artifacts that needed to be taken care of, and realize that there is a world out there that uses materiality to reconstruct ancient history. And many of these artifacts have ended up in the market of antiquities, so they are sold periodically in the market of antiquities. So there's a huge problem with that. And that's an epiphany for me, because that forced me to engage with the antiquities market, which is a huge problem. And the second thing, and second epiphany, is to deal with the market of forgeries, which is the second problem, huge problem. And those two, looting and market of antiquities and forgeries, which are sold in the market of antiquities, often are part of the historical record. And we don't know about it, or it's not known about. So part of my work has been engaging with that and having an epiphany of how much of what we take as for granted actually is the result of manipulations,
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry. I think that was a very interesting conversation, and now we can keep going. We have time for one question. Or if not, we can wait until dinner. Can you wait until dinner? We can wait until dinner. So we will go to Marcos. Thank you so very much for the conversation. Thank you for sharing all these really exciting ideas. Thanks. So Marcos is gonna come now, I think. Maybe not, maybe yes. He's coming. Angel is coming. Angel is coming. Angel is here. There you go. All yours.
Thank you. I'm going to only to take a couple of minutes, but it is not something that it was not in the program. But I think it is important to acknowledge the people who are making SRAP possible and all the work that they are doing. That is why some few years ago, we introduced the Laureate Awards for SRAP. And the Laureate Awards aim to recognize the excellency of the contribution to SRAP for a member or members who have actively participated in the board. And this year, I would like to give that award to our very own Dr. Paula Luna. And it comes with some little detail that I hope you can show. Let me hold it for you. Yeah, you have to show that.
It's a present, right?
Open one. Open quickly, very quickly open just one. No, because it's also very much connected to the topic of the forum, the information with
Thank you. I hope you like it.
And I will give you this in another way, another day.
Thank you.
Good, and now I'm passing completely to Marcos. tu ordenador. ¿Tú lees de ahí?
As we all know, SRAP is committed in boosting the career perspective of early career science researchers in the Southern Pacific region. And to achieve this goal, the SRAP Early Career Research Awards aims to recognize the extraordinary research trajectory of these early career SRAP members. The SRAP Early Career Research Grant is organized by SRAP, obviously, and it's sponsored by the Ramon Areces Foundation. The Ramon Areces Foundation was created in 1976 with the broad objective of fostering scientific and technological research in Spain and education and culture in general. The foundation was a pioneering institution in our country, and ever since its creation, it has constantly and firmly supported scientific research as a driving force behind progress and modernity. Sorry, I have to read all this. I can't remember this by heart. With this being said, we are very happy to announce the winner of the third SRAP Early Career Research Award, Dr. Isabel Núñez Lendo.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Can you hear me?
Dr. Núñez Lendo is a Spanish researcher of international experience in environmental science, focusing on coral reef conservation and restoration with coastal and island community engagement. Her journey began 10 years ago when she pursued a master's in agriculture and marine resource management at Wageningen University Research, being in 2019, where she received an international PhD scholarship at the University of Technology in Sydney, where she began her thesis in marine sciences, evaluating the ecosystem services or in restoration efforts in the Great Barrier Reef. In her own words, a decision that profoundly transformed her life and career for the better. She obtained her PhD early this year and got to publish her thesis alongside 3 articles, having several more under review. Currently, she's serving as an assistant lecturer to develop the scientific skills of bachelor's and master's students at the University of Technology in Sydney. As part of her academic achievements, she has been the personal investigator of 3 international projects and an active collaborator in 3 others. Her expertise has led her to work with multiple universities and research institutions, being involved in projects around Australia, Africa, the Caribbean, French Polynesia, Hawaii, Japan, Philippines, Saudi Arabia, and Singapore. She has also collaborated with NASA, contributed to the USCN Red List, and she earned an MBA from the London School of Economics and Political Science. She has been recognized as a National Geographic Explorer for a project she developed and led in the French Polynesia and won the Ash Excellence Award, and has been recognized as one of the Worldwide Coral Championships by the UN for her contributions to her research. And last but not least, she has participated in a lot of public speaking at national and international conferences and online events for education and outreach purposes. We recently co-founded a family-owned documentary production called Sisters Production to harness the power of storytelling for conservation and research purposes. As we can see, she could not be physically present today with us. However, thanks to nowadays technologies, we have her online all the way from Spain. I will now forward the microphone or the speech to Isabel for her to explain in much better words all her research. Go for it, Isabel.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning from Spain. Here is almost 8 o'clock in the morning. Thank you, Marcos, for the presentation. I'm going to share my screen because I believe
One moment,
this
Isabel,
is
we cannot hear you.
Sorry.
Try again.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We
Hello.
didn't test that thing.
Hello.
So we can hear online,
No?
but not here.
Oh. You can hear me there, but not there in the forum. Okay, so
Yeah, bring the laptop, pick it up. No, eso es con eso, ¿no? We didn't test this one. No problem. Try. Can you speak again?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me well?
Try again.
Hello, can everyone hear me well now?
Yeah, go for it. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you very much for solving the problem. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for staying here. I believe this is the end of the event, so probably you are quite tired. I will try to be brief. Good morning from Spain. This is almost 8 o'clock in the morning, and thank you, Marcos, for the introduction. I'm going to start sharing my screen. I hope you like the presentation. It's very visual, so let's start. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so, well, I'm Isabel Núñez, and I am so excited, so happy to receive this honor, the recognition from the community. I am so happy, and I wish I could be there with you all, but it wasn't possible this time. But anyway, I prepared a presentation for you, and it's about the uncharted coral reefs that are in the Pacific. And this is my latest research, my latest scientific expedition where we explore remote atolls in French Polynesia, and also their ecosystem services. So first of all, a little bit about my journey. I'm not going to go into the detail because already Marco did that. So I had the luck to, well, first of all, I studied in many countries, and I recently graduated with my PhD from the University of Technology, Sydney. And I did my PhD in coral biology and conservation of coral reefs. A little bit about the topics that I have been studying in the last 10, 15 years. So first of all, I did some marine animal ecology. I studied some parasitology and diets in marine mammals. Then I moved to other more biochemistry work. So I look at pollutants and biomarkers in marine organisms. And then since 2014, I decided to really focus in coral reef science, conservation, and restoration. So my main drive was conservation and restoration. And for that, I wanted to study the science behind, or the coral biology behind, And so things that I did many things, but this is some of them. So I focus a lot on sexual reproduction. I love coral spawnings. I recommend you to go and see how it looks like in nature when they spawn. I did also cryopreservation of genetic material. This was an international initiative with the Smithsonian Institution. And then lately here in Sydney, I focus more in the biology of the coral, photobiology and ecophysiology. So I did a lot of really hard science here. And then I was recognized by National Geographic in 2018, then Lacaisha 2019. So there was very good years before the pandemic. Okay, then in 2022 there was a recognition from Lewis Book United Nations Ambassador, which also was really surprised to me. And also in the last 4 years, I have been collaborating with the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species. Spoiler, the report, the assessment is going to be released this year, so keep an eye with the news. And this is the work of many, many people, not only my work, okay? And I'm really grateful to be part of that community. And also, I also accomplished some dreams, and it was to be scientific expedition leader in the South Pacific for several research expeditions. And lastly, as Marco mentioned, I just co-founded my own documentary production company. It's a family-owned company, and the idea is to harness the power of storytelling for conservation and science purposes. And in that regard, my latest research was to focus on these remote atolls, that's this unseen, or sometimes we forget that they exist, right? And how valuable they are, the ecosystem services. Okay, and last but not least, I also want to mention that, of course, I also do some education projects related to community engagement and sargassum seaweed blooms in the Caribbean and so on. And I hope you like the presentation. Happy to connect with you later on if you are interested in knowing more about this. So first of all, the expedition was this year in March 2024, and we went to the Tuamotu Archipelago in French Polynesia. If you don't know where is it, it's here in the middle of the South Pacific. Very wild to do this expedition. And I'm going to play this video. I hope you can watch it while I explain. So this is the National Geographic Orion vessel. So I had the opportunity to go and lead a research expedition there. And the idea was to map, doing aerial drone surveys, remote atolls. There was an itinerary, and there were 4 atolls that we were planning to map. And the idea is to do these aerial surveys with the drones. And after that, when we collect those images, we do photogrammetry. Photogrammetry means to build the image. The idea was to have a 3D image, something that you can see, and you can see from all angles. And this is us coming from with the Zodiac from one of the last atoll that we did, Toheau. So let's move to the next one. So for those who are not familiar with the atolls, I have to say there are 3 main atolls. Okay, you have the barrier reef, which is the one that we have, for example, here in Australia, Great Barrier Reef. We also have the fringing reef, which are the most common ones that are after the shore. And then we have the atoll coral reefs. These atolls are ring-shaped coral reef that form around an old volcano. It's an old volcano that has zinc, okay? And this image, keep in mind this image has 6 different zones, right? We have the lagoon, we have the back reef, the land, the reef flat, reef crest, and forereef. You can see there is 5 different zones in such a small area. And if you make a transit here, this is incredible diversity in habitats, in organisms, but also in ecosystem services, okay? So keep in mind that. So Tuamotu Archipelago, if you don't know, there are 80 islands and atolls there, and it's the largest chain of atolls in the world. This is the initial itinerary that we did, and these were the 4 atolls that we plan to survey, okay? This is one of the atolls that we survey, Anaa Atoll, and you can see here the survey area. So the idea was to, well, here you don't have internet, even you don't have GPS, you go into the atoll and suddenly you are totally unconnected from the world. So it was very, very challenging to do these surveys. Also, we have a very small window because this vessel is bringing guests to the atoll. So we just have 2-3 hours window to do the work that we have to do. So we have to be very planned before jumping into the atoll. So this is already planned survey. So we program the software in the drone and we plan for this kind of survey. It's a transversal transect that, as I mentioned before, it tries to take the forereef, the reef crest, the back reef, the land, and the lagoon, right? It's trying to take these 5 zones. It's trying to collect, to capture all the diversity of habitats in this atoll. And once we get these images, we get this image here. This is a 3D image. It's not a flat image. You can move it around, okay? And the technology that we use is photogrammetry. It's a technology that delivers this 3D image of a surface, okay, and it combines different pictures. So we do, for example, the transects like this with the survey, and then what you get is not a flat image, you get a 3D image, all right? And the idea was, and still we're working on that, I already have the models done, But now I need to do the data analysis and look at the different habitats of these atolls. Okay, you can see this is an example from the Seychelles, I believe. And you can see you have this atoll, it seems that it is very small, right? And there is not too much land. But then suddenly you can start to see that there is different habitats and different organisms. And with that, different ecosystem services. And so this is an example. This is how it looks like the Fall Reef. As you can see, it's very characteristic. And of course, it has different associated organisms and therefore ecosystem services such as wave attenuation, different nutrient cycling, different marine associated fauna, right? And a little bit of, I want to show you how it looks like. So this is the Fall Reef, I believe, from Anaa. And this is how it looks like. I have to say that when the first time I went to the atolls, I thought they were small, but they are huge. I didn't expect that they were so huge. They are bigger than islands sometimes. Many times they are larger than islands. As you can see, this is the Fall Reef and this is the lagoon here, and you have the land. Okay, so let's move to the other one. Same for the lagoon, right? And the land, we have different associated organisms and different ecosystem services. So the idea is that with these images, we try to quantify and first identify which are the habitats and also then quantify the percentage, right? Corresponding in that atoll. And this is, I love this video. This is also for you to know how big is this atoll, Anaa Atoll. It's so huge. So this is the lagoon. As you can see, it's immense. All right. So lastly, this was our last day in Toa Atoll. This is the third atoll that we did. And after expedition, we were lucky to survey and map 3 remote atolls so far. Okay, so we achieved our mission. And just funny fact, 2 of them were uninhabited. So this means that there were no mosquitoes. And it was really interesting experience because you are there, usually you expect to be bitten by mosquitoes all the time. And there was no people, so no mosquitoes at all. So this was very interesting experience. And thank you very much for your attention. I hope you like it. And feel free to connect with me if you want to know more about this work or other topics. Feel free to ask me any question if you have as well.
Thank you very much, and congratulations again for the prize.
Thank you.
Hope to get to see you in person very soon. And
thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much for the attention. Yes.
Our pleasure. I should not have done entomology. I should have done marine science. I just want to go there.
Thank you everyone. Have a good afternoon, okay? And greetings from Spain. I hope I connect with you when I'm back in Australia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are almost done. So let me invite Sergio and Coral for the final remarks quickly. Luis and Coral. Let me put back. It's what it was. You can start. I'm facing this.
Good afternoon. These are our final remarks. It's been a long day, but a very interesting day. When we talk about seized moment, this has definitely been seized. And I was always myself to be short and sweet, so I'll try to go ahead with that. As final remarks, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Coral Martinez, and I'm the director of Instituto Cervantes in Sydney. Instituto Cervantes in Sydney is responsible for the whole of Australia and New Zealand. But Instituto Cervantes in Sydney is just a small part of a huge network of more than 100 Instituto Cervantes around the world. Instituto Cervantes is a public institution in Spain. It's part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And here in Australia, it's a non-for-profit. And we've been here 15 years, 15 wonderful years. And we're going to celebrate, by the way, our 15th anniversary on the 29th of November here in Sydney. You're all more than invited. But Instituto Cervantes has actually been, was created in 1991. So it's more than 30 years that's been going on. And it's a public institution, as I said before, part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which main goal is to promote Spanish language, which, as you've been talking about conquistadores, it's all around the world. More than 22 countries have Spanish as their main language, and culture. So here we relate to STAP. The relationship between Instituto Cervantes and STAP has been a very fruitful marriage. It came from my ancestor. So it was more than 10 years ago that this wonderful man presented himself to the previous director of Instituto Cervantes. And once they met each other, they fell in love professionally. And the relationship between STAP in the promotion of Spanish science, in the promotion of Spanish scientists, in the promotion of science in general has been very fruitful and has been a wonderful work experience. And I have just been here for a bit less than 4 years, and it has been astonishing how much STAP can do and how much we can do together. So much that has been said has been related to Instituto Cervantes collaboration. As a non-profit, we're here to help. We, of course, promote art. We promote science, or we help promote science. And there's so many things that I haven't mentioned that are related to what we do. We work with Marcos, we work with Angel, we work with Paula, we work with Luis. So it's a very intense and wonderful work experience that we're doing here together. And the more the merrier. We're here to help. We're here to assist. And it would be wonderful to keep on going for a long, long time. And we're also a public institution, and you can rely on us to help you as diplomats in the conversation with Luke and our consulate. It's very important also to have like public institutions, for instance, when you require or request grants, or if you need a public institution to represent, or just to help. We are here to help. It's also as director of Instituto Cervantes, I'm also part of the ministry as I'm consulate for culture here in Sydney. So just making the long story short, it's been a very long relationship. There's so many things that we can do. We participate in the Science Week every year with staff. We help to, or try to promote activities and the work and research we help promote here in the NIFU on the 10th anniversary staff and so on and so forth. Please think of us when you need help. That's what we're here to do. We can pay for airfares or promotion or marketing or even rent of an activity if that is of any help. It's not only about what we do, but it's how we do it and where we do it. So here that staff is so strong and so productive and with such great professionals. It's wonderful to work with you and hopefully it will be ongoing for many more directors of Instituto Cervantes to come. Thank you so much, Jack, for being so professional and being so effective. This was a wonderful 10th anniversary celebration, and it's an honor to be here along with Luis, el padre de STAP and el padre de la colaboración STAP Instituto Cervantes. It's an honor to be here, really. Thank you so much, everybody, and thank you so much for always having Instituto Cervantes in your prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Coral. I am not the father, Coral. I am one of the grandparents. We started with Sergio León Sabana, with Oscar, Angel, Ana Rubio, Ana Vila, who were part of the first board of the association. And one of the characteristics of when you have 4 or 5 people getting together and they are Spaniards is they want to be different from others. It's not a problem of anywhere else in the world, but how are we different? We were discussing how we can make SRAP different from the other associations of Spanish scientists around the world. And the first thing is that we didn't want to be an association of scientists. We wanted to be an association of researchers with a broad idea of research that includes humanism, philosophy, art, etc. And that was at the core of how we started SRAP. Well, the other associations of Spanish scientists around the world have the same logo. It's Newton's atom. We said, no, we want a different logo. And we had the Southern Cross that is there because it's not only the Southern Cross, it's also the connections that we can make across different disciplines and areas. And one key thing at the beginning was how we could close the gap between arts and science. And Paula played a quiet, constant, and very successful role in getting engaged and involved with major Australian artists that have been our partners throughout the whole process. This beautiful exhibition prepared by Ines show what is the extent to which we have involved Australian artists in this endeavor. And really, we have this gap between art and science, and Adriana Vergés was talking about that when she started the work with Jennifer Turpin. I think a critical issue is that we have 3 incredible women with very different knowledge and very different skills, very different personalities. Now, Sofia, Ines, and Paula, that together have been able to close this gap. And the main thing is that they are women. I am sure that 3 men, very skilled, very professional, trying to do the same thing you did, will not be successful in that. So, for just ending this forum, I declare the gap between art and science closed.
I think all the 3 here and the 3 there.
So who is taking the challenge? But Luis just said, who is the next 3 men for next year? Well, I just want to say thank you very much. I want to say it's been an absolute pleasure to have you all in here. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with these fantastic women. We had a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's
a lot
true.
of stress, but mostly fun.
No stress.
So I pass the microphone now.
That's fun. Yeah, well, yeah, I don't have anything else to
Thank
say.
you.
Thank you very
Gracias por
much
venir.
yes, for coming. Thank you very much for the generosity of all the speakers as well. And thank you very much for this wonderful forum. I have the best time, to be honest. And I was playing and doing crazy things, and everyone was supporting that.
Not the laureate.
And no, just add the same and say, I have learned a lot, as always, in every forum. I think it's the best thing I've learned of all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Sí, tenemos, vamos fuera a sacar fotos, esto dejó de grabar o no sé qué pasó.